Let me do the talking. Are you sure? Of course, you might not know this, but I've met our friend here before. I don't think we should be performing the interrogation here. There are too many witnesses. What interrogation? Stop it before he gets the wrong idea. Roland overheard a conversation among 5 individuals who were heading in his and Elodia's direction. He had only recently regained consciousness following the battle with the Eldritch Horror. Although he had lost consciousness shortly after the battle, he had managed to witness the arrival of the city guard and a whole troop of knights. Their numbers didn't exceed 100, but it was an unusual sight. It was evident to him that these Solarian knights couldn't have been responding to his call for assistance. While Elodia called both his own soldiers over and contacted the church, they should not have been capable of sending such a force. The church could likely provide only a handful of clerics, probably no more than 10. Taking that into consideration, it appeared that these holy knights had been tracking the cult's movements beforehand. They probably traced them to this location and launched an attack as soon as the shrouding spell dissipated, revealing the location of the battle. As they drew nearer, he attempted to piece together the unfolding events. One memory resurfaced swiftly, that of Agni revealing himself to the church in his sunlight wolf form, something they likely recognized instantly. However, this was just one of his concerns, as he had also employed divine energy emulation during the battle and was uncertain of the paladin's potential reaction if they discovered this. He wasn't even sure if they were aware of this yet, as the creation of the large sun spell had occurred before their arrival. If necessary, he could attribute this accomplishment to Agni, a divine beast capable of freely generating holy mana. Nonetheless, it was risky to draw too much attention to Agni, as the church might attempt to relocate him to a more securely defended location. The church was known for protecting their holy beasts, and this place might not be the most suitable for his safety. The third problem that weighed on his mind was Bernier. He could clearly remember his friend losing his arm, which had rapidly turned into a black sludge. His knowledge of holy spells was incomplete, but he knew that limb regeneration was beyond the capabilities of a Tier 3 priest. Only priests of higher tiers might possess the skills required, and finding one willing to aid Bernier would be an incredibly challenging task. High-ranking clergymen of this level were typically stationed in the Holy Kingdom of Alexandria and often prioritized aiding capable soldiers within their own faction. Pleas for assistance from outsiders were rarely entertained, and even less if they were just plain blacksmiths. As the questions continued to increase, the group finally arrived, and the cloth that had been dividing his bed from the others was pushed aside. "I'm glad that you're awake, Mr. Wayland. Though it's Sir Wayland now, isn't it?" The first individual who emerged took him by surprise. It was a woman with blonde hair that resembled golden straw. This appearance was somewhat common among Solarian paladins, whose hair often turned blonde during the process of ascending to their Tier 3 classes. Some of them even developed golden-hued irises if their faith was exceptionally strong, which appeared to be the case for this woman. She was someone he recognized, and her name was Lorina. She belonged to the Golden Order, a faction of knights within the Solarian Church. Their primary responsibility was to combat cultists, which was likely the main reason for their presence here. Their leader, Inquisitor Bartholomew, was a prominent figure and, apparently, Lorina's grandfather. "You have really been blessed by the Holy Lady Solaria to have survived a second encounter with these cultists. Dame Lorina, I'm pleased that you remember me, my friend. It's always good to reunite with fellow warriors." Lorina replied warmly, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed that she was in a good mood, but some of the other paladins that were with her didn't look as jolly. Their expressions were grim, a stark contrast to Lorina's jovial demeanor. 2 of the knights appeared to be scrutinizing the room, while a third, a man with intense blue eyes, gazed directly at Roland. His presence exuded an air of suspicion and wariness. "Sir Wayland," he addressed Roland with a calculated tone. "Your survival amidst such chaos is indeed miraculous. However, there are elements here that prompt further inquiry." Roland could sense that this individual was probing for information, and their attitude was clearly antagonistic. It was apparent that they hadn't come for a simple congratulatory visit or to offer assistance. If he didn't provide the right answers, he might be taken in for further questioning elsewhere. Roland had heard stories about the Solarian Inquisition, and if you were deemed an enemy, torture was part of the process. I appreciate the concern for my well-being and your order's timely arrival. It was indeed a harrowing encounter with the cultists. I must commend your bravery and swiftness in dealing with the situation, but I don't think this is the best place for such a discussion. In reality, Roland had no desire to engage in this conversation at that moment. It was evident that these paladins were attempting to corner him right after he had regained consciousness, likely with the intention of interrogating him before he could gather his thoughts. Therefore, he deemed it wiser to postpone this discussion to a later time. He deliberately emphasized the positive aspects of the situation, hoping to keep the atmosphere friendly. Additionally, his armor was not with him, which meant he couldn't conduct a proper identification process to ascertain the true identities of these individuals. They were wearing items that concealed their real names, and without his armor, he couldn't cloak his mana while accessing this information. This won't take long. I am Sir Gideon, Paladin of the Radiant Order. We want to discuss the unholy conjuration that was unleashed here and which you were a part of. We also wish to ask you about the strange concentration of divine energy within the area of the incident, and also, the man called Gideon ignored his words and started getting closer. His gaze was off, and it seemed as if he was just glaring in his direction. Luckily, Lorena, who noticed the tense atmosphere, was quick to interject on his behalf. Gideon, surely our purpose here is not to interrogate but to offer support. The immediate threat has been dealt with and Sir Wayland is still in recovery. How about you leave this to me for now? The two looked at each other for a moment. Gideon's expression remained unaltered, but it was apparent that he was contemplating something. Roland was not aware of the hierarchical structure within this unit of Golden Order Knights, but it appeared that these 5 individuals were more or less on equal footing. There might be a group leader somewhere, but at least he didn't seem to be present in this situation. Lorena's intervention seemed to momentarily defuse the tension in the room. Gideon, while still appearing displeased, eventually stepped back, yielding to her request. Roland noticed the other knights exchanging subtle glances, possibly indicating some internal issues within their ranks. It was possible that due to Lorena's connections to a High Inquisitor, the other individuals were hesitant to express their concerns. Although this may not have been beneficial for their group, it worked in his favor. He had a connection with this woman, having once saved her life, and thankfully, it seemed that she was inclined to support his stance on this matter. Thank you for your understanding, Sir Wayland. I apologize for the brusque approach. Gideon can be a bit zealous when it comes to matters of the church. Roland nodded in acknowledgement. He had dealt with zealous individuals before and knew it was often better to handle them delicately. I appreciate your consideration, Dame Lorena. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to provide answers, but I would prefer to have a more private setting. Lorena gave a subtle nod, understanding the need for privacy. She turned to the other paladins and addressed them, her voice somewhat firm but not confrontational. Gentlemen, I believe we can continue this conversation in a more suitable environment. Sir Wayland has been through a lot, and it's only fair that he has the chance to recover and gather his thoughts. Let's not forget our primary mission here, which is to address the cultist threat. The other paladins nodded in agreement with Gideon, looking somewhat displeased by the situation. Soon the group started to leave, but their presence would not really vanish as they would continue guarding this infamy that contained all the witnesses of the encounter with the cultists. You have my thanks, Dame Lorena. Lorena is fine, we are both equals, are we not? Don't worry about Gideon, he just worries a lot. It's not easy to be a paladin. He nodded at her words, and the woman responded with a bright smile. After their conversation, he was left alone in the room, but he was still under the watchful eye of one of the knights stationed outside the entrance. It was possible that they harbored suspicions that some of the people present might be involved with the cultists and could attempt to flee. Under the circumstances, he couldn't really blame them, as encountering an eldritch horror in the middle of nowhere was an unusual situation. Are they gone? Not yet, but I don't think we should worry about them. It might not seem like it, but they are probably on our side. Elodia finally spoke, having awakened during their conversation, but choosing to remain silent. She conducted herself with poise and followed the proper etiquette of not speaking in the presence of knights. Although she was the wife of a knight, her origins were still those of a commoner. Some might consider that a potential issue. A paladin from the Solarian Church was not exactly a typical knight within this kingdom. Their primary allegiance lay more with their neighboring kingdom of Alexandria. They held something akin to special diplomatic immunity. While their nation might not be particularly large, it served as the headquarters for the Solarian Church, which comprised forces dedicated to combating undead creatures and cultists. They sustained themselves by battling these malevolent factions, and in return, they enjoyed the privilege of unrestricted travel through other countries. While they weren't considered true nobility, nobody wanted to become entangled with them. A paladin could practically accuse anyone of being part of a cult, and such an accusation would seldom be questioned. Fortunately, Roland held the position of Knight Commander, which would make it a more challenging process to target him. It had become evident to him that perhaps it was a wise choice to cease hiding so much. Now he possessed some bargaining power on his side, and his connection with the Golden Order Paladin Lorena was also advantageous. He couldn't imagine the interaction going as smoothly without her presence in the room. When he reorganized himself, he needed to express his gratitude to her once again. For now, though, he had to focus on other matters. But let's not talk about them anymore. How are you feeling? Are you injured anywhere? No, I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about. Sister Kasia spent many hours healing you. She mentioned that there might be some lingering abyssal corruption in you, so please take it easy. Elodia remarked with concern in her voice. It was evident that she had spent a considerable amount of time tending to his body, and the presence of a sponge and bucket of water, along with the absence of sweat on his body, were clear indicators of her care. His body seemed mostly fine, but he could see a few debuffing effects stuck on his status that lowered some of his stats. I feel fine, you can't kill me that easily. To reassure his concerned wife, he leaned forward in an attempt to get out of bed. Even though his head started to hurt slightly, he managed to hold all indications of pain in to assure of his well-being. You really shouldn't be getting up now. I know, but now is not the time for sitting. I want to see him. You mean? Yeah. Elodia didn't need to ask whom Roland had in mind, as she already realized. Thanks to his mana sense, he was aware of multiple individuals in the room, some of whom he already knew. Everyone had a distinct mana pattern, and it was easy to become accustomed to it when working with them for an extended period. He could identify a handful of individuals by their mana patterns, one of them being his wife, while another was his longtime assistant with whom he had worked for many years. The memory of Bernier being injured while wearing the exoskeleton was still vivid in his mind. However, thanks to his mana sense, he didn't need to frantically ask Elodia what had occurred after he lost consciousness. Bernier was in the infirmary along with other survivors like Armand and Lobelia. With determination, he moved both his feet to the ground and took his first step. Most of his body had been mended through divine arts, including his shattered bones, which had been restored. It made it possible for him to move freely now that he had woken up. Elodia gazed at him with concern in her eyes and tried to assist him as he got up. He simply smiled and continued to reassure her that he was fine. Soon, he moved the partition curtains aside to check on his neighbor, Bernier. There, he saw Diana with a sleeping child in her arms. Like Elodia, she had come to tend to her husband, but unfortunately, he was in a worse condition than Roland. Bernier lay on the bed next to Roland's, his face pale and covered in sweat. His right arm was missing, and in its place was a tightly wrapped bandage. Roland could see the anguish in Diana's eyes as she held their child, trying to remain strong for both of them. Although Bernier appeared to have received treatment, there was still a lingering dark energy emanating from his body. It was likely that the creature that injured him had a tier of power that exceeded the abilities of the clerics assembled here. The only reason that Roland was fine was thanks to his strong body, but Bernier was just a non-combatant with a blacksmith class, who had suffered a more extensive injury as well. As Roland approached, Diana looked up and her eyes met his. She forced a weak smile, but he could tell from the bags under her eyes that she hadn't slept for a while. Roland, you're awake. I didn't know what to do. Ernir. Roland placed a comforting hand on Diana's shoulder. It's going to be all right, Diana. We'll find a way to help him. The church paladins are here, and they have great healers. I know. They said that he should be getting better and that the worst had passed, but Diana had already received assurance from the priests. But that didn't mean she wasn't still plagued by worries. When looking at Bernir, he appeared unwell. But it was true that the cursed mana within his body was gradually diminishing. If he stayed in the infirmary, his condition would eventually improve over the course of a week. Wah! As he was looking at his friend who saved his life, the baby in Diana's wife started to cry. She was quick to comfort the child, rocking it gently in her arms, but the sound of the baby's cries started to get louder. Before she could apologize, Elodia moved in close to offer some help. How about we go outside and get some fresh air? Wayland will stay with Bernir instead. He didn't mind and just nodded while the two soon left. It was probably hard on Bernir's wife to keep herself strong in a situation like that. Her husband just lost a limb and would probably have a hard time ever working as a blacksmith again. Roland turned his attention to the stump covered in bandages, a stark reminder of the battle they had just endured. If Bernir hadn't arrived along with Elodia, he likely would have already perished as the monster was poised to deliver the final blow. Without his experimental weapon coming into play, there wouldn't have been enough time for the Golden Order to arrive and save the day. The timely arrival of the Golden Order was what ultimately spared him. He would forever be grateful to his friend who could have chosen to save himself but stayed to help. Thoughts of pleading with the church for the assistance of a Tier 4 priest crossed his mind. He even considered using his knowledge of the relic as a bargaining chip, but the chances of successfully recovering his friend's limb after a prolonged period remained uncertain. However, while glancing at the missing arm with his eyes, he noticed something. Perhaps there was a way to alleviate this issue in a different fashion, one through his own skills. The room fell into silence as the night gave way to the dawning day, and the first rays of sunlight streamed in through the window. A bandaged figure gazed at another person's missing arm, severed at the elbow, with nothing left but a pitiful stump. However, in his vision, there was something more there, a blue phantom of the missing limb. Is the mana storing what was once his hand? As Roland contemplated, his eyes flashed with a blue hue. He employed the same skill he used to predict his enemy's movements, but this time, to his astonishment, it provided him with unique insights into this world. It was the first instance of him using this ability on a person with a missing limb, and it unveiled something intriguing. Although Bernir's arm was missing, the mana that reflected his body portrayed the limb as a complete, bluish phantom. Does mana also store a person's information like some sort of storage device? Is this perhaps how divine healing spells can work? He wasn't entirely certain about this theory, but it seemed to make sense in his mind. There were divine spells capable of restoring limbs, but their mechanisms remained a mystery. Initially, he had assumed they used a person's DNA to reconstruct the limb to its original form, but perhaps there was an entirely different method at play. If the mana within a person stored all of their information, it would provide an alternative explanation. Two main types of healing spells and potions existed. The first type amplified a person's regenerative abilities to aid in wound recovery. Some monsters could restore limbs and even brain matter, representing one variation of this type. The second type consisted of divine spells that could magically revert an injured person to a previous state. As he examined the mana phantom, he contemplated the possibility that this state might be stored within mana itself. This idea was a novel concept to him, as he had previously thought of mana as more of an energy source that circulated throughout the world. It was a resource that appeared on almost all living beings' status screens and was consumed when casting spells. The notion that mana might possess storage capabilities could open up new avenues for his research, particularly in the field of prosthetics. Magical prosthetics were not a novel concept in this world. However, they were typically only accessible to magic casters. These prosthetics relied on a person's ability to manipulate mana and could only be operated by individuals who could use magic. Such individuals were not really using their lost limb, but rather replacing it with something akin to a mage hand. Over time, they became accustomed to moving the prosthetic as though it were a natural extension of themselves. For regular individuals, replicating this feat was impossible. This new discovery offered a glimmer of hope in Bernier's situation and opened up the possibility of developing prosthetics for individuals who couldn't manipulate mana. If the information for the lost hand was stored within the mana itself, it might be feasible to connect that data to a replacement arm. While this endeavor would require extensive research and development, it held the potential to create a device that could replicate the functions of the lost hand and even restore the sensation of touch. This revelation ignited a spark of inspiration within Roland and gave him some hope. However, there were some glaring problems with all of the theories that were rushing inside of his brain. He realized that the theory he had stumbled upon might not be a new discovery, and that other mages could have attempted it before, possibly without success. Bernier was not the only non-mage that required a replacement limb. It seemed like a lucrative endeavor, which meant that this feat would not be an easy one. "Ah, is that you, boss? Ah, are you awake?" Roland snapped out of his thoughts upon noticing that Bernier had finally regained consciousness. His wife, Diana, was outside the room, taking a break from watching over him. Roland's first instinct was to call her back in, as she was likely anxiously waiting for her husband to wake up. "I should probably call Diana over. She just went outside. I'm sure she'd want to know that her husband has woken up." Wait. However, before he could turn to leave the room, Bernier made an attempt to sit up. There was a problem, though. Due to his missing right arm, the attempt was awkward. He tried to push himself up as if his missing limb was still there, but ended up falling back onto the bed. As he looked at the missing part, he began to recall that day's events. That's right, me right arm. That monster took it. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's because of me if you didn't go back. Bernier saved Roland's life by bringing out the experimental rail cannon, but also suffered for it dearly. If he had just retreated back through the escape tunnel, his arm would be still intact, but on the other hand, Roland's might have not been here. "Nah, I made a decision. Now I have to live with it, and I'd do the same thing if I UHG. As Roland replied, he let out a weak chuckle, but soon his laughter turned into labored panting. The divine energy had healed his injuries and restored his bones and organs, but the debuffing effects still lingered, making his body weak and in pain. He knew that recovery would take some time, and Bernier needed to be patient until his health was restored. "It's going to take some time before that cursed energy leaves your body. Just rest." That might be a good idea." Soon he was drifting back off to sleep, with his breathing becoming more regulated. Without being able to do much, he decided to just visit the other patients instead. Both Armand and Lobelia were here as well, with only the guild master missing. Considering that he had the highest level, it wasn't strange that he had woken up the fastest and gone on his way. "I wonder what he did with my axe." Roland made his way over to Armand's bedside and observed the arrangement of the patients. It was clear that all the people he knew were placed together, and there didn't seem to be any outsiders among them. It was evident that the church was giving them preferential treatment or keeping them under close surveillance. Given their involvement in the encounter with the cultists, it made sense that they were being closely watched and treated by the church. There was also one empty bed that had the residual mana signature of his favorite Baldy to confirm his theory. How did that Baldy leave, though? Did he talk himself out of it? The absence of the guild master indicated that he had been allowed to leave, possibly after being interrogated and determined not to be a significant threat. Since some time had passed since the incident, this seemed like the most likely scenario. It also brought a problem to the forefront. He had not really been interrogated yet, and he was not sure how it would turn out. It was concerning that his pendant, which he had worn since Edelgard, was missing. It had been destroyed along with his armor, which also had a similar masking enchantment on it. Although he could potentially create new runes on metallic objects that were here, it was not necessary anymore. During his treatment, the church personnel likely had enough time to inspect his status screen, possibly discovering his real name and true class, Runesmith Overlord. It might be unwise to lie to the church. I have no idea what they might do, and also, The absence of Agni from the room was noticeable, but the fact that Elodia wasn't in distress likely meant that their canine companion was safe. Roland would have to inquire about Agni's whereabouts later when he had a chance to speak with his wife or other individuals in the room. I still have some things that I can bargain with, so not everything is lost. While pacing around this clinic room, he continued to think about the future. There were several problems that wouldn't allow him to continue with his life as before. First off, the cultists had launched an attack on his home and were clearly aware of his existence. There was a possibility that they knew about his secrets and how he was able to disable their relic. On the other hand, the fact that a week had passed without any direct retaliation from the cultists suggested that they might not be fully aware of his capabilities. Previously, they launched a full assault to destroy the captured monolith just to safeguard their secrets. History usually repeated itself. If they knew about what transpired here, they should have acted sooner. Could they be afraid of the Golden Order? Could there be another attack? He continued to pose those questions while going back to the bed he previously occupied. As he glanced through the windows, he could see numerous knights and soldiers patrolling the area. This location was within the city, making it a challenging target for any hostile takeover. Unlike the situation in the other city, the cultists here lacked abominations and thralls to obstruct the city guard. Nonetheless, he had to be ready for any situation, including the chance that they might discover his abilities in the future. Even if they weren't aware of his true potential at the moment, it was evident that their cult members had been deployed in this region once more. They would undoubtedly attempt to unravel the mystery and would eventually dispatch someone to investigate. This location had already become a hazardous area for anyone connected to this incident. My best bet would be to push everything onto the Golden Order, but will that be enough? Engaging with the Church of Solaria could indeed be a strategic move in safeguarding his home and loved ones. Their opposition to the cultists made them a potential ally in the fight against this common threat. Roland needed to find a way to establish communication and build trust with the Church, all while being cautious about revealing too much about his own abilities and knowledge. It would be a delicate balancing act, but it might be the key to securing his future and protecting those he cared about. Even if the Church had chosen to protect him, it wasn't sufficient. He had erroneously assumed that reaching Tier 3 would guarantee his safety. However, after his encounter with the Eldritch Horror, it became evident that there were forces beyond his comprehension. It was not a challenge that he could simply overcome by leveling up and isolating himself in an endless dungeon grind. He required additional assistance and access to advanced runic technology. There were various paths to explore, but first, he needed to initiate a discussion with the Golden Order. Everything depended on these potential allies and the value he could offer them. His primary bargaining tool would be his ability to disable the cultists' illusory devices, an ability that he had mostly mastered now. Before sharing this knowledge, he had to negotiate some sort of agreement that would, at least temporarily, keep them bound to Albrook. We're back. His contemplations were interrupted by Elodia and Diana that finally returned from their small break. The dedication of Elodia and Diana to their husband's well-being was evident, due to their bags under the eyes. It was a reminder that Roland was not alone in facing the challenges ahead, and also gave him the fuel to push on with his current plan. He would find a way to get himself free of these cultists by being more proactive. Welcome back. Bernier woke up for a moment. I think he is getting better. He did. He quickly gave Diana that good news and watched her take off. Elodia, who was the one holding the child, smiled. Soon the two heard her sobbing slightly and Bernier trying to soothe her instead. Both Armand and Lobelia also soon awoke to share their own tale of being flung into several trees and having their bones broken. The only person who escaped from the entire predicament mostly unscathed was Elodia, who took it upon herself to tend to everyone's needs. As everyone started to recover, Roland inquired about the events that occurred after he had blacked out. The only person who witnessed everything unfold was Elodia, and she painted a detailed picture of the events without leaving anything out. She started out at the exact end of the encounter where a group of Solarian knights rushed in to discover Agni. The form of the sunlight variant was quite distracting, and Elodia was surprised by how quickly the Solarian knights started to back away. It seemed as if they were afraid to touch the growling wolf who was protecting the passed-out Bernier and Roland. It was only after the soldiers from the city, along with Arthur, appeared a few minutes later that the tension cleared up. With their arrival and Elodia's ability to calm Agni down, the two could receive immediate aid from the clerics gathered there. Sister Kasia was present as she had taken part in the monster subjugation. Once their lives were no longer in danger, everyone was rushed into the city, and the entirety of Roland's home had been seized by the church. As per usual protocol, they needed to search for any cultist survivors and potential future danger. Arthur, who was the lord of this land, would typically have all the rights to lock down the place without the church's involvement. Unfortunately, when evil cultists were involved, not even a noble could do anything about it. By royal decree, they were allowed to take charge whenever evil forces were involved. This was one of the reasons that the Inquisition was feared, as not even nobles could fully oppose them. It was clear that the Church of Solaria had taken swift and thorough action to secure the area and ensure that no remnants of the cultists remained. While he didn't like the fact that a foreign force was patrolling his home, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With a higher concentration of their focus there, it was less likely for a new wave of attacks to occur. So, where is Agni? He actually remained back. I told him to protect our home until we return. Don't worry about him. These paladins have a strange reverence for him. I think they see him as some sort of holy beast. They do? HM. The story soon came to an end and he was left with more questions. The reason for Agni not being here was that he was left back at the compound to protect it. He was not sure to what extent they worshipped his canine companion, but this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least they didn't seem fixated at forcing him anywhere, which potentially gave him a new bargaining chip. With all the information now gathered, he needed to prepare. He couldn't afford to reveal too much too soon. He needed to play his cards carefully, especially when it came to dealing with an organization as powerful and enigmatic as the Church of Solaria. They held most of the power here and could potentially attempt to force everything out of him. Luckily, this new revelation about Agni could provide him with a buffer as he was linked to the holy beast that the church worshipped. Are you sure that you are fine? You've been spacing out for a while now. Maybe you should get some sleep. Oh? No, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about some things. If I can help with anything then. I know. Roland smiled, and for a moment he just focused on his new wife. For a moment, he was scared that he would never see her again. Many people would not be able to endure such a traumatic event, but there she was, offering her support to him without even asking for anything in return. It just confirmed the fact that he made the right decision by asking for her hand. I appreciate your concern. I'll be all right. It's just a lot to process, but I'll get through this like I always did. I know, but what do you mean by you? Didn't you mean we? Elodia's eyebrows furrowed, and she seemed to be pouting slightly. Sorry, I guess I'm still not used to this. With a gentle smile, she leaned in and gave him a warm kiss. It was a moment of solace amidst the chaos that had unfolded in their lives. The two of them had faced adversity, but their bond had only grown stronger. Now they just needed to do the same and face the next hurdle together. I apologize for not being able to visit sooner, but as you know, we had a little situation. That's fine. I bet you had to deal with the Golden Order locking down the city. Quite so. Roland nodded at Arthur, who had come to visit him at the clinic. A day had passed since he had awoken, and his body was feeling much better. Most of the debuffing effects that had been affecting him were now gone, and he could be released. However, there was one small problem: the Golden Solarian Order of Paladins. They still wanted to have a chat with him and were adamant about not letting him out of their grasp before that. Even Arthur couldn't do anything about it, as they could invoke the kingdom laws to override his status. Perhaps if the Duke stepped in, it would be possible, but his son didn't have that kind of power. How far have they gone? They blocked off the city and are going through every home. I assume they have some sort of magical device to detect cultists? That could be possible. Roland pondered the situation. The church's thorough investigation wasn't unexpected, considering the recent attack on his home. However, he needed to be cautious about how much information he shared. His knowledge about creating divine runes posed a problem, and then there was also the matter of Agni. He had to assume that the Golden Order had already conducted their research on him, leaving little room for evasion. If he started lying and didn't cooperate, there was also the possibility of him getting captured and held as a heathen. The Inquisition was notorious for torturing suspects. As healing magic could easily mend physical injuries, they didn't worry about making mistakes. However, the mental scars endured from days or weeks of such torment were usually irreversible. It was better to tread carefully, as even the position of head knight would not protect him if he was deemed to be a cultist. Did they try to interrogate you? Oh, they did. Luckily, thanks to my disguise, I have a sound alibi. You, on the other hand, I'll have to speak to them before leaving. I should probably get it over with. Roland let out a sigh, receiving a reassuring pat from Arthur. Throughout the entire cultist attack, Arthur had been in disguise, sparing him from scrutiny. Unfortunately, Bernier, Elodia, and all the others weren't as fortunate. They would have to endure the Golden Order's interrogation. They hadn't done anything wrong, but Roland could foresee some of them unintentionally revealing information. Armand was known to be talkative, so details about the holy runes might eventually slip out. Moreover, there was the matter of the massive sun-like spell that Roland had created, which had spilled out into the open when it detonated. Should I pretend that I have some type of blessing from Solaria? They probably have some way to test for divine classes and blessings, though. Probably not the greatest idea. The prospect of facing the Golden Order was daunting, but Roland realized he couldn't delay it any longer. He needed to tread carefully, and perhaps withholding information was not the best approach in this situation. In reality, he needed the Golden Order as much as they needed his knowledge about the relic. Though it was his trump card, he actually wanted to present it to the church. Anyone who could help keep the cult at bay was a potential ally, and releasing the knowledge would eliminate any reason for further pursuit. Nevertheless, it was still something that he could get a good price on, and there were some things that he wanted from this exchange. As he prepared to face the interrogation, the door to the clinic room opened, and a stern-looking paladin entered. The paladin was clad in shining armor adorned with the emblem of the Golden Solarian Order. His gaze was sharp, and Roland could sense the aura of authority emanating from him. Even without using his analyzing skill, Roland was aware that this person was a Tier 3 class holder, probably above level 200. The room fell into a tense silence as the paladin surveyed the occupants. Knight Commander Wayland, follow me. We need to have a discussion regarding the recent events. Sir Gideon and Dame Lorena are waiting. His tone was cold and to the point, something that a close-by resident caught on and decided to comment about. Hey! That's no way of talking to a knight commander. It was not Arthur and not any of the soldiers that Roland commanded. Instead, it was his brother-in-law, Armand. He, along with Lobelia, had awoken as well, and both were still suffering from some cursed after effects. They weren't that injured to begin with, but their stats could not compare to his and the guild master's. Hey, you idiot, stop! Why should I? Who does this shiny bastard think he is? Lobelia started pulling him back, while Armand shot a menacing glare at the Golden Order paladin. The man in shining armor took the threat seriously and reached for the longsword strapped to his side. His opponent, however, was still a Tier 3 class holder who didn't require weapons to fight. Even if Roland were unarmed, he posed a threat and was also potentially involved with the cult. Are you trying to resist the Golden Order inquiry? Hold on, Armand. Let's not escalate things here. We can cooperate and sort everything out without unnecessary confrontations. Just leave this to me. Roland interjected, placing a calming hand on Armand's shoulder. The tension in the room eased slightly, but the paladin remained vigilant, eyeing Armand and Roland with suspicion. Only after Armand started backing away did he move his hand away from that magical sword. If they try something, just start shouting. I'll back you up. You can count on me. That's reassuring. Now get some rest. Even though Armand was puffing up his chest, his legs seemed a bit wobbly. He would not be capable of beating the knight if it came to a full-on fight, but the sentiment didn't go unnoticed. It was a strange feeling to have people on your side for a change, and he would need to think about a way to return the favor later. Come with me, Knight Commander Wayland. We don't have time for unnecessary delays. The paladin stated, emphasizing his authority but also performed a courteous bow in Arthur's direction. The noble didn't go unnoticed, but his status was relatively low and not something these golden paladins would worry too much about. Finally, Roland followed the paladin out of the clinic room that he would probably not be returning to anymore. Outside, Roland noticed other armored men stationed who didn't carry themselves like the paladin. Their armor wasn't as pristine, but they still bore the symbol of the sun. All of them were armed and stared in his direction the moment he stepped out. Roland, currently without his armor and prohibited from carrying weapons, felt the weight of being treated as a political prisoner. However, he wasn't expecting to be held captive for much longer. Soon they moved through the clinic and towards the main building where another higher Golden Order knight was waiting for him. I wonder where that woman is. Will she be the one interrogating me? He was not aware of the names of these two paladins, but they had been present when Lorena and Gideon approached him. On the surface, it seemed that she was on his side, and that the man disliked him. In the past, he had saved the woman's life, so she owed him something, but he couldn't trust anyone too much. These people had their own agenda, and so did he. It was just up to him to secure a more favorable deal before revealing what he knew. Soon, he was led to an underground area inside the church that he wasn't fully aware of. There, before a large wooden door, he spotted Lorena, who for some reason was waving in his direction. Don't worry, this won't take too long. Is that so? Lorena was also wearing her own full suit of armor but had removed her helmet. The other two paladins moved to the side while she pushed the door open to reveal Gideon already waiting for them inside. The room was dimly lit, with candles casting flickering shadows on the walls. The air was heavy with an air of authority and a touch of sanctity. Lorena moved to stand beside Gideon, who wore his usual stern expression. Please take a seat, Knight Commander Wayland? Or should I call you Knight Commander Roland of House Arden instead? While sitting down, he kept a passive expression, just as he had assumed his real name had been exposed during the treatment. As he continued to sit down, Gideon continued his monologue, which clearly tried to probe for some answers. You are far away from home, Sir Roland. Can you tell me what a person from the central region is doing here? In enemy territory, no less. I see that you are well informed about me, but I have my own reasons to be here. I'm not a part of that family anymore. Is that so? Did they banish you? There were no official statements concerning such a case. It appeared that Gideon had used his time well, conducting thorough research on Roland's background. The church had its own information network, and staying informed about noble dealings was crucial. Roland's father, a prominent figure in the Kingdom Army and part of the Royalist faction, made it peculiar to see one of his sons in the south under the command of the Valerian household. One thing that confused him was the lack of change in his status, with no official declaration of his death or disappearance. Gideon, thanks to the church resources, would likely have been able to unearth any such information. The fact that Gideon wasn't pressing the issue of him being dead or missing confirmed this theory. Perhaps he was deemed so inconsequential that his father didn't even feel inclined to bother with such a matter. My departure wasn't something official. I chose to leave the family and pursue my own path. It's not something that should concern the church or the Golden Order. But it does. You are just the right kind of person that the abyssal cult would search out. Banished from your noble home? Searching for greater purpose or revenge? You must be joking. Are you insinuating that I'm part of the cult? Why would they try to kill me here then? You had a falling out? That's an absurd allegation, and you know it. Roland fought the urge to slam his fist down on the table, hoping it would break and send splinters flying at the paladin's face. However, he managed to refrain from getting too emotional, recognizing that Gideon likely aimed to provoke such a reaction. As long as he remained calm and collected, there was nothing from these accusations that could stick. Now, Gideon, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Sir Roland's past doesn't really matter. We should focus on the present incident. Lorena, seated right next to Gideon, finally decided to speak up. Although both were positioned opposite him, It was clear that Gideon was the primary interrogator. While it seemed that she was on his side, Roland couldn't be sure. Perhaps she was merely playing the good cop to the other man's bad cop, attempting to lower his defenses. Nevertheless, he didn't want to prolong his stay in this place, so he decided to expedite the conversation. We probably should. I'm sure you want to know how I was able to stay continuous against the cultists twice. He leaned back into his chair, crossing both of his hands together as he scrutinized their facial expressions. Roland surmised that Lorena had likely informed Gideon about their first encounter and how she had been awakened from the illusion state. It dawned on him that they probably realized he was implying knowledge of countering the spell. Quite so, it was surprising then, but even more now. We found parts of the accursed relic within the remains of that creature. Dame Lorena, why are you disclosing such information? Calm down, Gideon. This man isn't our enemy. He actually holds the key to a breakthrough. A breakthrough? It seemed that his Golden Order acquaintance had already realized what the stakes here were, and that perhaps holding Roland in a dimly lit room wasn't the best idea. Indeed, he possesses some unique knowledge regarding the cultist's relic and the way to set people free. Isn't that right, Sir Roland? Does he? Why didn't you consult me about this earlier, Dame Lorena? Oh, it must have slipped my mind. But I'm sure you're acquainted with the recent incident involving those bastards. Yes, I see. So it was him? Roland didn't say anything, but it seemed that Lorena withheld some information from her Golden Order friend. He was quick on the uptake as he connected the dots together. His gaze became a lot more intense than before, but for some reason, it felt like there wasn't as much disdain in there. How is it possible? If this is true, then you must tell us how. Previously, Roland had managed to restrain himself from an emotional outburst, but the same couldn't be said for Gideon. His hand slammed onto the wooden table, quickly giving way under the pressure and collapsing. It was evident that Gideon was eager for an answer, but the moment the table gave in, he appeared somewhat apologetic, a stark contrast to his previous behavior. It seemed possible that Roland's perceived worth in the man's eyes had shifted, and Gideon could no longer continue to bully him with questions. My apologies, Sir Roland, but could you tell me, are you really able to counter that effect? After regaining some momentum, Roland decided to toss the paladin a bone. His aim was still to use the church for his own gain. Just as they desired his technology to awaken people from the relic's slumber, he intended to use their services to protect his property and loved ones. Yes, that's true. I was able to awaken myself before the cultists entered my home. This is probably why I am still talking to you, but let me explain some things first. One big reason these people needed him was the absence of a working relic for examination. Roland had previously utilized his debugging skill to obtain the schematics, implementing countermeasures after figuring out the relic's intricacies. The church had lost the large monolith during the cult's attack, impeding their progress. He was fortunate to be the sole possessor of the schematic and runic technology capable of countering the effects of the illusions, and that's what he hoped to imply with his recount of the events. As Roland began to explain the details of his encounter with the cultists and the relic, Gideon and Lorena listened intently. The dimly lit room became a stage for Roland's narrative, and with each revelation, the tension seemed to dissipate. He described the mechanics of the illusion in somewhat of a vague manner to not give his secrets away too early. Gideon, despite his initial hostility, started to appreciate the gravity of Roland's knowledge. The potential breakthrough in combating the cultists and understanding the relic's properties overshadowed any suspicions about Roland's past. However, to win the church over to his side, it would require more than just theories and strategies. Ordinarily, such claims would demand tangible proof, but the fact that he was awake with the miniaturized relic remains was enough to intrigue the Golden Order and make them willing to cooperate. You have been avoiding answering my inquiries. I presume you wish to receive something for your knowledge? I'm glad that is correct. I do have some terms that I wish you to follow through on before I reveal more details. First and foremost, I want the church's protection for my estate and those close to me. I need assurance that they won't be targeted by the cult or anyone else seeking my knowledge. Both of the knights exchanged glances with each other, It seemed that the request wasn't entirely unexpected, and perhaps they had even prepared to negotiate. I see, regretfully, we are but simple paladins. We would need to consult someone in a higher position. Oh, why don't I just ask grandfather? Lorena interjected before Gideon could finish his sentence. The moment her grandfather was mentioned, Roland noticed the mostly calm paladin flinch. If he remembered correctly, the man she was referring to was a High Inquisitor, someone who could even call forth a flying ship, as was the case during the cultist attack. While Roland wasn't too keen on having someone who knew his father and identity involved, it was already out in the open. However, he was an Inquisitor with actual power. People would think twice about approaching an area that was protected under his name and banner. I probably won't be able to stop you, Dame Lorena, but why don't we discuss the other issue before we make a decision? Ah, that issue. What issue? Roland, who thought that he was about to sign a contract, suddenly started to get a bad premonition. The issue concerning the sacred beast, of course. Gideon leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Roland with a newfound intensity. The mention of a sacred beast made him somewhat uneasy. From Elodia's story, it seemed they were concerned for Agni. It aligned with the old legends about sunlight wolves and their obvious connection to the goddess. However, Roland couldn't rule out the possibility that they would resort to forceful means to take possession of his tamed beast. Typically, a monster attached to a person was considered a tamed beast, reinforced by this world system. Both he and Agni were present on each other's status screens. If analyzed enough, it was possible to see Roland listed as Agni's current master, but it wasn't an unchangeable title. Instances existed where tamed monsters were passed down to others, sometimes by choice but other times by force. There were items and skills that could take away the master titles. Usually, people with tamer classes possessed them, but for a creature of Agni's magnitude it wouldn't be such an easy task. It was harder to control tamed monsters of higher levels and ones with long-lasting relationships with their masters. Taming, in a sense, was a sort of charm effect that also brainwashed the monster. The higher the beast's intelligence and willpower was, the harder it was for such skills to work on them. You mean Agni? What about him? Hope he hasn't been troubling you too much. Troubling? Nothing of the sort. It's such a magnificent creature. Lorena was the one to interject after he answered while prodding for some answers. It wasn't hard to assume that the two were interested in the sunlight wolf. That's good, but I don't see how my tamed beast has anything to do with this incident. So, it is your tamed beast? Of course. Who else would it belong to? The replies were somewhat odd. It was as if they had not examined Agni to any extent. His armor had been damaged during the battle, so hiding status screens had become impossible. If they wanted, they could easily discover the truth, but for some reason they didn't. It seemed as if they didn't want to use their skills on him. Could it be some rule within the church? Is it forbidden for them to analyze what they perceive as sacred beasts? Belong to? How is that even possible? How could someone outside the church be accepted by the holy beast? It doesn't make any sense. This time, it was Gideon who spoke up, though he lacked a table to smack. Instead, he resorted to hitting his own knee. His eyes narrowed, seeking an answer that Roland was hesitant to provide. To do so, he would have to delve into his involvement with divine rune emulation and elaborate on how he had revived Agni from the brink of death. This, in all likelihood, was the catalyst for Agni's evolution into the sunlight wolf. That's true. It said that only those of the sun can trigger a divine transformation. Are you, by any chance, a paladin of the order yourself, Sir Roland? Lorena inquired, her eyes growing in anticipation of his answer. It didn't seem like he could lie his way out of this one, but before indulging the two paladins, he needed to make something clear. One aspect of this situation kept bothering him. How did these church members assemble such a large force? They had to know where the cultists were going to attack beforehand or had been trailing them from a safe distance. Before I answer your question, I have one for you instead. How did you get here so fast? What do you mean? Responded Gideon while raising a brow. His face growing colder the longer Roland continued to ask his question. I've been thinking, but things just don't add up. Either your people did a terrible job at sanctifying the village where the incident took place, or you did it on purpose. What are you implying? I'm sure that you know what I am implying. You've set a trap for these cultists and I was the sacrificial lamb. Gideon and Lorena exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Roland could see the gears turning in their minds, contemplating whether or not to confirm his suspicions. The silence lingered, broken only by the distant echoes of footsteps from the church above. Finally, Lorena sighed, relenting to the truth with Gideon frowning as she revealed it. You are correct, Sir Roland. Dame Lorena, what are you? Calm yourself, Gideon. The Lady of the Light does not condone lying. Don't worry. I'll take the responsibility for it. Do as you wish then. Roland wasn't sure what Lorena was talking about, but perhaps when called out on a matter, it was frowned upon to lie about an issue. His involvement with the church was very limited, and he saw them more as divine item peddlers than anything else. This didn't mean that their golden order didn't take things a bit more seriously, and soon he was given the information about their scheme. You're aware of the incident in that village, so this won't take long. Of course. Good. After the battle with the cultists, we had suffered great losses and had nothing to show for it. The unholy monolith had been destroyed, and many of our brothers and sisters had died. The story continued for a while, and he got the gist of it. After the losses to their forces, the people at the church were furious. They decided not to sanctify the area fully, while also leaving some exposed cult informants in the city to their devices. They assumed that sooner or later, the cult would return to perform some type of search to discover the truth behind the battle. They knew that they had necromancers who could converse with the souls of dead cultists, and thus they were led to Albrook. It was somewhat of a basic trap that exploited the cult's superiority complex. There were many ways to track people in this world, and the Golden Order had their methods. They quickly assembled a force of elite paladins and clerics to trail after. Considering that they were actually able to arrive to take out the weakened eldritch horror, they performed their duties admirably. However, this didn't make Roland feel any better. Bernier had lost his arm during this horrific event, and his home had been partially destroyed again. The church would probably not issue any public apologies. It seemed that most of them aligned with Gideon's thought process. In this paladin's mind, the end justifies the means. If a few people got killed in their holy war with the cult, it was considered acceptable. I understand the need for action, but you should have at least informed me or at least the lord of the city. My people and I were caught in the crossfire, and some paid a heavy price for it. Dame Lorena, though maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement of Roland's frustration. Gideon, on the other hand, remained stoic, perhaps unmoved by the consequences of their actions, or he just felt justified by the deaths of powerful cultists. I apologize for the collateral damage, Sir Roland, but the cultists proceed with their attack sooner than we expected. By the time we realized, the shroud had already encased your home and fooled us into believing that everything was well. This was the purpose of the large shrouding spell. Those outside of it wouldn't be able to peek inside, and they would be fed an image of what was there before the attack happened. Only after he was able to push through were they alerted to the event transpiring. Don't change the subject. Without us, you would have perished. Perhaps, but if you didn't lure those maniacs here, my friend wouldn't have lost his arm. Will you take responsibility and restore it then? Roland was starting to get fed up with the whole situation and shouted back at Gideon. If not for the absence of his runic armor, his runic suppression skill would have been forced out due to his anger. Nevertheless, the two knights were equipped with runic armor of their own, which started to resonate with it instead. This act prompted one of the paladins to reach for his weapon, while the other quickly tried to defuse the situation. Both of you, calm yourselves. The tension in the room rose, but Lorena stepped in, her authoritative yet calm tone cutting through the rising tension. We are here for a common goal, to combat the cultists and protect the kingdom. Let us not forget that. Gideon, though still visibly frustrated, reluctantly backed down. The atmosphere in the room remained charged, but the conversation continued, now circling back to the matter of Roland's connection with Agni. Now, Sir Roland, let's return to the issue of Agni. You claim to be his master, which is highly irregular. How did you gain such a status, and what is your connection to the divine order? Gideon inquired, his eyes scrutinizing Roland, who hesitated for a moment. His relationship with Agni involved rune emulation, which he would probably need to reveal eventually. Somewhat, he knew that withholding information was unwise. If a higher-level inquisitor was sent here, then it would come out eventually. It was better to come clean, but before that, he needed to have some type of safety measure, and a contract was what he was aiming for. Just like in the past, this was the best way of protecting his interests and gaining some trust. The magic was always in the way a contract was worded. Even if he were to reveal the truth, it didn't have to be all at once. There were ways of avoiding suspicion, and he believed that the people of the church would have a hard time accepting that he could emulate divine mana. Instead, he could push the responsibility onto his profession and the holy beast that was there. Then perhaps it would be possible to avoid one of his secrets from coming out to the open just yet. I'm willing to part with my knowledge concerning this issue. That is, if we follow the usual procedures. The usual procedures? Yes, we should write up a contract. His aim was simple, to reveal only half of the truth. Roland didn't want to give away the secret of his eyes, through which he could convert magic into runic form. Instead, he could attribute everything to Agni's divine mana, through which he activated all his runic components. This could replace the clerics who were needed to charge magical items with their divine spells. He just needed to make them think that Agni had charged all of them instead. However, his trick could only work if they didn't try to force the truth out of him. He could only hope that they believed strongly in their Sunlight Wolf for this to work. Gideon and Lorina exchanged glances once again, seemingly considering Roland's proposal. The concept of a contract wasn't foreign to them, especially in matters involving magical agreements. Contracts were a common practice even in the world of the church, often used to establish terms and conditions in various dealings. They had gained the royal decree that allowed them to act within the kingdom through such a contract. Explain the terms, Gideon finally responded, his tone indicating that he was willing to entertain the idea. Roland took a moment to gather his thoughts, formulating the terms that would protect his interests while revealing only what he deemed necessary. A contract had to be precise, leaving no room for misinterpretation. This might take a while. If we were to make an agreement, then I would like it to follow these terms. This is what he was looking for and what his future hinged on. The church was a force to be reckoned with, and he needed them to be on his side. If the cultists had already found him once, they would do it again. To protect himself and everyone around him, he needed to shift the focus of their attacks to another target, which was the church. He aimed to provide them with a way to counter the relic's effects and sell this information for protection. First, the church guarantees the protection of my estate and those close to me, ensuring they won't be targeted by the cult or any other malicious force. Second, any information I provide regarding the divine runes I used and the sacred beast Agni will be shared only within the church and not disclosed to external parties without my explicit consent. He could see them reacting to the terms, and before he could continue, Gideon raised a question. You wish us to protect your estate? Do you see the Golden Order as a group of mercenaries you can employ? No, it's simple. Make the city of Albrook a holy land. You want us to do what? Why not? It is the site where a great evil had been vanquished, with the help of a divine beast. Isn't that something of a miracle? Roland replied in a calm and collective manner at the question posed by Gideon. The proposal seemed to catch Gideon off guard, and he exchanged glances with Lorina. It was clear to them what he wanted. If they made this land holy, then it would mean that a larger portion of their forces would be stationed in Albrook. He had analyzed how the church operated over the years, and there was one particular strategy they employed. At times, they would claim territories as holy lands to build better temples and house their paladins. An area agreed upon by the clergy would be well protected from any cultists. While, at first, this seemed like a risky move, providing enemies with a concentrated area to mobilize, it wasn't that simple. In an all-out confrontation, the cultists would likely lose. They had limited resources and had already lost multiple Tier 3 class holders and a powerful warlock. Even if this area looked suspicious, if the church placed a large enough force here, it would be enough to keep everyone safe, at least for a while. There was a reason they had to move within the shadows. Their group was much weaker than the Solarian Church, which aimed to confront not only the Abyssal Cult but many others as well. The church had already forced many similarly sized factions to be destroyed. They were a true powerhouse on the entire continent, feared even by entire kingdoms and empires. I don't think that I'm asking for much. If you work with me, you'll be getting what you always wanted, a means to counter the effects of that relic. You've experienced it firsthand, haven't you, Dame Lorena? Even someone like you was unable to resist it, but I can, and I can show you how. Is that true? Certainly. Don't you think this is a sign? A sign. The Sunlight Wolf, the Lady of Light, works in mysterious ways. She probably wanted us to meet. Could it be true? Gideon was flabbergasted by the proclamation, and Roland was trying to keep a straight face to not give himself away. He knew that the people from the church were zealots. Perhaps if he could imply that Agni's appearance was a sign from their goddess, then they would see him as some sort of guide. A guide that brought them to the runesmith who could give them the answer to combat the dreaded cultist. It couldn't be. But yet, the wolf of legend has appeared, but is there a problem? It seemed that his Golden Order friend was weighing his options, but he was hesitating for some reason. This is not something we can decide on. Someone of higher status is needed. Is that so? Roland inwardly sighed. The situation was delicate, and the two here didn't seem to have any administrative power. They were just soldiers inside of a private army that was the Solarian Church. Probably someone from the clergy had to be asked for permission. Introducing another variant wasn't good, but what could he do? Oh, I know, why don't I ask grandfather about it? The High Inquisitor? Oh right, she was the granddaughter of that guy. Gideon was somewhat taken aback by the proposal and somewhat sheepish. The man in question was High Inquisitor Bartholomew, a man he had met after leaving that cursed village. The old man was someone who recognized his noble name and also was related to his father. There was a possibility of the Arden estate connecting some dots if this became known, but to protect his new family, he would even be willing to rekindle those long-dead relations. So, do we have a deal? I don't think that I wish to speak with you before that contract is signed and my demands are met. Gideon and Lorena exchanged one last glance before nodding. They would inform the higher-ups of the situation while Roland waited for the decision. With the magical technology provided to them, this wouldn't take long, and within some hours or maybe a day the decision would be made. It doesn't look that bad. I guess some of the walls are still standing. Roland responded to Elodia as he reached through a fist-sized hole in his house wall. Numerous similar gaps adorned the structure. The eldritch horror encounter had left his entire compound in ruins, with tendrils and tentacles wreaking havoc. Virtually everything suffered some degree of damage. Most wind generators were destroyed, and the side workshop where Bernier liked to work had collapsed. He couldn't help but feel a smidge of regret as he surveyed the destruction. The once peaceful and well-kept estate was now a chaotic mess of debris and broken structures. However, amidst the wreckage, there was an odd sense of relief that they had survived the encounter with the eldritch horror. The fact that Gideon and Lorena from the Solarian Church were present during the battle added another layer of problems to the situation. It became evident to him that the church's involvement was not a mere coincidence. They had set a trap to draw out the cultists, and the ensuing chaos was the outcome. Their commitment to the holy war against unholy forces took precedence over concerns about collateral damage. Although he had contemplated collaborating with them, this revelation underscored the need to approach the alliance cautiously. The presence of Agni had opened a new path for him. Without the sacred beast, it wouldn't be surprising if he found himself behind bars, awaiting interrogation by a determined inquisitor. Well, at least no one died. That's what is important. I guess so. At least the dorm survived, and for some reason, the alchemical building remained unscathed. At least Rastix won't shout my ear off about it. He glanced toward the dorm intended to house orphans from within the city. Roland felt uncertain about the idea, especially after the recent cultist encounter. However, if things proceeded favorably, perhaps they wouldn't need to alter their plans. Although he wished for his wife to stay within the safety of their home, he understood that if Elodia deemed it too dangerous for the children, a separation might be necessary. They wouldn't be living too far apart, and he could always visit to ensure they remained connected. The course of events hinged on the decisions of the church and their plans for the area. Despite Roland's discussion with the Solarian paladins, many details remained unclear. The soldiers were not decision-makers. Higher authorities needed to weigh in for any decisive actions. Due to the High Inquisitor's tough schedule, the decision was given free leave, at least for the time being. Roland had been released, but some of the junior paladins maintained their vigil around his home and patrolled the city. The potential for another cultist attack, akin to the one during his gold rank test, was a real possibility. However, another reason was the happy-looking puppy that was sprinting his way. A woo! Hey, Agni! Roland waved at his sacred beast companion as he approached. With the secret revealed, his form remained that of a sunlight wolf. The wife and husband duo entered through the hole in the wall created by the cultist, momentarily confusing Agni. However, as soon as the holy wolf spotted them, he charged toward Roland with impressive speed. He looks happy. Yeah, a bit too happy. Hey, slow down, GH. Despite Roland's superior physique, he was unprepared for the tackle and found himself taken down to the ground. Almost immediately, something moist hit his face repeatedly as Agni began to shower him with enthusiastic licks. Hey, get off me! He really likes his master. Elodia chuckled as she observed the squirming Roland, attempting to push the fiery wolf away. The flames that danced around Agni's body intensified, signifying his heightened joy at reuniting with his master. These holy flames were warm to the touch and harmless to anyone Agni didn't intend to harm. Okay, that's enough, you had your fun. With determination, Roland began pushing back, forcing Agni to stand on his hind legs. After a brief struggle, Roland managed to free himself from the licking onslaught. However, the aftermath left his face carrying the distinct aroma of Agni's mouth. Fortunately, creatures like Agni were impervious to cavities, so while it wasn't a pleasant experience, at least there were no concerns about pungent smells. Worf! Stop jumping around. As you can see, I'm fine. Agni circled around his long-lost master a few times, trotting around in a rather comedic fashion. The Golden Order paladins observed from a distance, somewhat taken aback by the scene. It might have seemed peculiar to witness their holy beast acting like a dog, enthusiastically welcoming his master. However, the display solidified Roland's claims about their unique and genuine relationship. Have they been treating you well? A woo! I see, that's good then. The mutual understanding between them was evident, and Roland could sense that no harm had befallen his ruby wolf. In a delightful surprise, a small shrine had materialized in front of his front door. On it, a collection of rather expensive meats had been placed, remaining untouched for now. Agni was smart enough to refrain from accepting offerings from unfamiliar sources. He wouldn't consume anything unless it came from someone he trusted or he hunted it himself, wary of the potential for poison or tampering. I see that he has leveled up a bit, just like me. In their recent encounter, Roland and Agni faced a formidable group of cultists, 3 of whom merged to create a monstrous entity. While they didn't land the final blow, their collaborative effort produced an imitation sun spell that dealt significant damage to the monstrosity. The Golden Order later intervened to finish off the being, as it surpassed their level. The experience gained from slaying such a formidable foe was substantial, equivalent to perhaps several months' worth of dungeon experience. Name: Roland Arden L190. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L15, Primary. T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary. T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary. T1 Mage L25X. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. HP: 43578/43578. MP: 85177/85177. SP 59911/59911. Strength 290. Agility 237. Dexterity 327. Vitality 303. Endurance 335. Intelligence 386. Willpower 373. Charisma 21. Luck 12. Name Sunlight Wolf. Ruby form
L165 EX 6%.
Type Fire Earth Divine Beast. HP 29565/29565. MP 28378/28378. SP 44536/44536. Strength 238. Agility 328. Dexterity 170. Vitality 273. Endurance 299. Intelligence 271. Willpower 256. Charisma 20. Luck 10. His level up didn't only bring a flat stat increase but also 2 new skills. The first one reminded him of Agni's Howling skill, as it had a very similar effect but was also somewhat different. Overlord's Intimidation. Active skill. Intimidates opponents in a wide radius. When successful, it renders them unable to move. The newfound skill resembled a stunning effect that Roland realized could be useful against weaker opponents. Although it shared some similarities with his runic suppression skill on the surface, there were notable differences. Unlike runic suppression, he didn't need any runes, and there was no requirement to continuously infuse mana to maintain the effect. While the skill might not be effective against opponents of similar levels and power, it held potential to stun those in the vicinity. Roland envisioned its utility against a large group of Tier 2 class holders, where he could potentially incapacitate them all at once. Imbued Rune. Active skill. Allows the runesmith to imbue a non-living surface with a rune of their choosing for a limited time. The rune will dissipate after use without damaging the surface. Another intriguing skill in Roland's repertoire was Imbued Rune. Although it shared some common ground with basic runesmithing, it possessed unique applications. While it was technically feasible to force runes onto surfaces without a smithing hammer, doing so consumed a considerable amount of mana and required robust metallic materials. Imbued Rune, however, allowed Roland to use materials not intended for runesmithing, such as ordinary rocks, expanding the possibilities of his runic abilities. On his way to his home, Roland had already tested the Imbued Rune skill. Its simplicity was its strength. After usage, a rune would appear on the surface of an object, ready to be activated at his discretion. The newfound ability enabled him to craft simple bombs from ordinary rocks efficiently, consuming less mana than traditional runesmithing. Roland could envision various combat applications for this skill. The only restrictions were direct contact with the material and the requirement that the surface be non-living. This meant he could place the rune on a piece of paper but not on a living tree, even if the paper was made from it. Despite the disaster wrought by the cultist attack, the positive aspect of this world was Roland's continual progress. His power had grown, and the ability to rebuild remained within his grasp. While leveling up in the dungeon and creating new defenses were his usual tactics, he doubted if they would be sufficient this time. The foremost concern on his mind was Bernier, who had lost his right arm. There were a few choices he could go with to restore it, and he wasn't sure if relying on the church would be an option. Following a discussion with Lorina, Roland received a non-answer regarding Bernier's lost arm. The church offered 2 potential methods for limb restoration, through high-level priests or divine elixirs. However, the priests were known for their capricious nature, making them challenging to influence even for the Golden Order. At best, Roland could request a referral letter for Bernier and hope for a favorable outcome. As for divine elixirs, Roland lacked the necessary funds and prestige to acquire a grand elixir of recovery, a Tier 4 concoction. The options were limited, and the path forward remained uncertain. Considering trading for the divine elixir or services from the church, Roland pondered the potential terms of such a deal. However, he was wary of potential conditions that might not be favorable. There was a possibility they could demand something significant in return, perhaps even proposing the transfer of his master rights over Agni to one of their members. While the church held no immediate need for money or assistance from a runesmith, their reverence for all things related to the sun could push them in that direction. Unwilling to entertain the idea of trading Agni for Bernier's arm, Roland leaned towards the third option, creating a prosthesis. Having consulted Brilvia, a fellow runesmith, Roland sought help in crafting a replacement limb. However, the information she provided was not promising. While dwarves excelled in the exterior craftsmanship, their expertise in the intricacies of the interior workings was limited. For matters related to the operating system that would mimic hand movements, Roland needed the expertise of rune mages who specialized in pushing runic constructs to their limits. Designing a faithful arm replica was within the dwarf's capabilities, but the intricacies of the internal workings required the assistance of rune mages. There was one place where he could seek help with this issue, but it was a problematic matter with one glaring issue. Is everything all right? Are you still worrying about what happened? Woof! He had spaced out for a moment and was nudged free by having his hand grasped by Elodia. His wife knew him well and instantly could tell that he was worrying about the current events. You need to stop blaming yourself for everything. No one could have known that this would have happened. You did your best, we all did. Roland found himself at a loss for words. His tendency had always been to shoulder responsibilities on his own. However, with Elodia and the others by his side, he began to recognize that he was no longer alone in facing the challenges ahead. Perhaps he needed to get used to consulting with her about any future plans, without holding anything back. She was his one and only wife. She smiled gently, squeezing his hand reassuringly. Agni, sensing the emotional undercurrents, nuzzled against Roland as if offering his support as well. It was a comforting scene, and for a moment, Roland allowed himself to bask in the warmth of their presence. You're right. Roland sighed, a weight lifting off his shoulders as he fully grasped the support he had around him. The destruction around his estate and the uncertainties of the future still loomed, but the knowledge that he wasn't facing it alone brought a sense of comfort. Let's focus on rebuilding and preparing for whatever comes next, and I'm sure someone already has something in mind. I hope that someone is willing to part with that knowledge. I guess he is. The two smiled and nodded at each other before heading over to what was left over from their home. There were a lot of holes in it, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. He had anticipated a siege happening here, so everything had been built for it to last. With some earth magic, it was easy to plug up the holes for a quick fix, and later the builders would take care of it. While Roland and Elodia engaged in assessing the damage and planning the reconstruction, Roland's thoughts revolved around the next steps. The idea of leaving this place wasn't appealing, but if the danger proved too great, it might be the only viable option. He harbored a desire to counterattack and confront the cultists directly, but their elusiveness posed a challenge. The safety of this place and making it a sanctuary depended on a potential deal with the church. Nevertheless, he didn't want to spend his days watching over his shoulder in fear of these maniacs. Something had to be done. As night approached, Roland found himself still awaiting an answer from the church. After escorting Elodia back to the city to spend time with the others, he returned to continue his work. Despite a scolding from his concerned wife, his restlessness prevailed, preventing him from retiring for the night. With his body now recovered, he directed his focus toward crafting the runic prosthetic for Bernier. The urgency of the task fueled his determination to see it through. Down into the workshop he went, and the first schematic made it up onto the board. He contemplated the possibility of crafting a basic fake limb with a hammer attachment for his blacksmith friend. But that wasn't his goal. Roland envisioned something more intricate. Observing the mana phantoms that surrounded everyone, he pondered the idea of integrating this phenomenon into the runic structures. If he could find a way to make the runic structures register and interact with the mana phantom, creating a fully functional limb might not be as challenging as it initially seemed. The mana phantom always moves a bit faster than the muscles contract. It seems to ignore the initial lag or signal the brain sends out. Roland's gaze fixed on his own hand, producing the same mana phenomenon that he had observed in others. Just as in battle, the mana moved ahead of any given action, creating the illusion of predicting the future. He understood that it was simply signals from the brain playing out faster than the body could react. Lacking extensive medical knowledge and the skills of a brain surgeon, tapping into these brain waves directly seemed impossible for him. However, he contemplated the idea of creating a prosthetic that could read the moving mana, a task that should be within his reach despite his limited knowledge in the field. Despite staying up the entire night in an attempt to tap into the elusive mana wave, Roland faced disappointment. None of his current skills could coax the mana phantom to budge or influence any rune he created. It seemed as if the phenomenon didn't truly exist, or at least, Roland couldn't find a way to interact with it using his current set of skills. Exhausted and frustrated, Roland slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples. The dawn's light seeped through the windows of his office, casting long shadows on the runic designs scattered across the tables. Agni lay nearby by the home's entrance, his head resting on his paws as he slept. "It's more complicated than I thought. I might not be able to do it with my current knowledge," Roland mumbled to himself, contemplating the intricacies of integrating those mana phantoms into the runic prosthetic. Just as he was about to give up, a strange green glow brought his attention to the window. There he saw a sparrow made up of light which he had not seen in a while. "Is it the cat? Does he want something again? Wait." The magical sparrow served as a means to communicate with a certain runic magician within the kingdom. Roland, lacking profound insights into the world of mages, had previously found help in literature borrowed from this contact. However, he had yet to delve into more advanced topics that could potentially aid him in his current endeavor. Perhaps consulting actual rune mages would provide the necessary knowledge to overcome the challenges he faced. A bit earlier at another location. "Are these your orders, High Inquisitor? Do I need to repeat myself? Forgive my impudence. It will be done. Good, now leave." "Yes, sir." A knight in shining golden armor lowered his head as he exited the personal quarters of a particular man. Once the door was closed behind him, the man began to rub his long white beard while carefully studying a parchment. The document held plans for a city named Albrook, complete with various annotations. Certain locations were circled, with the primary focus being outside the city limits on a shop specializing in runic wares. The name of the owner along with all his data was presented, and the old man couldn't help from chuckling. "It's that boy again. He really likes to get into trouble. Like father, like son. Now what should I do with him? Has it already been over 20 years since that incident?" The lavish room was adorned with intricate tapestries depicting scenes of battles against otherworldly beings. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with tomes on magic, history, and the divine arts. The High Inquisitor, a man of advanced age but still maintaining a body fit for a warrior, contemplated the situation at hand. His gaze fell onto the map of the country as a deep sigh escaped him. "Well, I'm off to my Christmas break. I'll be back at the start of January. We accept your terms." "You do? Yes? Were you expecting us to barter? You mistake the Golden Order for common merchants." "I see." With the acceptance of his terms, Roland felt a mixture of relief and cautious optimism. The contract would be drafted and signed, and he would reveal just enough information to satisfy the church's curiosity without endangering himself or Agni. Roland couldn't shake off the feeling that this alliance was a double-edged sword. He was trading his knowledge to counter the cultist relics, providing the church with a means to combat them. Upon surrendering all schematics and information at his disposal, the church would likely integrate these runic devices into their main cities. Inevitably, others would acquire these artifacts and might attempt to trace their origin. Recognizing that powerful mages could pinpoint his location through various means, he braced himself for the possibility of another attack. His only source of reassurance was the hope that, by that time, the cult would have diminished to the point where seeking vengeance became an impossible endeavor. "So let me ask again. The Solarian Church agree to my terms of moving one of their holy residences to this location? Why are you so surprised, Sir Roland? Lorina, along with Gideon, had presented Roland with the paperwork. Despite going back and forth a couple of times, he couldn't find much that was disadvantageous. However, after listening to Lorina's explanation, he realized that Albrook was not a bad location for a paladin training facility, which probably aided him immensely in them considering it as an asset. The dungeon houses unholy skeletal beings. It is the perfect training ground for our order's cadets. We had been searching for a suitable area to settle down here, and the goddess has clearly presented us with this chance. Yes, clearly. I guess these guys see Agni and what happened here as a sign from their god. There were a few coincidences that made it seem that some type of godly being decided to intervene. From their perspective, the appearance of the Sunlight Wolf was a sign that was confirmed by the runesmith who was able to counter the abyssal relics. It was better to lean into their belief with this one as it gave him more than he was expecting. The church would actually place a large number of its knights in the city and bring more powerful priests. There was not much more that he could ask for. With so many paladins around, this place would turn into quite the fortress. Can I ask about this clause? Is this really necessary? Indeed. The Sunlight Wolf is a sign of good fortune. I see. There was something within the contract that Agni would probably not like, but it was a small necessary evil that needed to be done. Soon the contract had been signed, and he relinquished all of his knowledge concerning the matter with the cultists. He presented them with the schematic he took from the grand monolith in the village along with the restored version he had worked on. All of his knowledge regarding this matter was given to the church, which could then employ their own runesmiths and rune mages to tackle the issue. In addition to this information, he needed to provide them with a working prototype that could be utilized by others. Tackling this issue wasn't easy, but armed with all the data gathered from the recent encounter, he could attempt to create a device. He already understood how to generate the wake-up signal. The challenging part was aligning it with other people's unique mana fingerprints. It didn't need to be quick. It sufficed if it could record mana signatures on a larger scale. He could already envision a large counter-relic that housed the mana signatures of all the city residents. The mana data would require secure storage and protection. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that, in the future, cultists might target these storage facilities before launching attacks on the city. Nonetheless, this was not a matter that overly concerned him. More portable wake-up devices could be distributed to key members to safeguard them from any potential effects. Perhaps some skilled mage could even develop a spell to complement his groundbreaking discovery. The abyssal cultists were like a boogeyman haunting the kingdom, a shadowy group of unknown individuals conducting assassinations under the cover of night. Their ability to disable even powerful high-level Tier 3 class holders was attributed to their enigmatic relics. If all went according to plan, these nightly killings would come to an end, striking a blow to one of their main sources of income, something Roland earnestly hoped for. Perhaps, once this threat was neutralized, the cult would fade into obscurity. I'll be in your care then. Thank you, Sir Roland. The Solarian Church is grateful for your cooperation. Lorina replied while smiling, her tone filled with genuine appreciation. To the side, Gideon chimed in with a more formal tone. Don't forget to present us with a working runic prototype. I will have it ready before your cadets arrive. Humph. Gideon grunted in acknowledgement, his stern expression revealing little emotion. As Roland completed part of the transaction, a sense of unease settled in. Things were progressing too hastily for his comfort, and certain lingering concerns troubled him. Among them was the conspicuous absence of any mention of his recently revealed class. It seemed as if the church representatives were indifferent to the Overlord prefix. They treated him more like a regular runesmith and knight, leading Roland to wonder if they genuinely didn't care, or if he had overestimated the significance of his class. Do they don't care, or did their higher-ups tell them to ignore it? If they did, then why? Could it be because of Agni? He wasn't entirely sure about the significance of the Sunlight Wolf's existence. They seemed surprisingly generous in this matter, not delving too deeply into the details. Roland wondered if he had underestimated the size of the church or the extent of their interest in his knowledge. It might have been inconsequential for them to dispatch hundreds of paladins to his location. Perhaps he should have negotiated for more, but that ship had already sailed. How were you able to do this? Maybe I should ask you to give me some lessons in negotiating. It just happened. I think the church was looking for a place to arrange their stronghold here, and the undead monsters in the dungeons are just the things they like to hunt. That's a possibility. Roland completed his work at the church and proceeded to Arthur's estate. The contract had been established under his supervision, given his role as the acting noble in the area. While the church had the authority to conduct raids without the approval of certain nobles, the placement of their strongholds was subject to some restrictions. Nevertheless, the allure of religions, both in terms of interest and funds, meant that hardly anyone would decline their offers. This is wonderful. We should celebrate. Should I bring out the extravagant wine? Or would you rather have some tea instead? I think some wine is in order. How about it, my knight commander? I think that I'll have to pass. There is a lot of work left for me. As Roland reported the successful signing of the contract, he could see Arthur's eyes light up like gold coins. Arthur was well aware that soon the church would erect a cathedral within the city, and he wouldn't have to foot the bill. Taxes still applied to the church, and this was one of the reasons they favored selling their holy elixirs. A grander temple would attract more believers, encouraging donations for various reasons. Their presence promised to enhance the city's reputation and likely elevate Arthur's status even further. It wouldn't be surprising if soon his brothers had to start taking him more seriously. He was positioning himself in a way that couldn't be ignored. Perhaps I'll be able to push the Knight Commander's responsibilities on others sooner than I expected. While Gareth and Morian weren't quite at the level of threat yet, they were getting closer. The infusion of funds allowed the hiring of other Tier 3 class holders. Even if a company of knights was sent by one of his brothers, they wouldn't be able to intimidate him with just one knight commander and a few hired mercenaries. The conflict appeared to be on the verge of shifting into more of a political debate, and his role as a deterrent could be reaching its end. Are you sure? Yes. Take care then, and remember, if you need anything, just ask. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Now excuse me. Arthur continued to smile for the time Roland remained in the room, but let out a sigh the moment he left. His eyes were filled with concern for his ally, who was clearly not in the best mood. He was aware of the impending challenges both of them faced. I guess I'll need to keep my side of the bargain, Mary. Bring me my quill. We won't be celebrating then? How can I celebrate now? There is work to be done. I see. Mary, the maid, couldn't help but smile and suppress her laughter as she noticed that her lord didn't want to lag behind his newfound friend. While she admired Arthur's work ethic, she felt he was occasionally overdoing it. It was a trait he seemed to have inherited from the seemingly tireless madman. She would sometimes find her lord passed out at his desk, a recent development that had become somewhat concerning. Please don't overdo it, Lord Arthur. You are not a Tier 3 class holder yet. You make a good point. Schedule in some night training. I didn't mean it like that. She let out a sigh but couldn't help but smile at the sight of her lord being so cheerful. It had been some time since both of them arrived at this place, a location she initially thought would be a dead end for both of them. Despite Arthur's cheerful demeanor, she could sense that inwardly he was restless. This seemed to be fading into the past. His once faked demeanor had genuinely changed. It was all thanks to one person that her lord could start dreaming again, and for that she would always be grateful. The threat of the cultists had passed, but life continued. The city buzzed with rumors about strange sightings at night and the sudden appearance of paladins. Fortunately, the attacks were highly concentrated within one region. With this knowledge contained, most people remained unaware, and their peaceful lives were unaffected. Withholding the information would keep any unrest contained, and Roland's focus could shift to other important matters. Now, try squeezing your hand. But I don't really have anything to squeeze with, boss. Just try doing it. Remember the feeling of your right hand and try. Sure. Like this. Good. Roland's eyes glowed as he observed the mana phantom around Bernier's stump. His theory of the phantom mana limb was just confirmed as he witnessed its movement. When Bernier attempted to move his missing hand, The Mana Phantom responded accordingly, reacting to the signals and instilling hope for the future. That's enough for now, you'll have to use this. It's probably better than nothing. Oh, is this what I think it is? Yes, but don't expect too much. After forcing a harness over Bernier's right shoulder, he was presented with a temporary replacement limb. It was no simple tool but an actual design used by the dwarves. Thanks to Brilvia, he was able to order it from them at a reduced price. It wasn't the first time that a blacksmith lost their hand and the dwarves had a solution. Oh, it's a hammer arm. Something like that. It's possible to put other attachments onto it, like a saw or a claw that can grasp items. Bernier's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and gratitude as he examined the mechanical limb. The dwarven craftsmanship was evident in the intricate details, and he couldn't help but marvel at the possibilities it offered. While it could not replace his hand, it would allow him to use it for holding smithing tools. It would take some time for his skills to be transferred, but he could still continue to work as a blacksmith. Boss, this is amazing. I can still work at the forge with this. It's not a perfect solution, but luckily your smithing skills should still transfer onto the hammer. Just be careful not to break anything. It will probably take a while before you learn how to use it. Don't worry, boss. I'll be careful. Roland desired to share in his friend's joy, but he understood that this replacement arm had its limitations. Brilvia had informed him that it would never truly be equivalent to a proper arm. Numerous other dwarven smiths who had employed similar tools struggled to regain the old proficiency that their real arms had provided them. This was only a temporary solution, or at least that was what he hoped. It allowed Bernier to continue practicing his craft and keep himself occupied. His appeal to the church regarding arm restoration fell on deaf ears. It seemed the church could not spare any potent elixirs or any priests capable of such tasks. This was peculiar, especially considering they had agreed to all the other terms. Perhaps they were leaving themselves some flexibility for future negotiations. It wasn't uncommon to wait for a time that would make people more desperate before finalizing a deal. He had to keep such a possibility in mind, but there were other ways through which he could solve the problem by himself. There was one big problem, which was his lack of knowledge when it came to this issue. It was impossible for Bernier to learn mana manipulation to have more control over a fake limb. At most, he could put in simple controllers for voice activation or muscle tension. It would require more research, which would probably also take a while. I've told the union about it. They agreed to provide you with their help. Those old bastards? Ha! I remember the good old days when we were at each other's throats. I guess times change. For a moment Bernier lost himself in thoughts and his cheery demeanor changed. While he wasn't obvious about it, the loss of the limb was not a simple matter. The loss of a limb wasn't just a physical setback. It carried a deep psychological toll. It would take a while for him to cope with everything, but perhaps he wouldn't have to do it for too long. The two soon parted ways, and Roland headed to one of his more private chambers within his workshop. Inside, various parchments contained runic schematics and theories. His eyes landed on a new addition, a scroll on the desk that had been brought over the other day by a magical sparrow. It contained a broken rune component that, at this point, he could fix without fully needing his debugging skill. Our little deal has run its course. I don't think that I can learn more in this fashion. This isn't enough. He had almost forgotten about this one contact from within the kingdom. The cat with whom he had exchanged ideas hadn't reached out for a while. However, at this point in time, he was one of the few people who could actually aid him. What he needed was rune mage knowledge and not runesmithing techniques. He believed that the only way of deciphering the Mana Phantom was through magical studies that took place at the prestigious magical academies where his acquaintance worked. I wouldn't be surprised if someone already did the research in the past and then probably abandoned it. In a way, creating something like a prosthetic limb that could follow the Mana Phantom could be seen as pointless, especially when considering rune magic. Roland could envision those mages being more interested in crafting intricate replacement limbs designed exclusively for mana users rather than something suitable for a commoner. However, it was also possible that no one had attempted it before, but that didn't mean he wouldn't find the missing piece that would help him create a prototype. Everything depended on his capricious friend, with whom he only had a business relationship. This knowledge wasn't explicitly included in their deal, which meant he might need to trade something in return. If it was only gold, then it was fine, but he couldn't shake the fear that the cat might ask for more. "Oh, Mr. Wayland. Now this is a surprise. Was there a problem with my inquiry?" "There was not, Professor Arion. I just wanted to ask you about an issue I'm currently having." Roland found himself before his crystal ball, engaged in conversation with a magical cat who could potentially guide him in a direction to solve his current problem. "Ah, Mr. Wayland, always diving into new challenges. I see. What seems to be the issue troubling your brilliant mind today?" The cat's voice echoed through the room, its tone a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Roland hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. The cat professor and he had a business relationship, so there needed to be an equal exchange of information or other tasks. Usually, he took some old research to help him study the inner workings of the runes, but his current question was a bit more specific, something that could cost more than he could give back. "I'm currently working on a project involving the creation of a prosthetic limb that can interface with something that I like to call a mana phantom. It's a challenging task, and I thought you might have some insights or resources that could aid me in this endeavor." Roland went ahead and just asked the question. In this world, prosthetic limbs already existed, but not much research had been done on them. It was a costly undertaking, and most mages and craftsmen gravitated towards endeavors that would earn them more money or give them more levels. Creating a fully functional limb might have given them a unique class or title, but it also might not. Wasting years of research to get nothing in return was not something many people would risk. "A mana phantom, you say? Interesting choice of research, Mr. Wayland. Artificial limbs, mana phantoms, fascinating. Such endeavors delve into the realm of both runesmithing and rune magic. A bridge between the physical and the magical, wouldn't you agree?" Roland nodded, feeling a sense of relief that the cat professor seemed intrigued rather than dismissive. "Indeed, Professor Arion. It's a delicate balance, and I believe there's much to be discovered in this intersection of disciplines." "Well, you've certainly piqued my curiosity, but I'm not truly informed about this mana phantom. You'll have to explain. Perhaps you could send me a research paper that I could examine, and I'll get back to you." Are you that busy? How about I just give you the gist of it here first? It won't take long." While the two mostly just exchanged magical letters, usually whenever he brought up some runic research, the cat professor took his time for a longer chat. It did seem like there weren't many people interested in runic themes, so whenever Roland brought up new ideas, he listened to them with interest. "If I was only busy, then it would be fine. They already reduced my funding, and that girl hasn't shown herself for a while. How am I supposed to make do without an assistant? Everything and everyone is working against me." "Your assistant? You mean Lucille? Did something happen to her?" "Happen? No, she should be fine. Just some noble tomfoolery as always. Think her family has been pushing for marriage or something. I say she should just decide to be a mage and just work in the academy full-time, bah." Roland could sense a hint of annoyance in Arion's tone. It seemed like the cat professor was going through a challenging time. Runic magic wasn't highly regarded among mages who preferred more direct and practical approaches to their craft. Many mages saw runes as unnecessary tools, believing that creating spells directly was more potent. The only widespread use of runes was in mage towers and other magical artifacts. "I see." The connection between Lucille and his brother Robert wasn't common knowledge. Lucille, a mage with a promising career as an assistant to an academy professor, was likely a desirable prospect for any noble house. Roland wasn't certain about the current status of the romantic relationship between his brother and Lucille. If his memory served him right, she was in her mid-20s, an age where many young women were often already married. The intricacies of their personal lives remained uncertain to Roland. "I guess she was given time to finish the magic academy, but she probably graduated a while ago." The prospects for Robert, being a third son from a lower noble house, might not be seen as overly promising in the eyes of other nobles. The common assumption might be that he would serve as a knight commander on a noble estate rather than having the potential to marry a count's daughter. The rigid social structure often determined the expectations and opportunities for individuals within the noble hierarchy. Even if he became a war hero like his father, it would probably be too late. Perhaps if the girl became a full-time Mage Academy professor instead, then their relationship could actually prosper. Well, I suppose that's the nature of things. Now, back to the matter at hand, the mana phantom. Yes, do enlighten me, Mr. Wayland. Roland proceeded to explain the concept of the mana phantom, describing it as a residual magical imprint left behind by the interaction of mana with a person's body. He tried explaining that it probably possessed storage capacities and how it was also probably aided in the activation of holy spells through that storage feature. As he engrossed himself in the explanation, he could tell that his college was quite intrigued as he allowed him to finish without asking any questions. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The potential applications of such a concept are vast. And you wish to create a prosthetic limb that can respond to this mana phantom? A tool that can be seamlessly integrated with even an amateur's understanding of mana. That's the general idea. I must say, Mr. Wayland, your ambition knows no bounds. It's a commendable endeavor, bridging the gap between the magical and the physical. I'm intrigued by the challenge you've set for yourself. Thank you, Professor Arion, but I'm stuck at an impasse. I think my knowledge of mana is still limited, so I was wondering if you could aid me in this endeavor. Roland glanced into the crystal ball to see Arion pondering for a moment, his feline eyes narrowing in thought. I suppose you wish to borrow some research material involving mana research? Yes. I need something more specific. I'm afraid that I have lent you all that I can spare. Is that so? Don't get me wrong. There might be something in the inner library that you could use, alas. This is restricted knowledge. Only members of the Academy have access. Even I can't simply waltz in and grab whatever I desire. Even if I could, this is lengthy research. If we keep to our old exchange, it would take years for any progress. The professor's perspective made sense to Roland, and he acknowledged the challenges of seeking information without direct access to the location in question. Recognizing the limitations of a proxy, he realized that relying solely on the cat professor for this specific inquiry might not yield the desired results. The complexities of studying the mana phantom required first-hand exploration and detailed examination, which he couldn't accomplish through mere book exchanges. Is there no other way? Roland mumbled under his breath as he was lost in thought, and it was something the cat quickly picked up on. Oh, there is a way. There is. Well, yes. You need research material, and I'm in dire need of a new assistant. A new assistant? Indeed. Just come over. You'll have to do a few things, but I'll guarantee you access to the Academy's archives. This was not a possibility he had given much thought. Leaving the area where he held responsibilities would pose quite a challenge. Though there was no immediate danger, the threat from the cultists remained tangible. Moreover, being a knight commander, he had obligations to his lord. Nevertheless, if he were to approach Arthur about it, he would likely grant him leave. With the Golden Order present and numerous platinum-ranked adventurers available for hire, the pressure exerted by his comrades would no longer be a concern. I appreciate the offer, Professor Arion, but I see that you need some time to think. This is the best way of tackling this issue, my friend. How about I give you a few days to think about it? I really need to go back to my research. Please think about it. I could use the help. Wait, He ended the call. The crystal ball flickered a few times as the connection was cut from the other side. He was left contemplating the offer that Professor Arion at the Xander's Institute of Wizardry gave him. It was the place that he was supposed to go as a child was, which quickly fell through after his elemental affinities were revealed. Perhaps if he went there, he would even be able to unearth this mystery. The Academy could provide him with unparalleled access to the knowledge and resources he needed for his research on the Mana Phantom. It was an enticing proposition, with the potential to expedite his progress and overcome the current obstacles. Given his current stats, he could swiftly absorb the information. What might take a novice mage a decade, he could likely accomplish in a year or even half that time. His primary focus was on acquiring specific knowledge, possibly shortening his stay to just a month or two. Aren't there similar institutions here? There is an academy at Isgard. Maybe he could give me a referral letter? He started to ponder his options. How could he acquire the knowledge in the fastest way possible? Money wasn't really an issue, The thing that he was mostly worried about was his home and the people he wanted to keep safe. No, that won't work, and I don't even know if they have any proper rune mages and research there. He wasn't well versed in all the magical institutions across the kingdom, but heading to Xander's Institute of Wizardry seemed like his best option. The success of his research would also depend on establishing a connection with a professor there. Access to the old mage's research papers often required navigating through certain hoops, and there were additional hurdles in the form of magical contracts and restrictions. I could probably have Arion get me any problematic papers and avoid signing any contracts if the need arose, but for someone with trust issues like him, abandoning his current situation wasn't an easy decision. However, one thing was evident: remaining on the defensive wasn't always beneficial. Similar to the latest Tier 3 trial, there were instances where he needed to take a more proactive stance. Attending the academy held the potential for great gains. New research could bring about increased knowledge and possibly lead to improved weapons in the future. I can't ignore how much I could gain from a visit like that, but the trip will probably take at least a few months, a week just to reach the institute. The kingdom of Caldrus spanned vast distances, and transportation methods were considerably slower compared to modern counterparts. The planet they inhabited was larger than the Earth he came from, leading to increased distances between settlements. Moreover, the necessity to consider potential monster attacks made nighttime travel impractical. I could probably barely afford to take an airship from the main city. Am I really considering leaving? Roland found himself somewhat surprised that he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. There were numerous compelling reasons that made the prospect of this trip worthwhile. Enhancing his rune knowledge could potentially elevate his inventions to new heights. Transforming this location into a genuine rune capital of the world required an expansion of his expertise. The academy likely housed mage towers that he could analyze with his debugging skill, enabling him to uncover rune secrets even without following conventional channels. If there were no responsibilities anchoring him here, there would be little to impede him. The only potential drawback lay in entering the inner kingdom, where old enemies and family might reside. Fortunately, the Knight Academy attended by Robert didn't have any close relatives or acquaintances of his. While his face bore a resemblance to Robert's, he could always keep his status screen private. With Arion's assistance, and the option of wearing a mask, he had means to navigate any challenges. Mages were generally considered an eccentric bunch, so even appearing in full-plate runic armor might not attract unwanted attention. The more he thought about it, the more he felt compelled to follow through on this beneficial endeavor. However, before he made a proper decision, he needed to get a few things sorted. When morning came, he quickly made a thorough analysis of the current situation. The Golden Order was still within the city, and the church building had begun its transformation. It would soon become a larger cathedral with a smaller cloister outside the city next to the new barracks. Their new paladins would begin their training and act as perhaps the first line of defense against his enemies. He made sure to have their base of operations be on the side of his home and have them be able to arrive at his home quickly if trouble arose. This upcoming period promised significant growth and transformation. Architects were already in the process of designing plans for the expansion and creation of an additional outer wall. A completely new city was to be constructed to accommodate the influx of new residents arriving with little more than purses filled with gold coins. Though his runic shop might become understaffed, the influx of new money meant that Arthur could cover most of his expenses. The influx of new residents raised the possibility of less than stellar individuals slipping through the cracks, some potentially even belonging to the cultists. Given that this was evolving into the new Golden Order stronghold, having someone on the inside was a strategic move. However, it was also a big gamble, considering that identifying corrupt energies was the forte of these paladins. The process of repairing his home had already commenced. Although his armor had suffered damage during the confrontation, some of the red mithril it was crafted from remained usable. With assistance from the Union, he could likely expedite the process, allowing him to concentrate on the runesmithing aspect. All repairs could feasibly be completed within a few weeks, giving him the freedom to explore, provided a certain person approved it beforehand. Without her consent, he wasn't going anywhere. I don't think it should be a problem, Elodia replied after hearing his condensed explanation of the issue at hand. Just like that. Did you think that I would start weeping? I know you, Roland. You're not one to make decisions lightly. If you believe this journey is essential for our safety, then I trust your judgment. Besides, with the Golden Order stationed here, the immediate threat seems to be under control. Roland was surprised by the response, but also knew that Elodia was quite worried. Her hand made its way towards his, and she exchanged a look. Just make sure to keep in touch and let me know if you need anything, and please stay out of trouble. I promise, Elodia. I'll stay safe and make this trip as short as possible. I'll keep in touch through magical letters and the crystal ball. But you also need to promise me something in exchange. If there is any trouble, call me immediately, and if not me, go to Arthur or one of his knights. Elodia sighed but soon brightened up after knowing that they both were equally worried about their well-being. I promise, Roland, but don't take unnecessary risks. Remember, your safety is just as important to me as it is to you. With a nod of agreement, Roland felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Having Elodia's support was crucial, and her understanding made the decision easier to bear. They spent the rest of the day discussing the logistics of his departure. She was still his wife and would be the de facto owner of his estate in his absence. Her status was now above that of a commoner, but not really that high either. Nevertheless, everything here would be hers to control, along with one rowdy new employee who had already started a small fire in his new laboratory. One more hurdle stood in his way before making a decision, and that was Arthur Valerian. His noble friend, being the head knight and main knight commander within the city, held the literal authority to prevent him from leaving. Although the current situation was relatively safe, Roland had no insight into Arthur's future plans. As the city progressed, the other smaller nobles were beginning to take notice of this previously unknown Valerian brother. He had already witnessed some sealed letters making their way towards Arthur. They probably contained some flattering words and maybe invitations to some noble parties. If he decided to take part in those, then he as the head knight might also have to participate. A lot of things were happening around him, and it felt like his life would be becoming a whole lot more troublesome. You want to do what, T? The next morning, Roland approached Arthur to discuss his plans. The two sat in Arthur's office, a room filled with various books, strategy boards, and reports. Arthur listened attentively as Roland explained the opportunity presented by Professor Arion at the Xander's Institute of Wizardry. However, the moment he revealed that he wished to leave this territory, the noble responded in surprise and was now coughing out tea. Lord Arthur, you shouldn't talk while drinking. Mary was there with them and started patting his back. Thank you, Mary, Arthur managed to say between coughs. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, looking at Roland with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Now, could you repeat that last part? Leaving the territory? Yes, Lord Arthur. Professor Arion has offered me a chance to visit the Xander's Institute of Wizardry to access their extensive archives. It's an opportunity to enhance my knowledge of runes and magic, and potentially accelerate my research. After recent events, I've realized that I'm still inexperienced. Inexperienced with all that knowledge to transform the city? There are a lot of things that I don't know, and the recent events show it. I see. But leaving now? Roland observed Arthur, who appeared somewhat perturbed by the situation. He understood that the young lord was likely displeased with his strongest ally leaving his side for an undisclosed period. There was a chance he might never return, as accidents were not uncommon. Without Roland's support, the runic city could potentially amount to nothing more than a dream. Their alliance experienced an upswing, courtesy of Roland's engagement with the Golden Order. The church's presence had attracted adventurers to the region, viewing it as a lucrative opportunity. The dungeon teemed with undead monsters susceptible to holy mana and items. With the relocation of item production to this area, their wishes seemed nearly fulfilled. It was evolving into a region that could offer everything, still largely unexplored. Numerous treasures remained concealed, and overcoming bosses for the first time promised access to superior items. I guess we should be able to manage without you around for a few months. Oh! After a moment of contemplation, Arthur provided his response, aligning with Roland's expectations but not entirely. Roland had anticipated the young noble to be more apprehensive, perhaps even fearful, about releasing a trusted comrade in arms. However, it seemed that Arthur's stance was a lot more altruistic than he anticipated. "Are you surprised, my friend? I think you have done enough to aid my cause already. There isn't really much that I could ask for at this juncture." Arthur looked to the side where a lot of soldiers were gathering. There Sir Gareth and Morian were giving stern speeches to some of the new recruits. "Those two won't take too long now. Ha! When you come back, we'll have a proper battalion of soldiers for you to command." Roland's gaze landed on the two knights who were supposed to be his replacement. He analyzed their current levels and class choices. While they didn't manage to awaken aura, they still had the spirit variants of their classes. With them, they would be able to get more prestigious classes later on, perhaps a spirit champion variant just like that one knight commander that he encountered. Name: Gareth the Stastal L133. Classes: T2 Spirit Sword Knight L33. T2 Sword Knight L50. T1 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25. Name: Morian Hartmand L132. Classes: T2 Spirit Spear Knight L32. T2 Spear Knight L50. T1 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25. Did you notice? Yes, they have some talent. Arthur appeared genuinely pleased with his two knights. With them by Arthur's side, Roland could likely reduce his direct involvement in his knightly duties. Remaining as the head knight seemed inevitable for a while, given his superior level and combat skills compared to others at similar levels. Moreover, capturing undead monsters meant the duo could enhance their combat skills without falling behind during what could otherwise be considered a rapid and unbalanced leveling phase. "I appreciate your understanding, Lord Arthur. I will do my best to expedite my research and return as soon as possible. But to do that, I'll have to ask for something." "Oh, go ahead, if it's within my power." The conversation was unfolding smoothly, and Arthur appeared to be in high spirits. This presented the opportune moment to seek assistance, especially since he wanted to avoid spending a week traveling from one small city to another. Typically, he would have to take a carriage to the port, embark on a ship to reach the mainland, and then proceed by train. Such a journey would consume at least a week or more as monster attacks were possible. "I need more money, and probably a referral letter, so I can take an airship from Isgard." "More money and Isgard, you say? Why are you looking away?" "For no reason." Roland's eyes narrowed as Arthur averted his gaze upon hearing the mention of needing money for an airship. Travel by such means was a luxury reserved for the wealthy and noble, and the cost was indeed substantial. Roland was aware of his own financial constraints, with the need to repair his home and the anticipated expenses for remaking his armor. However, as the head knight, he earned a nice sum each month. If he could secure a few months' payment in advance, it should adequately cover the expenses for his journey. "With a referral letter, I'll be able to lower the price even further. Your family owns the city, doesn't it?" "That it does." After a moment of contemplation, Roland discerned that the issue was not solely about the money but rather about the letter. Arthur belonged to the Valerian noble house, headquartered in the largest city on the island, Isgard. His father, and likely some unsettling memories, resided there. If Roland were to possess a letter bearing Arthur's seal, the information would likely find its way to Alexander Valerian's ears. "How about you just use the traditional means of travel? By sea? I've heard that some monsters have been spotted near the shore. It would be better to use the airship." "That does sound unfortunate." It became evident that Arthur hesitated to draft the letter at this particular juncture. Whether it was reluctance to use the Valerian name for such a purpose or other undisclosed reasons, Roland recognized the need to secure passage to the airship regardless. While being associated with the Valerian house could potentially grant him a complimentary journey, Roland considered an alternative, more discreet approach. Initially hesitant due to the additional cost, he now saw it as a necessary solution, especially given his lord's unwillingness to provide the referral. "If you are feeling so strongly about this issue, then there is another way." "There is? Let me hear it." It will cost more gold, but I could present myself as either a merchant or one of their guards. Ah yes, there was that possibility. Everyone takes 1 or 2 guards with them on those trips for safety reasons. The problem would be finding a willing merchant that won't just give away the ruse. For a moment the two pondered. After a few seconds Arthur raised his finger with a smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the current Union head had used an airship to get here. Perhaps we can use one of their connections to get you a spot on that airship. That could work. Leave it to me then, it's the least I could do. Is that so? Then I will leave it in your hands, Lord Arthur. I still have to build that prototype for that church, so I'll excuse myself then. The Union dwarves held the distinction of being the primary producers of flying ships within the kingdom. Given Brilvia's status as a Tier 3 master runesmith, it was highly likely that he could seek assistance in this matter. While there would still be a cost involved, perhaps he could act as a bodyguard of one of the dwarven merchants or master craftsmen. If he could secure safe passage on one of their ships, his weekly journey wouldn't extend beyond a few days. With the travel arrangements in progress, Roland returned to his workshop to focus on completing the prototype for the Solarian Church. The days that followed were a flurry of activity, with Roland working tirelessly to ensure the success of his research project before his departure. The prototype for the Solarian Church was a complex creation, merging various principles of runesmithing. Luckily, Roland had designed and went through all of the technology in various other creations. What he just needed to do here was to combine his knowledge and create what would soon turn the kingdom upside down. As Roland delved deeper into his work, he found solace in the routine of his craft. The rhythmic tapping of his hammer, the soft glow of enchanted runes, and the hum of magical energy became a familiar symphony. It was during these moments that he could temporarily set aside the weight of his decisions and immerse himself in the art of creation. However, the impending departure lingered at the back of his mind. Roland couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The journey to the Xander's Institute of Wizardry held the promise of unparalleled knowledge and resources, yet it also meant stepping into the unknown. He was about to leave the comfort and safety of his familiar surroundings. As the prototype neared completion, Roland received a magical letter from Professor Arion. The cat professor expressed his anticipation for Roland's arrival at the institute and assured him that preparations were underway to accommodate his research needs. The letter also contained a list of specific topics and questions that Arion hoped Roland would explore during his free time. Many of them focused on runic topics and magical theories that he had previously asked for, and some that he gained during his ascension ritual. The request from Arion seemed peculiar, but Roland considered that it might be a way for him to acquire answers to simple questions that other mages could potentially pose during his stay. It wouldn't be uncommon for someone to test his knowledge while in the library to verify his credentials as a genuine mage. The decision to keep news of his departure from the city confidential was strategic. Portraying the head knight as injured rather than away from his lord's territory served as a deliberate move. Revealing his absence might raise suspicions, and Arthur's brothers could view it as an opportunity to exploit the situation. The city, now fortified like a fortress, made it improbable for them to send assassins after Roland while he was here. On the other hand, when away, he could be easily cornered at an unknown location that didn't favor him. Despite being accustomed to travel, this would be Roland's first time venturing with newfound fame. Even if he didn't want to reveal himself, just the notion of him wearing costly runic armor would probably raise a few eyebrows. Opting for an airship provided a way to minimize scrutiny and avoid the curious gazes of onlookers. Having costly equipment among nobles and rich merchants was considered quite normal and would mask his true nature perfectly. With the prototype nearing completion and his departure date fast approaching, Roland found himself caught in a whirlwind of preparations. The Solarian Church eagerly awaited the delivery of the prototype, and he knew the impact it could have on the church's standing within the city. Elodia, too, was deeply engrossed in the activities around the house. She managed the repairs and expansion plans, ensuring that everything would be in order during Roland's absence. The prospect of being apart for an extended period weighed on both their minds, but they remained determined to make the most of the situation. As the days passed, Roland continued to receive updates from Arthur regarding the arrangements for his journey. The Union dwarves were cooperative, and a spot on the airship seemed secured. While he wasn't aware of his position quite yet, he hoped for the best. His focus shifted to the prototype that began the final process of assembly, which took a bit longer due to him missing his right-hand man. "I'm sorry that I'm not much help, boss. You're doing fine. After you get used to that arm, you'll be right back in the smithy just like before." One of the primary reasons for Roland's decision to depart was the heavy burden on his conscience regarding Bernier. His friend had lost a limb, and the replacement arm, though functional for basic smithing tasks, was clearly not on par with the original. While seeking assistance from the Union dwarves would have been a quicker resolution, Roland chose to have Bernier work on the project. Offering his assistant an opportunity for hands-on involvement was essential for providing positive reinforcement and preventing him from feeling replaced by outsiders. "Well, this is about finished. What do you think?" "I don't know what to say. It's very angular?" "I guess it is." Roland didn't want to spend too much time on designing the outer shell, so the runic artifact to counter the abyssal sleep looked like an old retro control console. It had a series of buttons, levers, knobs, and switches that were intricately connected to the runic core within. The outer appearance might be lacking in aesthetics, but Roland prioritized functionality over form in this instance. The display panel had a large crystal ball that made it look like an old circular radar. Roland carefully inspected every detail, ensuring that all components were in sync. The runic core was composed of a plethora of components connected to each other. An augmented golem core was responsible for most of its functions and computing power. With it now being complete, all he needed to do was to pack it up and bring it over to the Solarian Church for an explanation. It might not be the most visually appealing, but it should get the job done. Now all that's left is the final testing. "Bernier, can you place your hand on this imprint here?" "You mean on this rectangular glass here?" "Yes." After placing his hand down, the area produced some light to showcase that the scanning process was taking place. The crystal orb that acted as the main screen presented them with a simple graphical interface. It showcased the scanning process and allowed him to press one of the buttons to save the mana pattern, after which he compared it to the already stored mana pattern that belonged to Bernier that he had used during the siege. "It's working a bit slower than I expected, but everything seems to be in order. I'd have to get better golem cores for the next iteration." One of the knobs afforded him the capability to customize the area size for the wake-up signal, and activating it was as simple as flicking the side lever. Various options allowed for periodic signal emissions or manual activation. The inclusion of a runic battery and a fail-safe mana fluid pocket enhanced the device's safety features. The prototype was working and could be presented to the Golden Order on schedule. With the prototype completed and the final testing successfully conducted, Roland felt a sense of relief. The next step was to deliver the artifact to the Solarian Church and present it to the Golden Order. He carefully packed the device in a specially crafted container to protect it during transit. Bernier assisted with the packing process, his excitement evident despite the lingering discomfort from the recent loss of his arm. Soon he arrived at the new cathedral and found Gideon along with some new faces. "I guess that's the new bishop, or rather an archbishop?" The place buzzed with new arrivals, but Roland's attention was drawn to the Tier 3 class holders. Archbishops usually consisted of Tier 3 priests, with cardinals being Tier 4 class holders, and above them was only the current pope. The high-level bishops brought with them enhanced healing magics and more potent elixirs. The city would undoubtedly be safer with their presence, as their bodies exuded potent holy energy capable of countering most evil cults. As Roland approached, he was greeted by Gideon, who wore the usual frown on his face. Without any words exchanged, the two just nodded at each other as Gideon realized that the shipment of the runic device had arrived. After teaching them how to use it and handing over all the plans, he would complete his part of the contract and be free to leave. His heart was filled with equal amounts of anticipation and fear. It had been years since he had truly left this place that he now called home. Even the small trip during the golden rank test felt small compared to this grand voyage through the sky. Getting cold feet now wouldn't do him any good. Now he just needed to visit Arthur's estate and see what he had prepared for him. Soon his journey would take him into the middle regions of the kingdom, a place that he had abandoned a long time ago. The sun began to set as Roland made his way to Arthur's estate. The sprawling grounds were immaculately maintained, a testament to the wealth and power of the Valerian family. The main residence, a grand mansion of stone and wood, stood as a symbol of the family's prominence in its now finished state. The guards recognized him as he approached the entrance and quickly opened the gates for their knight commander. The interior of the mansion was adorned with luxurious furnishings and intricate decorations. Arthur's base of operations was finally looking like a proper noble home. Everything had gotten up several levels since his first arrival, and this villa was finally fit to accept other nobles. While moving further, he nodded back at a few butlers and maids, new faces that he didn't recognize. In a spacious study, Roland found Arthur reviewing documents and reports. The young lord looked up as Roland entered, concern etched on his face due to the temporary loss of his best knight. "Roland, you're here. Come, take a seat. We need to discuss a few matters before your departure." "Of course, Lord Arthur." Roland took a seat across from Arthur, who leaned back in his ornate chair. Arthur's fingers started tapping rhythmically on the polished mahogany desk as he started speaking. "I've prepared a few things for your journey. Firstly, here are the documents from the guild. If anyone doubts your identity, just hand them over. Thanks to our guild master, you will be taking on the role of a guard for a reputable merchant. They will be making a trip to the kingdom's central regions. From there, it will only take you a day or two to reach the institute. Due to Arthur's unwillingness to give him a referral letter, he would not be able to use his family name to get a free ride. Instead, he would use his adventurer credentials that had been upgraded recently. Roland was now a platinum rank adventurer with a lot more prestige. His card had been updated to a newer model to signify this event and would usually be enough to confirm his identity. While his guild name on the card couldn't be altered, not many people would associate Wayland the adventurer with Wayland the knight commander. It appeared that his contacts within the guild yielded more benefits than those within the Union. It was understandable that no Union dwarves were planning a visit to the central regions, and instead, he would need to attach himself to a merchant. Fortunately, the city was going through a second growth phase. It presented an opportunity to invest and earn a large amount of gold, prompting various merchants and companies to act swiftly. "Thank you, Lord Arthur. There's more. I've also arranged for a sizable amount of gold to be provided to you. Traveling comfortably requires resources, and I want you to have the means to secure your safety." Roland was genuinely surprised by the generosity. The amount of gold Arthur provided exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. "This is a lot of coins. Are you sure? Take it before I change my mind. With the current expansion underway, gold has become a trivial matter. Just be sure to return safely and you can use it for the trip back." "I will do my best, Lord Arthur, and I don't plan on staying for more than I have to." The two men soon stood up to shake each other's hands. Their relationship has grown through the years, and Roland was starting to consider Arthur as an actual friend. From the way the young lord acted, it seemed that he reciprocated those feelings, but he couldn't be sure. Perhaps he was just treating him as one of his best assets. However, normally a person wouldn't let their best asset stray away too far from their domain. "I wish you luck. I hope you find whatever you are looking for." "I hope so too." As the two men were finishing up their conversation, a knock on the door resounded and was followed by Mary's voice. "Lord Arthur, the adventurers have arrived." "Great. Just on time, shall we?" Roland nodded as he waited for Arthur to leave the room first, trailing a few steps behind to maintain the appearance of the knight commander. A scheduled meeting awaited him, involving two acquaintances. "Anything I should know before I meet your two friends?" I guess Lobelia has a good head on her shoulders, so it should be fine, but when talking to Armand, it would be better if you didn't use any big words. I can guarantee his strength, but don't expect him to be too nuanced." "I see, good to know." Arthur chuckled at the description Roland gave of the two new bodyguards. During his absence, there weren't many people he could trust with Arthur's life. The issue lay with his knight commander position. He was somewhat responsible for Arthur's safety. If anything were to happen to his lord, he could be held accountable for it. This dependence on the main family and the Duke could lead to severe consequences, possibly even a death sentence. The only way out of such a predicament would likely be to run and seek refuge in another kingdom. An alternative would also be the territory of an opposing duke. Welcome. Good day, my lord? The two finally arrived to see two awkward-looking individuals. Lobelia attempted to perform a curtsy, but it was quite awkward and untrained. Armand, on the other hand, gazed into the distance as if he had something more interesting to attend to. Only after a jab in the side by his younger sibling did he turn his head to face the approaching Arthur. Hey, shape up. We're in the presence of a noble. Do you want us to get thrown into the dungeon? I'd like those skinny soldiers to try. Haha, you were right. They are truly an interesting duo. Roland glanced over at Mary, who was rolling her eyes. She seemed to have some experience dealing with the two, so he felt confident leaving Armand to her. With that, he bid his farewells and exited the villa. He promised Elodia to review their contracts and steer them in a more favorable direction. Once signed, they would become part of Arthur's private entourage, responsible for his safety in his absence. Now, he could focus on completing his other inquiries and preparing for his journey ahead, set to commence in around 3 days. I guess I'm really doing this. While walking through the city, he continued to ponder his current situation. The prototype he had provided to the church was operational, and they were already analyzing all of his schematics and writings with their own craftsmen and mages. The place was filling up with even more people, and the entrance gate was more crowded than the time he had arrived here all those years ago. The expansion of the city had been reignited as people began purchasing plots of land outside the main city walls. This influx brought in substantial revenue, likely one of the reasons for Arthur's generosity. Prices were on the rise, and everyone seemed poised to make substantial gains. He took in the sights, contemplating how different the place would be upon his return. It would be great if traveling didn't take so long. I wonder if I would be able to create one of those things. Usually, mages create them when they achieve Tier 3 too, so it should be possible, but the cost will probably be astronomical. As he strolled through the streets, he contemplated what new knowledge he needed to focus on in the Magical Institute. He didn't want to stay there for more than a month and needed to focus on the most important issues. First came the Mana Phantom research that should theoretically allow him to create runic prosthetic limbs, his main reason for making this trip. There were other topics that he wanted to delve into, one of them being Mage Tower technology, which proved quite intriguing. He understood that these towers were typically constructed by magical craftsmen similar to his own profession. The materials involved consisted of various exotic minerals and crystals endowed with strange powers. Inside the tower, every magician's power would be enhanced, typically the primary reason for their construction. Then there was also knowledge of various spells locked within the library. With his eyes, he could transform everything into runic form. In theory, he could harness the power of every spell within the Institute if he so chose. There was also the potential of acquiring new skill books related to magic, which were quite elusive and not easily found outside a magic academy or tower. He aimed to extract as much value from this trip as possible, as he wasn't planning on many after it, at least not until everything within the city calmed down and the cult was in decline. Soon, he arrived at the path leading to his home and encountered a few adventurers leaving with magical weapons in their hands. He had worked tirelessly for close to a month to stock up his shop along with other necessities. His shop would need to keep up with the Union while he was away. Luckily, his runic wares were unique in their use and of high quality. Even if there was no stock for a while, he should be able to recover in due time. I need to start packing. Everything is ready. The door opened without him needing to use the door handle, and a little chime sounded. His shop was constantly improving, and after rebuilding it, it looked even more magical than before. At least in terms of aesthetics, he was sure that his place was more eye-catching than the bland dwarven smithies. This was also probably the reason why there were a lot more female adventurers here. The place looked more interesting and was spotless thanks to the store manager, who was also his wife. Welcome. How did it go? Everything went well. Now I just need to start packing and meet up with a merchant. I'll be taking on the role of their bodyguard for the time being. The moment he heard Elodia's voice, he smiled. Inside the store, some guests were looking at the wares, and thanks to his position, a larger arrangement of guards was present on the outside and also on the inside. Due to the recent events, he had asked Arthur to provide him with his own private squad of guards. They were young Tier 2 class holders and were outfitted with some of the best runic equipment he could muster. This, coupled with a large paladin presence in the area, allowed this place to still be considered a fort. Want me to pack you some snacks? Those spatial spaces should be able to hold a basket of food, right? I guess it should. Are you still worried about leaving now? A bit? Don't be, we will be fine. That he was stressed about the journey didn't go unnoticed. His wife continued to cheer him on, even though she was the one who should be feeling fearful about him going away. If you say so, I also saw that they finished up the small cloister nearby. I hope Agni won't cause any trouble. They really see them as some holy beast. Elodia shook her head while peeking at the wolf in question who was walking around the inside of the compound. While Agni was usually eager to go outside, with so many sun worshippers trying to kneel before him, he seemed to be feeling uncomfortable. They even assembled a place where he was supposed to visit from time to time where people could present their offerings. It was one of the stipulations in the contract, and many high-level paladins would always be there to protect the sacred beast. He is just mad that he'll have to actually work now. Roland laughed as his wolf was quite the lazy hound. Most of the time he just slept or dug up holes around his home. He probably heard that. Let him. After some pleasantries with his wife, he headed inside. There he encountered a somewhat annoyed-looking sun wolf. After a stare-down that lasted exactly 10 seconds, Agni took off running and started making laps around the whole compound. Roland wasn't sure what this tomfoolery was about and just headed down into his workshop where Agni couldn't reach him. There he found his new armor placed on a large table. It had already been outfitted with runes and was fully operational. The dwarven craftsman took care of the outer shell, streamlining his design to make it slightly thinner than before. By adding some special alloys, it would not overheat even if he activated his two best skills at once. The silver-gray suit had also been slightly upgraded, cutting down the lag between casting spells even further. Roland examined the armor with a critical eye, running his fingers over the engraved runes. The intricate patterns glowed softly, indicating the powerful magic embedded within them. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a blend of dwarven precision and Roland's own runic expertise. They really do know how to use a hammer. It looks different enough to the old one, so no one should recognize me. He needed to avoid being identified as the Albrook City Knight commander at all costs. If Arthur's enemies realized that he was out there alone, they could send unsavory characters to remove him. Luckily, he wasn't that famous of a figure, and by wearing armor and other clothing items to cover his face, probably no one would be the wiser. It was also a territory related to a different duke in the opposite royalist faction. Arthur's brothers probably didn't have enough power to do anything about him, even if they realized he was there. I managed to increase the storage capacity of the spatial runes slightly. Wish there was a way to do something about the limited opening size. Perhaps I can find something to alleviate this problem at the Institute. The backplate housed a spatial space through which he could remove some of his armaments, like the floating cubes that helped him control greater spells. While he was able to create a reasonably large space to store items in, the problem was in removing them from within. The limiting factor was the size of the opening, which he couldn't increase with his current knowledge. Quickly, he started to go through his list of items, double and triple checking if everything was in order. On the outside, it would look like he was traveling lightly, but in reality he had a wide array of weapons with him. Some of his general items would be stored in a backpack carried by a hired porter. His role was that of a bodyguard shadowing a merchant and nothing more. Time started to go by and he spent it together with his friends and family. Everyone gathered for one big farewell feast that most people weren't aware of. It was a lot less eventful than the wedding night, but everyone left with a smile on their face. He made sure to say his goodbyes as the time for departure approached. The next day, Roland set out from his home in Albrook City, fully equipped and ready for the journey ahead. The sun was just beginning to rise as he walked through the waking city. The familiar sounds of merchants setting up their stalls and the chatter of early risers filled the air. His body was covered by a large dark cloak to hide his appearance. From today, he was playing the role of an adventurer and not a knight. Normally, his big bulky armor would give him away quickly, but for this trip, he wasn't wearing it. He chose to wear partial parts over his silver-gray suit and then covered it with some loose clothing. If a problem arose that required his full capabilities, he would don it fully, but to keep himself hidden from prying eyes, he needed to conceal some of his gear. As he made his way to the meeting point with the merchant caravan, Roland couldn't help but worry about this place. Thoughts of abandoning his mission flooded his mind, but the image of Bernier without his arm intact quickly dispersed those intrusive thoughts. This place had been a safe haven for many years, but to keep it safe, leaving for a while was the only option. The meeting point was a bustling area near the city gates, where merchants were preparing their caravans for the journey. The air was filled with the scent of fresh goods and the clattering of hooves as horses were readied for travel. Roland spotted the merchant he was supposed to accompany, a portly man with a shrewd look in his eyes. That guy fits the description. After identifying his new boss, he headed over to greet him. The instructions he received from the guild informed him about all the procedures. This caravan would head to Isgard, and part of the people there would take the airship with the costlier items heading to the mainland. Not everything would be able to fit onto an airship, as the rest would go by sea. His role as the guard would end after the man arrived at the city of Ardford. From then he would travel to his destination, Xander's Institute of Wizardry. The caravan was a diverse assembly of merchants, guards, and adventurers hired for protection. Roland quickly introduced himself to the merchant, whose name was Cedric. Cedric eyed Roland up and down, sizing him up as a bodyguard. The knight commander had taken great care to disguise his identity, wearing a hood over his runic helmet to conceal even more of his face. He was quite the imposing sight to behold, with a large tower shield in one hand and a thick war hammer in the other. "You're one of my new personal guards? I guess you at least look the part. You'll be riding in the back of my exclusive carriage." "That works for me," Roland replied with a nod, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Luckily, he wasn't expected to talk or interact with anyone here. Cedric gestured towards the luxurious carriage parked nearby, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded accents. It was clear that the merchant spared no expense when it came to his own comfort and safety. The extravagant appearance of this carriage didn't fool him one bit. It was made out of magical wood that could resist Tier 3 spells and might. Various enchantments were placed over it, and even a pocket for mana fluid, somewhat similar to his own battery technology, was hidden within to power them. It had layers of armoring underneath the wood and was being pulled by a large lizard-like creature that could probably devour a horse whole. Its most characteristic feature was the number of limbs, which was at 6. The size of the carriage was comparable to a school bus from his old world. Thus it needed a large creature to pull it. The fact that it was meant just for this merchant alone indicated that this man was quite important. Other Tier 3 class holders were coming along for the trip, and most of them were stationed near him. From what he knew, the man belonged to the merchant guild that was hoping to open up some new trade routes with Albrook involved. With the presence of the church and the high-level materials from the dungeon, this place had become a gold mine. After taking his place in the back seat, the journey was ready to commence. There was enough space here for him to spread out his legs, and it reminded him that he was indeed somewhat well regarded. Previously, when he was a Tier 1 or 2 class holder, the trips with merchants were quite bumpy. Now, on the other hand, he was a platinum rank adventurer, someone who was part of the elite and respected by others. "There are a lot of new faces here, and I don't think anyone has realized that it's me." He made sure to keep the runes hidden. Even if his gauntlets and helmet were noticed, unless he started using runic magic, they wouldn't show up on the outer metal. Most of the adventurers and guards were ones hired at a previous location, so they didn't know him. Some of them decided to remain in Albrook after their contract was done. So the merchant caravan hired some locals for the trip back. This included him, who added to the personal guards of Cedric, who also had 2 personal Tier 3 class holders to protect him. The man reminded him of the old gnome from Edelgard who had 2 strong elven assassins in tow. I guess I'm the expandable one from this bunch. I should expect them to ditch me if it becomes too problematic. While thinking of potential monster attacks, the caravan started moving. His cart was somewhere in the middle, and if everything went right, there wouldn't be much that he would need to attend to. No one was expecting any strong monster attacks to befall them. Then there was also a higher concentration of the Valerian army that was responding to the increased cultist activities. As they reached the gate, the city of Albrook started to fade. He glanced in the direction of his home and could only hope that nothing would happen to his friends and family. Luckily, with the help of magical means, he could continue talking to his wife every day. Yes, I'm outside the gates. I'll call you later. Bye. He conversed with Elodia through these magical ways before leaning back in his cabin. The road ahead stretched out into the distance, winding through lush landscapes and occasionally passing by small villages. Cedric was seemingly oblivious to his guard's concerns and continued to chat away with some people inside his carriage. The other 2 guards were there with him along with some other business partners. While they were blocking out the sound with the help of some enchantments, he could choose to listen in, but he decided not to. Instead, Roland gazed out of the window, lost in his thoughts. The landscape was changing gradually as they moved further away from Albrook. The lush greenery gave way to open plains, and the air carried a different scent. The journey ahead wasn't long, but Roland knew that he needed to stay vigilant. Despite the seemingly peaceful surroundings, danger could lurk around any corner. Days turned into nights, and the caravan pressed forward. His interactions with other guards and adventurers in the group were minimal. He preferred to keep a low profile and avoided unnecessary attention. The path toward Isgard, the main city on this island of Dragnus, was mostly uneventful with minimal effort needed from his side. Their pace was noticeably swifter than that of the previous caravan he had taken. This acceleration was primarily due to the superior stamina of the current beasts, coupled with their willingness to travel even during the night. If a merchant possessed sufficient funds, traversing the perilous nights posed no issue. There existed diverse methods to conceal themselves, and in this instance, they restricted the amount of light and sound emanating from their caravan. Every carriage and wagon was enveloped in a kind of mist that rendered it challenging for nocturnal creatures to detect them. Thanks to these precautions, they managed to triple their speed compared to typical expeditions. Soon, the initial checkpoint on the journey to the Xander Institute of Wizardry lay ahead Isgard City. Isgard, a bustling metropolis, stood in stark contrast to the developing Albrook City. With no imminent threats, everyone peered out of their carts, marveling at the grandeur before them. Surprisingly, the first thing that caught his eye was not the giant walls or towers, but the colossal volcano in the background. This city was situated quite close to the renowned super dungeon of Dragnus Island, and now he could finally witness it in all its imposing glory. Isgard stood as one of the largest cities in the entire kingdom, accommodating over 1 million residents at the foot of the towering Ember Peak volcano. Despite its significant distance from the active volcano, Ember Peak sporadically released embers of lava. The landscape in this region differed drastically from that of his hometown. The terrain appeared scorched due to heightened temperatures, and a dense volcanic fog obscured much of the forward view. Remarkably, the city itself seemed capable of dispersing this ashy phenomenon, enabling inhabitants to reside there. A large chasm encircled the bustling city, initially appearing as a vast moat designed to safeguard against external raids. However, its true purpose was different. It served as a safeguard to capture any potential lava that might trickle down from the ever-active volcano. The sole access to the city was via one of the colossal bridges capable of accommodating multiple caravans side by side. The bridge itself was a marvel of engineering, crafted from materials that could withstand the extreme heat and occasional tremors from the Ember Peak. Guard towers dotted its length, ensuring the safety of those entering and leaving the city. As the caravan made its way across the bridge, Roland couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and apprehension. Cedric, still within the confines of his luxurious carriage, seemed unfazed by the city's grandeur. He seemed to be taking a nap, roused only by his guards as they approached the city gates. Roland, in contrast, meticulously analyzed every nook and cranny of the architecture. He contemplated whether some of the design choices could be implemented in Albrook's defenses, though he was well aware that the associated costs would be quite staggering. Upon crossing the bridge and passing through the massive gates of Isgard, the bustling atmosphere intensified. The city was a vibrant blend of cultures, with people from various regions converging to engage in trade, exchange knowledge, and seek opportunities within the dungeon. While the expansive markets of the city held an enticing promise, time was a luxury he couldn't afford. The caravan slowly navigated through the crowded streets, with Cedric's extravagant carriage drawing attention from both locals and visitors. Roland observed the diverse array of individuals, from mages in ornate robes to skilled craftsmen showcasing their wares. Isgard served not only as a gathering place for adventurers but also as the central trade hub on the island, ranking among the largest within the entire kingdom. Eventually, the caravan arrived at the designated merchant district where they would disembark. Cedric's carriage came to a stop, and the guards promptly surrounded it, forming a protective barrier. Roland, still maintaining a low profile, waited for the merchant to step out and make his way to the local merchant guild. As the caravan settled in, the various merchants and adventurers began their own preparations for trade and rest. Roland's responsibilities as the man's bodyguard were far from over. Instead, they were heading towards the nearby district where the airshiport was located. Time constraints meant there wouldn't be an opportunity to tour the city or visit the S-rank dungeon. One of Cedric's personal guards approached Roland while their boss was engrossed in guild business. One of the guards was a massive man adorned with cute bear ears. His build was truly massive as it equaled the guild masters from Albrook. He clearly fitted the brute fighter archetype. He was a powerhouse. The other guard, positioned before Roland, was significantly smaller. Hailing from a feline tribe, she sported black ears and a fit body, indicating she was likely an agility-focused type. Both guards were striking in appearance, and it seemed their attractiveness might have played a role in their selection as Cedric's personal bodyguards. Listen here, newbie, you might be platinum rank, but things work differently in Isgard. We're not here to babysit you. Cedric's safety is our top priority, and if you get in the way or slow us down, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of a tough situation. Understand? Roland nodded, maintaining his stoic demeanor. He was used to dealing with tough characters, having faced various challenges as a knight commander. He recognized that it was better to not go against such people. He didn't even care if he got paid for this whole mission, as he only wanted a spot on that airship. Good, stay close, follow our lead, and don't make any unnecessary moves. We're professionals, and we expect you to act like one, the feline guard explained, exuding an air of superiority about herself. Roland, desiring to gauge her capabilities, considered reading her status. However, the enchanted items she wore were specifically designed to impede such processes. Preferring to keep things civil, he recognized that this city was not his territory. The abundance of Tier 3 class holders in the vicinity made it seem as though they grew on trees. While he could handle a full party by himself, the prospect of facing 10 such parties would undoubtedly pose a big challenge. Don't worry. If you're as good as they say you are, we won't have any issues. But if you're all show, you'll quickly find out that. Before the woman could continue with her monologue, the other bear-like guard appeared with the merchant behind him. What are you two doing? Come, let's go. Cedric shouted at them from a distance, prompting the feline woman to swiftly run to his side. Roland noticed a peculiar angry expression in her glances, something he wasn't accustomed to. It seemed they were underestimating his capabilities to the point of considering him a potential liability. The trio assumed a triangle formation, with Roland positioned at the front and tasked with most of the responsibilities. It was evident that they didn't trust him to watch their backs and preferred to keep a close eye on him instead. The group made their way through the bustling streets of Isgard, the air thick with the scents of various goods, magical incense, and the occasional waft of volcanic ash. Roland kept his focus ahead, navigating the crowded streets with caution. The feline guard, whose name he had yet to learn, continued to cast suspicious glances in his direction. Fortunately, the path to the port was conveniently close. The Merchant Guild displayed strategic foresight by setting the headquarters right beside it, making it merely a 10-minute walk away. As they approached the airship port, the atmosphere changed. The sounds of haggling and the vibrant colors of market stalls faded, replaced by the steady hum of airships. Roland looked up in awe as a multitude of fantastical vessels hovered in the air. Varying in size and design, they were all crafted from enchanted wood and adorned in unique ways. The port, carved from ancient stone, showcased ornate archways and balconies embellished with mystical runes that shimmered in the sunlight, casting an ethereal glow over the entire structure. Cedric led the way, approaching a particularly large and opulent airship. Its hull was decorated with intricate patterns and adorned with glistening gems. The Merchant Guild's personal airship was a symbol of their wealth and influence, a testament to their success in the world of trade. The crew members, a mix of humans and various other races, bustled about, preparing the airship for departure. I still have a lot that I can learn. Roland was momentarily stunned by the wonders of magical technology unfolding before him. As a runesmith who had recently developed some minor floating capabilities, the prospect of creating such a large vessel felt like a dream come true. Although he typically concealed it, delving into the creation of magical devices was a passion he had learned to cherish. Observing these inventions, he had to resist the urge to examine the intricacies that made them tick. The ships in the port were supported by peculiar-looking clamps. Roland observed them in action as a nearby ship prepared to land. These large metal clamps extended, resembling fingers with various joints. Analyzing them with his mana sense, Roland was confident that they were golemic creations. The ship descended onto them, securely grasped into place by the intricate clamps. Once the ship was firmly secured, the crew opened a gangplank, allowing the passengers to disembark. I bet those things act as the anchor to hold the ships in place. It probably wouldn't be possible to leave this port with one of those clamps around the ship either. There were magical machines in this world that Roland yearned to examine. Despite the relatively modest level of technology, marvels like these airships captivated him. While not as swift as modern airplanes, they held unique advantages. Typically, a larger ship would be constructed around a levitation stone or flotation stone, a rare mineral that, when harnessed, could lift large objects into the air. With this resource, craftsmen only needed to devise effective means to propel these ships forward. Some utilized sails and winds, akin to regular ships, while others employed magical engines. There were even those that harnessed spirits to ride the wind currents, a domain about which Roland was less informed. "Stop spacing out, we need to move." His contemplations were interrupted by the feline guard as the group prepared to board the merchant ship. The vessel, resembling the size of an older cruise ship, appeared somewhat inferior to the ship used by the church to combat the cultists. This one was designated for transporting valuable merchant goods, securely stored in specialized spatial boxes. Cargo wasn't transported conventionally, as conserving weight on a flying vessel was crucial for its mobility. Exceeding the flotation stone's capabilities in weight would render flight impossible. Of course. He nodded and followed suit, his eyes darting around as he tried to assess the current situation. They entered through one of the doors that led them to the inside of the airship. The interior was a lavish display of magical craftsmanship, with plush carpets adorning the floor and intricate chandeliers illuminating the halls with a warm, magical glow. The walls were adorned with enchanting paintings that seemed to come alive as you looked at them. Typically, his weapons would be confiscated, but being part of the merchant ensemble, he was granted the privilege of keeping them. Everything proceeded according to plan. Although he couldn't join the merchants in the more luxurious cabins, he was afforded the freedom to roam the airship. As the airship prepared for departure, Roland found a quiet corner on the deck to observe the surroundings. The bustling airship port gradually shrank below as the vessel ascended into the sky. The city of Isgard, with its towering walls and the ever-present Ember Peak volcano, became a distant panorama. The wind whistled past, carrying with it the distinct scent of the volcanic fog. On his way to the institute, Roland harbored the hope that soon he would uncover new intricacies involving runes, enabling him to elevate his craft to a new level. This place is a bit crowded. I guess this is as far as second-hand connections can get me. Roland pondered as he leaned back against the uncomfortable bench in the large room reserved for hired adventurers and guards on the middle deck of the airship. Despite being allowed to keep their weapons, the bodyguards couldn't leave the area. After arriving at the ship, the main guards instructed him to wait there, considering him nothing more than backup and not presentable on the upper decks. The airship, quite large, even boasted a ballroom where music played, attracting nobles who mingled with influential merchants. It was a place for the rich and powerful. Roland couldn't complain, though, as he was getting a free ride to the institute. Others in the room appeared to be resting, seemingly unconcerned as the airship of this caliber was considered relatively safe. Something is blocking my signal. I won't be able to call Elodia until we arrive at the destination. As Roland's mind drifted back to the home he already missed, he couldn't deny that he had changed since arriving in Albrook. Initially, survival and peace were his sole concerns, but now he found himself worrying about others. During his absence, he hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Elodia had taken on the role of the new leader in his absence, but there was still the unpredictable alchemist to contend with. Despite having a conversation with him, Roland could only hope that the gnome wouldn't cause any disasters in his absence. I've been through a lot in these 11 years or so, or has it been 12 now? With not much to do, Roland found himself trapped in his own thoughts, a rare occurrence for him. Usually preoccupied with various tasks, he seldom dwelled on the past or pondered the nature of the world he found himself in. Even to this day, he had no idea how he ended up here or why. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, he was beginning to feel a sense of belonging. As events unfolded in Albrook, Roland realized that he was not alone and that life in this world was not as undesirable as he once thought. Roland had a challenging start, marked by his ostracization from his family. In those difficult years, books and the dream of becoming a wizard were his solace. However, that dream was shattered during his first ascension trial when he discovered his lack of elemental affinities. To this day, he remained uncertain about the reasons behind this anomaly. Various theories crossed his mind, such as his body being special or his mind replacing the original Roland's. He even questioned if he was the same person from Earth, contemplating whether his memories were merely copied over or if he existed within a vast dream while lying in a hospital bed. I should probably stop thinking about theories like that. This world is too real to be an illusion or a dying man's dream. What I need to focus on is the right research papers. If I'm not careful, it could take a lot longer than it should. Though Roland had never attended a formal magical academy, he delved into research papers produced by magicians. It was a challenging experience, as magicians often approached their work with chaos and lacked standardized note-taking. Each individual had their own cryptic methods, making it difficult to decipher their papers. Decoding the essence of the research consumed more than half of the task, and Roland found himself in danger of losing months in the pursuit of knowledge within the labyrinthine libraries of magical academia. Hey, watch it. Do you know how much this robe cost? I'm sorry. You're sorry? I don't think that's good enough. You even got it dirty. As he was thinking about a quick way to get all his research done, he overheard a commotion. A group of 3 adventurers were smirking and cackling while looking at a somewhat ordinary-looking girl. Her ears gave her away for someone from the rabbit race, and her clothes were certainly common. At a glance, she looked like one of the porters that was coming on the trip with them. Just like some of the adventurers, they were forced into a different section of this airship. You didn't what? Look here, girlie. These things are expensive. Look at this hole, you tore right through it, and now the enchantment won't work. But I'm a generous man. I'll let you off, if you pay for the damages you caused. But you're the one that bumped into me. Huh? Are you talking back? My friend has been nothing but nice, but you're trying to run after tarnishing his one and only magical robe. Roland attempted to disregard the disturbance and concentrate on his research, but the loud shouts of the adventurers made it challenging to ignore. It appeared that the group had set their sights on the girl. Roland had observed them earlier, recognizing specific emblems on their clothing signifying their affiliation with a mercenary group. These symbols suggested that they were likely hired by another merchant. The Adventurers Guild was not the sole entity that enlisted the services of adventurers. Smaller mercenary groups were also engaged for larger security needs. While these mercenary groups might be smaller and less powerful than the Adventurers Guild, they possessed distinct advantages. Their strength lay in their ability to assemble a larger force, and they were often engaged for temporary army-like roles. During disputes between nobles, these groups were sometimes enlisted to reinforce their forces. However, a significant drawback was their hiring process, or rather the lack of rigorous evaluations. As long as individuals weren't wanted criminals and possessed a battle class, they were deemed fit for employment. Even the first part was sometimes overlooked, which explained their behavior here. The girl was a porter and their section was below this area. The porter's only way out was passing through the large cabin where the adventurers and mercenaries were resting. Physical strength was not a prerequisite for those tasked with carrying luggage. Possessing sufficient funds to acquire a spatial bag and weight-reducing items sufficed. Even an ordinary-looking girl could suffice for the task as long as she could maintain the required pace. It appeared that she had just completed a task within the airship. Often, individuals in such roles were assigned various forms of manual labor. Bernier, who had experience in this profession, had shared some tales. Tasks included preparing food for the group and even washing their soiled undergarments during the journey. Mistakes could lead to the threat of physical violence, making it a challenging and demanding profession. Those in such roles could only hope to be part of a reasonable adventurer group, but many times it was the only way of earning money. It's not like they can unionize. Despite his initial reluctance, Roland found himself unable to ignore the escalating situation. His former self would typically have avoided such matters, as there was often no compelling reason to intervene in others' affairs. While he still held the same perspective, he acknowledged that taking action occasionally led to unforeseen rewards. In this particular case, intervening could halt the entire nonsensical episode, and Roland was also unwilling to witness the trio assaulting someone when he had the capacity to prevent it. No one from the three there posed much of a threat, and the other Tier 3 class holders that were watching weren't much better. They all were around the strength of the Platinum Party that he defeated in the dungeon. Now that his level had gone up, he felt even more comfortable. I didn't do anything. Hey, where do you think you are going? If you don't have the coin, you can pay in different ways. The purported leader of the group, a robust man with a scar across his face, advanced threateningly toward her. His lips emitted an obscene sound as he extended his hand to seize the visibly frightened girl. It was apparent to her what the men were after, and she desperately sought help from the other adventurers within the spacious chamber. Roland observed that there was little interest in assisting her, primarily because half of the individuals present belonged to the same mercenary group and were disinclined to intervene. An opportunity presented itself for him as the rabbit girl attempted to flee, and her only path led directly toward him. She darted off, displaying impressive speed, likely owing it to her beast race attributes. Unfortunately, she faced adversaries equipped with proficient battle classes, and the limited space offered little room for maneuvering or escape. In her haste, she stumbled over a bump and careened forward. Roland observed that the trio appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves, their faces radiating joy as if on the verge of erupting in laughter. Yet, behind these seemingly gleeful expressions lurked a malevolent undertone. They were individuals intoxicated by power, reveling in the exercise of force over someone defenseless. It was a harsh reality of this world, where the strong dictated the rules, and the existence of distinct classes condemned certain individuals to perpetual subjugation to their whims. Yet, even in an unjust world like this, some individuals resisted succumbing to such impulses. Not everyone elevated themselves above others solely based on their class or higher level. Roland, as a person from a more modern world where things were a tad more equal, exemplified such principles. He also tried to surround himself with like-minded individuals who at least didn't bully others. Ha! What is that? The adventurers who were enjoying tormenting the rabbit girl abruptly halted as a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The girl, on the verge of falling, came to a sudden stop mid-air and began to float. She flailed her arms and legs in a somewhat comedic fashion before gently floating to the side. The mercenaries swiftly identified the source of the blue light, and Roland made it abundantly clear. He was pointing directly at the girl with his finger, which emitted a magical light, drawing attention away from her and to him. "I think that's enough." His deep voice resonated through the chamber, capturing the attention of everyone present. The trio of adventurers turned to face Roland, their expressions shifting from amusement to bewilderment. The girl, realizing she was no longer the focal point of their attention, descended gracefully to the floor. She stumbled slightly upon landing, still catching her breath from the unexpected turn of events. "Who the hell are you?" The scar-faced leader spat out his words, clearly irritated by the interruption. Roland, unfazed, maintained his stoic demeanor and accentuated everything by making his eyes glow. Concealed behind a helmet and hood, he presented a menacing display of power. One thing was certain: most adventurers and mercenaries were unaccustomed to encountering mages. Even now, they were on high alert as magic users ranked among the most feared individuals. Their strength lay in the unknown, their use of strange items and hexes. Did I not make myself clear? Do you need me to repeat it again? In a situation like this, it was always better to take up a stern tone. People like these mercenaries were not ones to restrain themselves and only understood one rule, which was that the person with the bigger first was always right. Even now they were trying to measure his strength and potential backing to see if they should involve themselves further. Roland had no emblems or insignias that would tie him to any faction, but the magic he was using was enough. However, to make them understand the difference in power, he needed to show off a bit more. "Mind your own business, stranger. We're just having a bit of fun." "A bit of fun? I see. Then how about I have some fun with you instead?" While he wasn't the sole Tier 3 class holder in the room, those not affiliated with this mercenary company wouldn't assist or assail him. Among the 10 individuals he needed to watch, only 2 posed real threats. Realizing the need for quick and decisive action, Roland, without waiting for a response, let his mana surge toward the man. There were various ways that he could tackle this situation, but handling it without producing residual damage to this large cabin was important. If he caused too much of a ruckus, he could be even thrown out mid-flight, thus a binding spell would be what he decided to go with. To onlookers, it appeared as a peculiar surge of bluish energy assaulting their comrade, while only Roland perceived the intricate web of shackles within. The scar-faced man couldn't even draw his weapon before his arms were tightly bound to his body. Despite his size and muscular build, akin to the Albrook Guild Master, he strained in vain to break free. Before long, he found himself floating in mid-air, contorting in a worm-like way. Helpless, he squirmed until he appeared in front of his captor, who presented him with an electrified digit. Most occupants of the chamber hurriedly distanced themselves as the crackling sound resonated with thunderous intensity. The prevailing consensus was evident. They faced an irate mage exuding an astonishing surge of magical energy. A ball of lightning energy materialized from Roland's finger, expanding menacingly before the scar-faced man's face. "Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. I'll give you that choice. What are you? And you, in the back, don't think I can't see you. Before you notch that arrow, I'll incinerate your friend's face." The other Tier 3 class holder, belonging to the mercenary company, shivered as he was instantly spotted and singled out from the large group. Despite attempting to hide behind his comrades, his opponent discerned his intentions instantly. "Now, you and your friends can either shut up for the remainder of this trip, or we will have a problem. So, do we have a problem?" Roland made sure to bring the ball of lightning close to the man's face. Some of the smaller bolts even landed onto his body, electrifying him in the process. The scar-faced man quickly realized that he was over his head and started nodding. "Why yes, what about the enchantments?" "Enchantments? That rag has long lost all of its charges and can't be used anymore. It's worthless at this point. So, let me ask you again, do we have a problem?" "No, we don't." "Good. Then go away." Satisfied with the response, Roland dispelled the crackling ball of lightning but still sent the man flying. The scar-faced man collided with the two people harassing the rabbit girl, taking them down with him and shattering a few wooden boxes along the way. The entire room fell silent, tension lingering in the air. Roland's gaze swept across the other adventurers and mercenaries, his glowing eyes exuding an imposing aura. It was over and the result was obvious. The once loud men had quieted down and dared not to raise their voices. Even the three perpetrators didn't dare to speak out. It was clear that they were afraid to lose their heads. Roland took a side glance at everyone in this area, with his gaze finally landing on the girl that he rescued. His eyes were still glowing, which gave her the jitters and caused him to momentarily drop the tough guy act. Thank you. He didn't reply and simply nodded, maintaining the facade that his actions were not solely for the girl's sake but for maintaining silence. By portraying himself as an eccentric mage disliking loud noises and excessive chatter, he aimed to ensure everyone here would behave for the remainder of the sky voyage. In a way, he was safeguarding all the other porters below from getting caught in the crossfire, much like the current predicament of the rabbit girl. The girl continued to bow in gratitude and only departed after Roland waved her off. She swiftly disappeared towards the area where the rest of the porters were stationed, marking the end of that particular incident. Consequently, a very uncomfortable and tension-filled journey commenced for the other adventurers. Roland made it challenging for them to get any sleep, instilling fear that even their snoring might irritate the formidable mage. Some resorted to slapping awake their friends to ensure everyone stayed alert. The air remained thick with unease throughout the trip. After enduring a day of tension and discomfort, they finally arrived at their destination. Roland felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with how he spent his time on the ship. He couldn't peer through any windows to witness the kingdom from a bird's-eye view, nor could he explore the ship with a craftsman's eye. He yearned to inspect the engine room and acquire magical schematics for future use. Perhaps, then, constructing such a large vessel would become a possibility. The airship smoothly landed in a bustling city, and the adventurers and guards commenced disembarking. Roland rejoined his temporary entourage near the gangplank. Although his immediate task was coming to an end, his true journey into the Institute was just beginning. With purpose, he took a step forward, his mind racing at the possibilities that this journey might bring to elevate his runic magic to the next level. Hey, watch it! Sorry. A girl, donned in an oversized backpack, descended through a gangplank that could barely accommodate two people at once. The substantial size of her backpack inadvertently caused a minor collision with a fellow disembarking passenger. Swiftly, she turned around, bowing her head in apology before darting away. Behind her, a large airship was docked, and numerous other passengers were also disembarking. Upon disembarking, she hurried through the somewhat dirty-looking docks, cluttered with boxes and rugged sailors. This section of the docks was designated for manual laborers like herself and the other porters. On the ship's opposite side, a contrasting scene unfolded, with lavishly dressed individuals disembarking onto a place befitting nobility. The nobility and the rich preferred to keep their distance from the commoners, reflecting the harsh reality of this world. However, such trivial things didn't worry this happy-go-lucky girl. She just sprinted forth at an astonishing pace, her white rabbit ears flopping around with each step that she took. She was quite energetic at finally arriving at her home. As she approached the exit for the docks, she stopped herself for a moment. Her red pupils glanced back at the airship. She scanned the area while looking for a peculiar individual who didn't seem to appear even after she waited. Could that person have disembarked on the other side? Her ears drooped in disappointment as she realized she didn't have the chance to thank him for his intervention. It made sense that such a powerful mage would likely be a prominent adventurer, perhaps in the service of nobles or merchants. It wasn't uncommon for such individuals to receive compensation far beyond what a platinum-ranked adventurer could earn independently. She lingered a few more minutes, but it became evident that he wouldn't be emerging. Maybe he'll visit the Adventurer Guild instead? What if he's already there? Oh no, I should hurry! With renewed determination, the rabbit-eared girl sprinted towards the bustling city. Her thoughts focused on finding the mysterious mage who had intervened on her behalf. The city was a maze of narrow streets and large buildings that she knew like the back of her hand. The air was filled with the scent of various goods, and the clamor of merchants and locals haggling created a lively atmosphere. As she navigated through the crowded streets, the girl couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of the city. Stalls lined the sidewalks, selling everything from exotic fruits to magical trinkets. Street performers showcased their talents, drawing crowds with mesmerizing displays of fire manipulation and illusionary arts. The city was alive with energy, a stark departure from the rigid routine of her life as a porter. The girl finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The imposing building stood proudly in the heart of the city, its emblematic swords crossed in a display of strength. The guild was a hub for adventurers, mercenaries, and those seeking their services. As she entered, the bustling noise of the city was replaced by the more subdued hum of conversations and the occasional clinking of tankards. The interior was spacious, with a large bulletin board displaying various requests from citizens and organizations seeking assistance. Adventurers of all shapes and sizes mingled, sharing stories and discussing potential missions. The rabbit-eared girl scanned the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious mage. "Lunya? Is that you? What are you spacing out for? He's not here? What? Oh, it's just you. Well, sorry for being just me." Lunya, the girl with rabbit ears, turned around, spotting one of her friends. The other girl, a bit older but still in her 20s, had vibrant red hair and donned a set of leather armor. A conspicuous quiver filled with arrows adorned her back, unmistakably revealing her profession to anyone observant. "I didn't mean it like that." The girl started waving her arms around in panic while trying to explain herself. She realized that what she had pronounced was quite rude, but her friend just started laughing and gave her a pat on the head. "That's fine. I see that you're back from your little side trip. Anything interesting happened on the way?" "Oh, something did." "It did? Why don't we sit down and wait for the others? Now that you're back, we can have our strategic meeting. Can't go spelunking without our best porter." The rabbit girl blushed and smiled in response to the redhead adventurer's praise. Soon, the two were seated at a table. The adventurer promptly ordered some beer and began chugging it from a large pitcher. In contrast, Lunya opted for water, politely refusing the alcoholic beverage. "Oh, you met a strange mage." "Yes, I think he was a platinum adventurer. His voice was gentle but also quite manly." "Haha. Do you have a crush on him? You know that those mages can fake their voices, right? I bet that behind that mask an old grandpa is hidden." "No." Lunya vigorously shook her head, her rabbit ears twitching with defiance. "It's not like that. He helped me out. I just wanted to thank him. That's all." Her friend chuckled, taking another sip of her beer. All right, no need to get defensive. "So, did you find him here?" Lunya scanned the room again, disappointment evident in her expression. "No, not yet. I thought he might have come to the guild. Maybe he's on a mission or something." The adventurer leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingers on the table. "Platinum ranked. Huh? That's impressive. Not many of them around here. If he's not here, he might have taken a high-profile quest directly from the nobles. They usually prefer dealing with the best." Lunya's eyes widened with realization, and her ears flopped in disappointment again. This made her friend chuckle even harder, but soon her smile was gone as she abruptly changed the subject of the conversation. "If what you said is true, then you were quite lucky. Those mercenary bastards probably belong to the Obsidian Brotherhood. They are truly a bunch of nasty bastards." The two fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that some groups abused their power. This particular bunch had a notorious reputation for mistreating others, especially women. Numerous stories circulated about their nefarious exploits. Even though people were aware of these issues, such groups often managed to escape with minimal consequences after paying fines. The nobility displayed little concern for the well-being of adventurers or commoners, leaving individuals to either seek street justice or endure the situation. I think you should maybe stop taking those side jobs, at least until we actually manage to become platinum ranks ourselves, the redhead adventurer suggested, and Lunya just nodded in response. Silence fell on the two again as they continued to take in their drinks and was only broken by the appearance of two other faces. What's with those faces? Did someone die? The silence was abruptly shattered by a loud voice as another person approached Lunya and her adventurer friend. The two turned to see a large woman with exposed muscular arms. A foolish grin adorned her face as she held a massive hammer meant for two-handed over her shoulder. Standing at a height of a bit over 2 meters, her imposing figure contrasted with the shorter individual beside her. This companion was another girl with animal ears, white grayish hair, and a bushy tail peeking out from behind. Another hammer? Of course. Hammers are the best. Look at this baby. The redhead adventurer shook her head around as the large magical hammer was placed on the table. You know that you could have just bought one with regular enchantments, right? It would cost a lot less too. Ha! Nothing can compare to runic weapons. The group looked at the large woman with somewhat pity in their eyes, which didn't go unnoticed. She quickly opened her mouth and started shouting. Stop looking at me like that. You need to get over that already. Shut up. This isn't about that. The redhead burst into laughter, while the large woman from the Goliath race clenched her teeth. Soon, the conversation shifted to their next mission and the mercenary group they needed to be wary of. As Roland stepped onto the solid ground of the bustling city, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The airship's grandeur and the incident during the journey had distracted him temporarily, but now he was focused on the reason he came to this city in the first place, the Xander's Institute of Wizardry. Hey, keep up, I guess. I still need to get this part over with. He had just descended from the gangplank, trailing behind his temporary boss and their bodyguards. His mission wasn't quite over yet, as the port city of Cloridge was only a temporary stop for them. It stood as one of the largest trade cities in the entire kingdom, serving as a central hub for various connections. Reputable guilds, such as the Merchant Guild and the Dwarven Union, had their branches established here. This location served as the perfect spot for negotiating favorable deals on materials. His strength didn't lie in bartering and making deals. He left such matters to Arthur or his contacts within the Union. Although his charisma stat was above average and would assist him in conversations, he would have to remove his helmet for it to work effectively. In this unknown region, however, he opted to keep his bearings and be on the side of caution. Should I just leave without them? I don't really need them anymore. He followed behind the merchant and two bodyguards, but having already used the airship, he knew that to travel to the Institute from here, all he needed was a carriage. However, it seemed the group had different plans. Despite the day having just started, the plump merchant seemed eager to grab a bite. Although he didn't engage in conversation, he gathered from their discussion that they would likely be staying in Cloridge for a while before continuing their journey. If I leave then, I will fail my mission and probably get a complaint from the guild. I'm still an adventurer. His current job was to ensure the safe delivery of the merchant to another location outside of this city. They still needed to travel by land for another day before he could resume his own journey. Opting to leave at this point could result in a complaint to the guild from the merchant. Despite being a platinum adventurer, rules still applied. While he wouldn't be removed, his card could be suspended, making future travels more challenging. Therefore, he decided to endure the animosity from the bothersome guards. In a day and a half, he hoped to be free of their company. Wait, you don't expect to go in there looking like this, do you? Is there a problem? Ha! She is right. How about you wait here? If you want, you may head into the city to a pub or something. Think that is what you adventurers like to do? The group reached a lavish restaurant, and during the journey, he was compelled to sit at the back of the carriage for around 20 minutes. While this afforded him a good view of the city surroundings, it also left his posterior sore. Upon arrival, the guards halted him and the merchant he was meant to protect barred his entry. The man soon disappeared inside, leaving him with a few words from the Catwoman. Just meet us in a few hours at the meeting spot. Just don't be late. I advise you to go there and sit until we are back. Instructed to head to the next location and wait, he contemplated whether visiting the magical train station would be an interesting endeavor. The uncertainty of how long they would remain inside the restaurant left him with potential hours of waiting. If, for some reason, the merchant failed to show up, he might be compelled to wait through the night or even search for him throughout the city. Fortunately, he had already saved the trio's mana patterns, enabling him to track them if needed. Nonetheless, he would likely need to find a way to occupy his time for a couple of hours until they finally set off to another location. Should I just go to the station? When was the last time I used one? Trains existed in this world, but they weren't prevalent on Dragnus Island, especially not connecting to Albrook. There was one in Isgard, but it only linked to a handful of large cities there. The majority of resources were concentrated on the super dungeon, leading nobles and merchants to see little reason to extend the network further. I was really young back then. While reminiscing about his old adventures, he decided to take a walk. He strolled through the lively streets of Cloridge, observing the diverse mix of people bustling about their daily lives. Merchants haggled over goods, street performers entertained passers-by, and the city seemed to vibrate with a unique energy. The air was infused with the scent of various cuisines, enticing him to try something local. It was a chance to try out some other cuisine than the food he got used to eating in Albrook. Deciding to follow his nose, Roland found himself drawn to a small food market tucked away in a bustling alley. The aroma of grilled meats, spices, and freshly baked bread wafted through the air, enticing him to explore further. As he approached the market, he noticed a stall with a particularly long line of customers. Curiosity piqued, he joined the queue, patiently waiting his turn. The stall was run by a portly man with a wide grin, expertly grilling skewers of marinated meats. The enticing sizzle and savory scent made Roland's stomach growl in anticipation. As he neared the front of the line, the man behind the counter looked up, acknowledging the newcomer. "Ah, adventurer. Haven't seen your face around here before. You must try our special dragon spice skewers. Guaranteed to add a bit of fire to your day." What the man was holding looked like a skewered lizard, covered in spices and well-grilled. Roland, who led a life as an adventurer, had occasionally tasted reptile meat before, so this didn't really put him off. To minimize the use of the provisions offered to him by his wife, he decided to try some local food that wouldn't take up too much time. This fast food stall was perfect for his current needs. "Thank you for your business. Please come again." His helmet had been enhanced for the trip, allowing him to open up parts that covered his mouth. Could slide open thanks to the magic holding things in place. He knew that traveling, especially in dangerous situations, required keeping his head protected at all times, but eating was unavoidable. The first bite was a revelation. The combination of spices, grilled meat, and a hint of something exotic left his taste buds tingling. As he enjoyed his meal, he couldn't help but appreciate the simple joys of exploring a new city and discovering its unique culinary offerings. Not bad. He smacked his lips after finishing the spicy treat and washed it down with some water. Soon, the mouth opening slid back together and perfectly attached itself back into place. His hunger had been somewhat satiated, but he wasn't sure what to do next. It was probably better to head closer to the train station area, as he didn't want to attract the attention of the annoying guards. However, as he was about to set out, he noticed something. His suit of armor started beeping, and his display flashed to inform him about some unwanted guests. It was good that I recorded all of their mana patterns. A few red dots appeared on the small screen, informing him that he was being followed. His adversaries belonged to the mercenary group he had previously encountered and terrorized. It seemed that he was being trailed by some people who were on the airship with him, likely individuals with scouting classes. Are they trying to gather information on me? I guess. No good deed goes unpunished. This was something he had already considered. The group had become a laughingstock on board the ship, and sometimes people like this couldn't let it slide. It was possible that this particular group liked to present itself as strong, and if someone went against them, they would attack. I'm leaving in a few hours, so this shouldn't be a problem, But what if they follow me into the academy? For a moment, he started regretting his past actions. Usually, he avoided standing out, but he couldn't just let that girl be assaulted in front of his eyes. This was a problem, but not something he couldn't contend with. Thus, to make things easier for himself, he needed to finish what he started. What should I do about my friends here? I can't confront them out in the open. Roland looked at the map overlay that was expanding. This was the first time he was in this city, but thanks to this feature, he could see the layout of the area. Spotting an alley nearby, he decided to take a detour through it, hoping to lose his pursuers temporarily. The alley was narrow and winding, with tall buildings on either side casting shadows that provided some cover. As Roland moved through the alley, he could hear the distant sounds of the bustling city. The irregular layout of the buildings created blind spots, giving him a strategic advantage. He quickened his pace, weaving through the labyrinthine paths of the alley, all while keeping an eye on his minimap. The red dots that represented the few pursuers were still following and indicated that he probably wouldn't be able to lose them in this fashion. More than likely, they had some tracking skills that helped them push through the alleyways. I bet they got my scent while we were on the airship. We were inside that one cabin for a while. It wouldn't be hard to do it for one of their Tier 2 trackers. How should I handle them? Roland contemplated the dilemma, realizing he couldn't simply confront them in the heart of an unfamiliar city. The potential for collateral damage due to his volatile runic magic was large. Moreover, he considered the possibility that they might be egging him into retaliation. After all, they were members of a mercenary group with influential connections. It occurred to him that they might have ties to the local guard captain, who could swiftly mobilize soldiers to apprehend him. Any resistance on his part could escalate the situation further, potentially involving even the local noble. It will be better not to get other people involved. I need to lose this tale for good. Roland considered various approaches to address the situation. The risk of them employing tracking skills to tail him was a concern, but he had taken precautions to counter such effects. Having encountered similar situations before, he had extensively researched magical spells to eliminate his scent and hamper tracking skills. With this in mind, he examined the map once more, plotting a course toward one of the alleyways that appeared to be a dead end. In front of him stood a stone building with brick walls on the side, providing an ideal location to set his trap. Roland's hand touched the ground as he activated one of his latest skills. A series of runes emerged, glowing in a pale blue light. For a brief moment, an illusory image of himself materialized and then swiftly dissipated. It was a temporary replacement, an illusory spell designed to momentarily deceive and divert his pursuers. This marked just the beginning of his strategy. Soon, additional runes adorned the nearby walls under Roland's continuous touch. His imbued rune skill proved invaluable, allowing him to swiftly set traps without the need for pre-prepared scrolls, as he had done in the past. As long as inorganic materials, like the surrounding bricks, were present, Roland could harness some form of runic magic with ease. Now that everything is set, I need to get away from here. He gazed upward, finding the way obstructed from 3 directions by steep walls. Such barriers posed no challenge for someone of his capabilities who was proficient in the use of the levitation spell. Extending his hand, Roland pointed upward, unleashing a peculiar semi-transparent beam of green light from his finger. It wasn't an offensive spell. Instead, it connected with the roof of the building ahead, adhering to it. The substance he generated was both sticky and sturdy and was something that he could grip onto. Swiftly, he invoked the levitation spell, rendering himself as light as a feather. With a single, forceful pull, his body shot upward. Soon he found himself on the roof of the building, gently jumping around as if he was on the surface of the moon. This is still a bit difficult. To prevent himself from being propelled uncontrollably into the air, Roland had modified the levitation spell, allowing a fraction of his weight to persist. His struggle with controlling propulsion led him to opt for simpler means of moving forward. One of these means was using a combined spell that brought his mage hand and a binding spell together. Thanks to the added adhesive properties, he could pull himself towards flat surfaces. His form moved swiftly through the buildings while being shrouded in an invisibility spell. His magic had reached the level of greater runic spells, not something regular people would be able to see through. With his weight lessened and sound canceling, no one was the wiser as he jumped through the air. This should do it. After a while, Roland found himself in a different alleyway, devoid of any onlookers. He cancelled the spells he had previously used and quietly traced his steps toward the distant sounds of chatter. His pursuers remained oblivious to his disappearance and waited for him to leave that alley. He anticipated they would linger for a moment before launching an investigation, providing him with a window of opportunity to lose them for good. As he moved stealthily through the city, Roland couldn't help but imagine the expressions on their faces when they walked into the trap he left behind. He chuckled to himself as he found the whole encounter rather amusing. I wish I could see their faces after they walk into that trap. Oh well, I should head to the train station and wait. But first, I need to see this through. There were 3 dots visible on his mapping device. Although his scanning range had increased, he wouldn't be able to keep track of events if he simply left. Another issue was the imbued runes he had left behind. If the group didn't enter, they would dissipate. To prolong their effect, he needed to stay within a certain range. At his current skill level, they would last for around 10 minutes autonomously. By remaining closer, he could infuse them with some of his mana to extend the effect to about an hour. However, this skill had its limits eventually. The rune would corrode to such an extent that even if he stood next to it, it would vanish. Hey, should we go in? He is acting strange. Did he figure us out? Shit, did he make a run for it? But I can sense that he is there. The 3 people from the Obsidian Brotherhood stood before a lone alley. Their target had vanished into it and had remained inside for almost 10 minutes now. They were quickly getting suspicious, but for some reason their tracking skills were telling them that he was in there. But I think this one should be blocked. Is he talking to someone there? Wait. Shit. What is it? That bastard. I think he is gone. The most senior tracker in the group sensed that something was off and leaped toward the alleyway where their target was supposedly waiting. The others kept their distance, wary of this unusual behavior that seemed like a trap. However, once their most skilled tracker decided to run in, the rest followed suit. There's no one here? Did he climb up the walls? Damn mages. He must have cast some type of illusion. He can't have gone far. We need to find him. It was evident to them that the person they were following was aware of their presence. Nonetheless, they were assigned the task of tracking him to uncover his identity. Their mercenary group had a policy of avoiding confrontations with enemies they couldn't handle. Their objective was either to obtain his adventurer card or locate his place of residence. Even if he was a mage, an opportunity for retaliation would likely arise. Their employers were vindictive and wouldn't hesitate to attack such an individual, especially when they were vulnerable, such as while sleeping. He was here, he can't run, we just need to pick up high. As the leader of the group was talking, a strange thing transpired. All sound seemed to vanish from this place, and he couldn't even hear his own words leaving his mouth. The group realized that something was off, but as they were trying to make a run for it, the magical traps were triggered. One of them attempted to retreat through the obvious exit they had used to enter by backtracking. However, something held his foot in place. Upon looking down, he discovered a strange glowing green rune that was keeping him rooted. His 2 friends, attempting to scale the walls, faced a similar predicament. They all became immobilized. Before they could react, the entire area was engulfed in a peculiar purplish haze. Instinctively, they tried to close their mouths upon realizing it was a type of gaseous attack. However, this proved futile as they soon began to feel dizzy. To exacerbate the situation, numerous vines exploded from the sides, ensnaring and swiftly solidifying around them. Despite their screams for help, they went unheard due to the sound-canceling rune, and one by one, they succumbed to unconsciousness. To add to the unfolding events, the ground started rising to produce a rocky wall concealing them from any potential onlookers. Well, that takes care of them for a while. Should I get myself another skewer, or should I try not to push my luck? Roland distanced himself from the range of his trapping runes and made his way back into the city. The blackish hooded robe that once concealed his identity now displayed a different color of pale gray. The material had been alchemically modified by his own gnome worker, reacting to mana and capable of changing color. Recognizing that those searching for him likely had a specific description in mind, he sought to blend in by avoiding the typical appearance of robed figures of his height. Soon he decided to make his way to the magical train station. The Xander's Institute of Wizardry was his next destination, and he wanted to familiarize himself with the transportation system once again. The train station was a bustling hub, with various platforms connecting to different destinations. Roland observed the trains arriving and departing, marveling at the efficiency of the magical transportation network. As he stood on the platform, he couldn't help but feel like an engineer. The large machines were before him, and there was no one stopping him from examining them with his eyes. While he could only go through the exterior shells, this would change after he was let inside. They mostly used them for transporting goods and people, but thanks to spatial technology, the trains don't need to pull that many carts. As he examined his surroundings, Roland noticed something peculiar. Contrary to his expectation of uniformity, the train carts and locomotives displayed significant variation. During his previous travels using one of these, there was only one model to examine. However, with a closer look now, he realized that some of the train carts were enchanted, exhibiting magical qualities, while others were simple plain metal with no discernible enhancements. It seemed as if each one had been crafted individually without a common archetype. The dwarves usually just copy runic structures without many alterations. Are trains considered different to them? These were larger runic machines constructed by the Union. Upon closer inspection, Roland also identified various emblems associated with dwarven smithies. It seemed plausible that each group of dwarven craftsmen aimed to distinguish themselves. The locomotives resembled large golem-like creations, suggesting that each famous workshop had its own preferred models to introduce to the market. This approach served as an effective means for the dwarves to showcase their craftsmanship, and Roland could envision a sense of pride among them if their particular models gained widespread use. Makes sense, the runic traces seem to follow a unified pattern, but the exteriors are highly customized by their creators. Should I copy them and push my spider golems more? He had dedicated a considerable amount of time to a specific arachnid model, which had now been transformed into an entirely distinct golemic creation. Roland entertained the idea that his workshop could gain recognition for the Wayland-type arachnid golems if he continued to push the boundaries of innovation. Yet, becoming a kingdom-wide sensation wasn't one of his goals. He preferred to live his ways more quietly with his wife, who was patiently waiting for him back home. I think some would consider me weird for not wanting money and fame. As he pondered the notion of being an oddball, he arrived at one of the station booths. While this location served as a train station, it lacked the refinement of those in his original world. For example, there were no schedules posted for him to pursue. Instead, individuals had to inquire with one of the station workers. Furthermore, even when the departure times were known, trains were frequently delayed. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes and inquiring, he was provided with the platform number. The station was notably spacious, boasting a total of 8 platforms. A distinct division was evident, with only 2 of the trains designated for common use, while the others demanded additional credentials for access. Nobles and merchants, averse to sharing transport with potentially hazardous adventurers and common folk, were willing to pay considerably higher ticket prices to ensure their exclusivity. After identifying where he needed to go, Roland made his way to the 6th platform. His train didn't arrive yet, but the one that was close to leaving looked quite exquisite. It was adorned with intricate carvings, golden accents, and plush interiors, clearly catering to a more affluent clientele. None of the locomotives meant for commoners were here. Only high-profile merchants and lower nobility could take these. To gain access, he needed to show his papers to one of the guards, and with that, he could now wait for the merchant to arrive. As anticipated, a considerable amount of time was spent waiting with little to occupy him. Given the lack of other diversions, he pulled out his notebook and began tracing the runic symbols. Even without access to the interior, his existing knowledge allowed him to extrapolate the workings. Armed with runic batteries capable of producing a superior engine, he focused on analyzing the exterior aspects of the train. Examining the weight distribution on the train became another point of interest. Perhaps in the future, he could undertake the construction of such a train himself, envisioning potential profits for Albrook. Although establishing railways presented its challenges and substantial costs, creating an entire train would be the most expensive endeavor. It offered Arthur a unique opportunity to distinguish himself from his brothers, but would be a hard endeavor. They would need to build rails that went through some of their territories to connect to the railway leading to Isgard. After half a day had elapsed, the plump merchant, accompanied by his 2 guards, finally made an appearance. Without exchanging a word with him, they headed straight for the recently arrived train. At last, his journey could progress, and following the next stop, he would be free to embark on his own. With the professor awaiting his arrival and the invitation letter in hand, there was nothing impeding his progress. He confidently entered the luxury car and selected a seat situated a bit apart from the merchant and his 2 main guards. He enjoyed the luxury of some personal space, a privilege reserved for the affluent and noble. In stark contrast, he observed a commoner train on the second platform, overcrowded with people, many of whom stood without a seat. While observing, his eyes caught something familiar, a set of rabbit ears that he recalled from the airship. Is it that porter girl? The girl was wearing a large backpack, similar to the one Bernier had used before but with added enchantments. It seemed that the girl was waiting for someone to arrive as she was looking around for someone. The train that she was going to use was slowly being filled up and would probably leave in a few minutes. Is she waiting for her party members? Are they going to miss the train? For someone who prided themselves on punctuality, witnessing individuals not arriving at a train station at least 20 minutes early seemed peculiar to Roland. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl's life wasn't ideal, especially if she was working with adventurers who struggled with punctuality. However, his train of thought was interrupted when he noticed her waving enthusiastically towards the side. While he couldn't see clearly, it was evident that someone was approaching her. His gaze shifted in that direction, guided by the light that illuminated 3 indistinct shadows. He pondered about the identities of the individuals accompanying the rabbit girl. However, before he could discern their faces, a loud screeching sound assaulted his ears as another train arrived at the station, obstructing his view. Oh well! He could do nothing but lean back in his seat. His journey continued and he needed to keep to his schedule. As the train departed from the station, Roland observed the landscape passing by outside the window. The city gradually gave way to the outskirts, where sprawling fields and forests replaced the urban scenery. Soon, the first part of the trip would be over and then his true objective would begin: learning. Welcome to the Gretel Adventurer Guild. I see it's your first time here. How can I be of service? I'd like to turn in a quest. Here are the papers and my adventurer card. Ah, please give me a moment. Of course. A woman adorned with large oval glasses and dressed in the standard Adventurer Guild receptionist uniform greeted Roland with a smile. His somewhat monotonous journey had concluded, and he was now at liberty to continue on his own. The train ride had been uneventful, devoid of monster attacks or any attempts to capture the merchant. In a sense, he felt he had been overpaid for doing very little, as the 2 main guards had shouldered most of the responsibilities while he merely accompanied them. The merchant he had accompanied had his base of operations in this location. He was part of the new movement attempting to earn money within Albrook and had visited it to inspect it firsthand. The man exhibited a peculiar trait, as he didn't trust anyone to make the right call, often visiting such places on his own before making a decision. Roland benefited from this behavior, securing a ride back to the central region of the kingdom, a location much closer to his old home than before. Though it was irksome to be looked down upon by his personal guards, Roland managed to maintain his composure. Upon arriving at the location, he received the stamp of approval that marked the completion of his mission. The lady with glasses, upon inspecting the papers, displayed a heightened level of concern, evident in her demeanor. It was hard to overlook the presence of the high-profile merchant, one of the wealthiest individuals in the city with connections to numerous noble houses. Nevertheless, she swiftly composed herself, maintaining her professional demeanor. "Thank you for completing this mission, Mr. Wayland. It seems you've handled it quite efficiently. Is there anything else you'd like to do at the guild today?" "Yes. Could I purchase a map of the region?" "A map? Of course. Just deduct the price from the commission." The receptionist nodded, processing the paperwork swiftly before retrieving a detailed map of the region from a nearby shelf. Roland's eyes scanned the parchment, taking note of the various landmarks, cities, and dungeons marked on it. He was particularly interested in the area that he would be visiting as he needed to make another stop before reaching the institute. As Roland studied the map, the receptionist couldn't help but ask, "Planning on exploring some dungeons, Mr. Wayland?" Roland looked up, his face covered by a hood and also a runic helmet, which blocked the receptionist from seeing his wry smile. He wasn't sure if this woman was just being friendly, or if she was gathering information on the new wandering adventurer. "Perhaps. Do you have a stable here?" "We do. It's just around the corner. Do you wish for me to propose a stead?" "No, thank you. I'll just ask the stable hand." He swiftly concluded the encounter and received his sack of coins for the trip. The compensation seemed modest, considering this was a task for a platinum adventurer, but the airship ride itself served as a part of the reward. Shortly after, he stepped outside, attracting the attention of the locals. His status as a platinum adventurer made him stand out in the crowd, but with a single side glance, everyone promptly returned to their own activities. I guess being a high-ranking adventurer has its perks. Now where is that stable? Typically, Roland relied on merchant caravans for long-distance travel to various locations. However, given the proximity of his next destination, he opted for a different approach. For such a short journey, it made more sense to rent out a horse or another type of mount and travel independently. If he were to forego this option, he'd have to wait an additional day for the merchants to gather, and they would likely camp out, something he wished to avoid to save on precious time. That crest belongs to the Castellane house. As Roland walked towards the stable, he noticed a distinctive noble crest that caught his attention. The crest was divided into 4 quadrants, each symbolizing a different aspect. A towering castle in the top left quadrant signified ancestral strength, while golden wheat in the bottom left represented prosperity. A regal lion in the top right quadrant stood for courage and nobility, and a flowing river in the bottom right symbolized the passage of time. Regular people wouldn't be able to distinguish the meaning behind the crest, but he was different. It was a house that he was very familiar with. The Castellane house belonged to the royalist faction and served as the direct superiors to the Arden house, to which Roland belonged. As a Marquis house, they operated directly under the royal family. Despite Roland being mostly ignored by his family, it was made explicit that he should hold the Castellane house in high regard. His family emphasized that if he ever found himself in the presence of someone from the Castellane nobles, he must bow his head in respect. According to what he knew, his father had served as a knight commander for them in his youth, and it was through their assistance that he was granted the title of Baron. It was something that he expected to encounter sooner or later, but seeing it this close still made him uncomfortable. His old self would have nothing to do with this area, and the thought of being berated by his family members again was quite unappealing. Luckily, the crest was just a mark on one of the buildings, and their main estate was not in this city. It was a similar situation as in Albrook. At most he would find another noble associated with them instead. Robert shouldn't be here, but those other 2. Where did they end up? Roland had 3 elder brothers. Robert had chosen to enlist in the army at the borders, aspiring to become an officer. Resigned to the belief that he wouldn't be able to assume the role of Baron, Robert had abandoned any aspirations for succession. On the other hand, his other 2 brothers, Rainer and Edwin, were actively vying for control of the entire Arden estate. Roland wasn't entirely certain about their current endeavors. He recognized that the information provided by Robert was likely outdated. I think the 2 took up internships at higher noble houses and were working there as personal knights. I wonder where they ended up. It was not uncommon for children of nobility to seek employment with higher-ranking noble houses. One of Roland's older sisters had served as a personal maid for a member of a higher house. While on the surface it might seem like a role unfit for nobility, the connections and opportunities it provided were highly valued in noble circles. The chance to be closer to real power emanating from higher nobility and royalty was something nobles were willing to pursue, even if it meant taking on seemingly menial positions. Roland did the same thing by tying himself to Arthur, who, with his name, was able to protect his shop from the Union. The stable Roland sought was not far, and as he approached, he noticed a variety of mounts available for rent. Horses of different sizes and colors were tethered to the wooden posts, waiting for riders. Roland approached the stable hand, a sturdy-looking man with a weathered face, who was currently grooming a horse. The stable hand turned to him and inquired, "Greetings, sir. How can I assist you today? I need a mount for a short journey, something swift and sturdy." Roland replied while examining the steeds with the help of his analyzing skill. There were other creatures present that looked like large yellow ostriches and even ones resembling dinosaurs. "Certainly, sir. We have a few options available. Do you have a preference?" Roland glanced over the available mounts, eyeing a sleek chestnut horse that seemed to fit his criteria. The exotic creatures weren't to his liking, as he preferred to stick to things that he already knew, and horse riding was not anything new. "I'll take that one. You have a keen eye, sir. This one is reliable and fast." For a moment he expected the man to ask him about the price, but he remained quiet. This horse that he selected was among the more premium choices, as its speed was far superior to the other regular ones. However, he was a platinum adventurer who would be able to afford it. The stable hand just nodded, finishing his grooming task before preparing the chosen horse for Roland. After ensuring the saddle was secure and the horse was equipped with the necessary gear, he brought it over. "Are you aware of the procedures?" "I am, but refresh my memory." "Sure thing." The man efficiently outlined all the requirements, emphasizing the importance of returning the horse in one piece. If the horse fled or fell victim to a monster, Roland would be required to pay for the damages. He received a slip detailing the current date and time, with the cost increasing the longer he took to return the horse. The fee varied based on adventurer rank. Those with lower ranks had to pay more for the mount, and some even needed to cover the entire horse's cost, which would then be refunded at the guild of their destination. Fortunately, Roland's high adventurer rank meant the expense wouldn't be too burdensome. He could even get a free horse if he chose one of the slower ones. With the formalities settled, Roland took the chestnut horse that looked quite robust. In size, this breed was comparable to a draft horse but resembled a more regular breed. It was more muscular and could run much faster, reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. With the help of this mount, he would be able to reach his next destination without the need to camp out. The steed came equipped with a robust saddle and harness to which he could attach his spatial bags. He attached his large war hammer to it while his shield remained strapped to his back and hidden under his robe. With everything settled, he patted the well-trained horse that didn't seem to mind new travelers. Soon he was riding through the streets while looking at the new map that he bought. Roland found himself close to the center of the kingdom, and a journey northeast would lead him to the second-largest lake within the kingdom of Caldris. In proximity to this lake, there was a dungeon known for housing water-based creatures, a stark contrast to the volcanic beings that roamed the Albrook dungeon. The Institute lay half a day's gallop to the north, marking his destination. "I just need to get to the nearby guild branch, and then I can grab a carriage to the Institute." Examining the map in his hands, Roland noted that it was more centered around the local lands. However, his awareness extended to the west, where the Holy Kingdom of Alexandria stood. This kingdom supplied paladin trainees to Albrook and held a somewhat neutral stance on the continent. The real challenges lay with the Western Hatfordian Empire and the Eastern Burmesian Empire, both of which harbored a mutual dislike for each other. These empires sandwiched the kingdom of Caldris, viewing it as a potential territory for conquest. The Hatfordian Empire and the Burmesian Empire frequently clashed in a smaller northern region where their borders converged. This section of the map bore witness to some of the bloodiest battles fought among the three countries. The region was rich in resources coveted by both empires, and it also housed arguably the continent's largest dungeon. Fortunately, all three countries had access to this colossal dungeon, as there were multiple entrances. This accessibility had helped curb much bloodshed, as control of the surrounding lands was no longer a prerequisite for entry. The dungeon itself was a sprawling maze that extended both horizontally and vertically, occupying an estimated area of around 100 kilometers. Its true size remained uncertain as it extended laterally and delved deeper underground. The dungeon harbored its own ecosystem, concealing various resources and monsters throughout its vast expanse. Inside, it wasn't strange for the three countries to clash with each other. Every path that was taken always brought everyone to certain biomes that were a free-for-all. There has been a ceasefire ever since that large war, but how long will it last? Roland rolled up the map and stowed it in one of his spatial pouches. His thoughts drifted to Robert, who had apparently headed toward the volatile region. In those border skirmishes, forces from both empires would clash, and at times these confrontations spilled into the dungeons. These skirmishes were usually a test through which the empire continuously measured this kingdom's strength. The dungeons themselves were arenas of potential danger, as adventurers might serve as spies for rival nations. Safety was never guaranteed. Despite his usual lack of concern for others, Roland found himself unexpectedly worried about his brother. There was an unusual sense of fraternal attachment, and he could only hope that Robert would remain safe in such a perilous environment. As Roland's mind gradually shifted back to the present, he reached the exit gate and left the cityscape behind. The weather in this area was pleasant, neither too warm nor too cold, with patches of forest dotting the landscape as he ventured northeast. The well-paved road allowed his horse to travel swiftly, and maneuvering past slow-moving merchant caravans posed no challenge. Occasionally, strange shouts from monsters in the nearby forest served as a stark reminder that, outside of large settlements, no area could truly be considered safe. The journey remained largely uneventful, and aside from his aching posterior, Roland was in good condition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he noticed a radiant glow ahead. The road, transitioning from dirt to a concrete-like surface, led to his final destination, the magical town of Farbel. Situated in proximity to Xander's Institute of Wizardry, the shining light marked the entrance to this mystical place. What Roland observed resembled streetlights, yet they were not crafted from any metallic parts. These lights appeared like small, slender trees, each adorned with a large, glowing fruit dangling from its branches. As he passed by one, he could sense the flow of mana emanating from below, likely coursing through a complex network of roots that interconnected all these trees with each other. Interesting. It's some type of plant magic. I wonder what it uses for fuel. The magical phenomenon before Roland was unfamiliar to him, as he hadn't delved into the intricacies of organic plant life. The closest he had come was inscribing runes on special wood, a far cry from interacting with living plants like the radiant trees lining the road. As darkness descended, the fruits on these trees began to glow brighter, emitting a calming fragrance. Roland surmised the purpose and effect of this scent. It served to pacify monsters averse to its aroma, a quality that didn't impact individuals of the other races. Guided by the soft glow of the magical trees, Roland continued his journey to Farbel. The town's unique atmosphere intrigued him, as the magical essence in the air seemed to enhance the overall ambience. The architecture of the buildings shifted from the conventional stone structures to more whimsical designs, with ethereal enchantments weaving through the very fabric of the town. Venturing through the entrance gate didn't pose much of a problem after he presented them with his Platinum Adventurer card. While this town was inclined more towards the magical, it wasn't much different than any other settlement. He made his way to the local branch of the Adventurer Guild, a structure that blended seamlessly with the mystical surroundings. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with energy. Upon entering Farbel, Roland noticed a distinctive presence among the adventurers, the mages. The concentration of mana in the atmosphere surpassed that of any other adventurer guild he had encountered. Young mages, identifiable by their robes, formed their own groups within the guild. I'll have to get used to seeing more mages. I've heard that they take commissions from guilds and collaborate with other adventurers through the school. Engaging in combat lessons is apparently part of the curriculum. He quickly took care of the horse, giving him away as was previously agreed upon. This marked his final stop before the actual destination, the academy. While the institute wasn't far from his current location, arriving at night was deemed inappropriate. The academy stood as a closed-off area, accessible only to individuals with special permission. Without the introduction letter that he received from Professor Arion, he would be unable to venture into it. I should tell Elodia that I've arrived. Without wasting any time, he secured temporary lodgings. There, he could finally enjoy a good night's rest. As the sun rose, he would finally set out for the magical academy. He hoped to wrap up his affairs within a month or two before returning home, but whether this plan would succeed remained uncertain. Quite the sight, but are we really here? Yes, sir. I'm not allowed to go any further. You'll have to walk to the gate by yourself. You seem to be new. Be sure to present the eye with the letter. An eye, huh? Roland nodded at the man who had brought him here. He stood on a brick road that led uphill toward a large gate. The gate was entirely wooden and surrounded by a hedge wall, seemingly around 5 meters tall at a glance. However, Roland's mana sense revealed that there was more to this wall than met the eye. It wouldn't be surprising if some form of attack, like vines or thorns, would be triggered if he attempted to jump over it. After taking a deep breath, Roland adjusted the straps of his spatial pouches and began walking toward the gate. As he approached, he noticed an intricate pattern engraved on the wooden surface of the gate. The pattern depicted a stylized eye surrounded by arcane symbols, confirming the relevance of the eye the coach hand had mentioned. When approaching this strange eye, he thought about the lack of other visitors. There was no one here, nor did it feel like many people traversed through this path. This was strange considering the population of the institute to be considered quite large. There should be thousands of mages present there plus many servants. The campus was a town by itself and the ground it covered was quite large. Before arriving at the academy, Roland needed to rent a special carriage that guided him through a magical maze, a defensive measure implemented by the academy. The maze, covered in thick fog and crafted from large trees, posed the first hurdle. The coachman wielded a strange magical lamp that emitted a signal guiding them in a specific direction. During the journey, Roland carefully observed and analyzed the spell used in the lamp, eventually figuring it out. The lamp served as a device sending a unique signal to the intelligent magical maze, which in turn opened a path to the academy's location. Without such a lamp, travelers would likely get lost inside or end up back at the entrance. Whoever made this institute must have been something similar to a chloromancer. It is quite fascinating, but as Roland approached the academy's gate, he marveled at the abundance of plant-based magic everywhere. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, as his proficiency with plant-based magic was limited. While he could produce a few vines and branches, constructing something on the scale of this gate, maze, and wall was beyond his capabilities. Eventually, the magic he used would waver and dissipate. The academy's plants, on the other hand, seemed to draw energy through their roots underground. Roland considered venturing deeper into the academy to uncover the source sustaining their life. The eye, resembling an etching, opened when he approached the gate, blinking at him before escaping from within the gate's confines. It was connected by some type of vine and clearly awaited Roland's action. After a moment, he presented the letter he had received from his friend within. The eye focused on it and emitted a light, as if scanning the contents. It's similar but not quite the same. He instantly compared it to the scanning technology he had developed at home using research papers provided by Professor Arion. Roland suspected that the magical gate made of wood might be based on the same principles. After a brief moment, the letter began to vanish, and the middle of the gate creaked open, granting Roland entry into the institute. Before venturing forth, he took one glance at the scenery behind him, which was now engulfed in a stronger fog. There was no going back, and soon he found himself inside the academy. As Roland entered the academy, it felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. The fog wasn't the sole factor obstructing his view. A visibility spell was also at work. From the outside, he could only see the sky and clouds, but within the academy, structures became clear, and the campus unfolded before him. Sounds of people echoed in the air, revealing a bustling activity that was concealed from those outside. I see no one will be able to peek from the outside. The need to pass through the gate serves as the entrance to the true magical campus. After witnessing the lush greenery outside, Roland had anticipated the Xander's Institute of Wizardry to continue with the same natural theme. However, the first thing that caught his eye were distinct towers that were impossible to ignore. These towers had a clear elemental motif, and judging by the massive amount of mana surrounding them, it was evident that they were mage towers. Within the magical spectrum, there were numerous variations of mana, with the 4 basic elemental types being fire, wind, water, and earth. Other elements existed, often deriving from or closely related to the main 4. Every mage besides him had affinities towards these elemental types, which opened up class choices for new mage classes. The mage towers that Roland observed radiated these different mana types, each tower fitting the corresponding color scheme of its elemental nature. The fire-type tower produced actual flames, while the water-type tower resembled a giant fountain, with massive streams of water cascading down into a large lake around it. The wind tower exhibited a swirling cyclone at its pinnacle, with a lot of flying creatures larger than birds circling around it. Then there was the earth tower, which had strange spiky crystals shooting up from the bottom of it. Before proceeding further, Roland took a moment to survey his surroundings. The large hedge wall encircled everything, and he noticed several additional wooden gates scattered throughout. It seemed that there were many entrances through which people could enter the institute. To him, this appeared to be a somewhat hazardous design flaw, as it created multiple points of entry. In contrast, castle gates were traditionally limited in number, as it was easier to defend 1 or 2 instead of 20. Are they not worried about anyone sneaking in? Or perhaps they don't really care that much. Magical spells and devices were prevalent everywhere, to the extent that Roland's own mapping device struggled to present them on its display. It crossed his mind that if someone were identified as an enemy, they might be instantly targeted by the numerous magical traps scattered throughout the area. Roland could also spot golemic constructs and magical beasts roaming in the background, further emphasizing the magical prowess and defenses of the institute. As Roland ventured deeper into the campus, he encountered students and faculty members, all engrossed in their studies or engaged in magical experiments. The attire of the mages varied, reflecting their chosen specialization. Some wore robes adorned with flames, while others had attire reminiscent of flowing water or swirling winds. The diversity in clothing reflected the broad spectrum of magical studies within the institute. He realized one thing: he didn't stand out much among the diverse crowd. It was as if he wasn't even there. A robed man wearing magical armor wasn't anything special in a place where magical spirits floated around and distant explosions were a common occurrence. The campus was more lively and dynamic than he had anticipated, with students bustling in all directions. Soon he arrived at the central plaza of the campus, which featured a grand magical fountain. The water was very clear, and strange exotic fish swam around with rainbow color scales. Surrounding the fountain were statues of renowned mages from the history of the institute, showcasing the contributions of individuals who had shaped the world of magic. Roland recognized the figures of legendary mages such as Archmage Xander, the founder of the institute, and other iconic figures who had left an indelible mark on the magical community. Roland's eyes were then drawn to the main building, the Arcane Hall, which served as the heart of the institute. The entrance was adorned with intricate rune carvings that pulsed with magical energy. The Arcane Hall housed classrooms, lecture halls, and the offices of esteemed professors, including Professor Arion. After witnessing the doors open, he witnessed strange floating platforms and a space that seemed a lot larger on the inside than on the outside. However, he wasn't sure where to go now, as his guide had not appeared to greet him. He didn't want to push his luck, as he was asked to wait by the Archmage Xander statue to be picked up. Thus, For the time being, he decided to sit down on a nearby bench to examine his surroundings. Some students passed him by and recognized that he was a new face. They were a curious bunch who started to whisper between each other in speculation. Interesting, they are blocking out their sounds. The mana around the people in the vicinity swirled, indicating that they were all using spells to conceal their conversations from Roland. Lips moved, and glances were exchanged, but no audible sounds emanated from their mouths. Choosing to ignore the attention, Roland concentrated on the task at hand. If his contact didn't find him within an hour, he decided he would need to try approaching the reception area, hoping it existed within the main structure of the institute. As time passed, Roland observed the students around him. They varied in ages and demeanor but shared a commonality. They all belonged to the mage class and were above the age of 10. This would have been his destiny had he not failed to acquire his elemental affinities, a peculiar case that he never found the answer to. There is no fixed time frame to send kids here, but they usually start early. Although the primary focus of the school was on teaching youngsters how to handle mana and chanting, it also provided education in various scholarly fields. Students were taught subjects such as math and economics to groom them into responsible members of the kingdom. Many nobles sought the services of such mages as advisors, not just for warfare. These individuals were often kept as a reserve force, their main strength lying in long-range bombardments. Roland had never been able to interact with other mage types, as from a young age, he embarked on his own journey. According to Arion and the books he had received, Roland had a natural talent for spellcasting. It appeared that producing magical effects for others wasn't as straightforward, as Roland rarely fumbled a spell, even during stressful encounters in dungeons. There was a learning curve to spellcasting, and spells weren't skills that activated automatically. What's taking him so long? 30 minutes elapsed, and Roland was growing increasingly annoyed. He was confident that, after the introduction letter was scanned, the necessary party should have been made aware of his presence. Wasting his time was something Roland disliked, but he restrained himself from complaining due to the unfamiliarity of the environment. He wasn't certain if voicing his concerns would yield any results in this new and unknown setting. Harrows! Ha! While Roland sat there, tapping his foot on the stone tiles, a peculiar sight appeared before his face. It resembled a flying jellyfish with large, expressive eyes that radiated cuteness. Its body was partially transparent and emitted a blue glow reminiscent of mana. The tentacles swirled around, and the being produced a strange magical dust as it moved. "Are you Mr. Wayrand?" Yes, that's me." Yea, Master Arion were berate. So he tasked this one to bring Mr. Wayrand to his office. Roland hadn't been informed about a peculiar floating jellyfish with an unusual speech pattern, but it seemed like the creature was here to guide him. Accustomed to the unexpected, he stood up from his seat and nodded at the strange being, ready to follow its lead. "Sure, lead the way." "I were." The jellyfish hovered in the air and beckoned for Roland to follow. As he trailed behind the peculiar creature, he couldn't help but draw attention from passing students. Some looked at him with curiosity, while others exchanged glances of disdain while looking at the flying creature and his clothes. Roland, however, paid little mind to the attention, focusing on keeping up with the floating guide. Roland was led to the arcane hall that he previously had seen. There, the floating platforms became noticeable. These floating platforms were a common mode of transportation within the institute. They glided effortlessly through the air, carrying students and faculty members to various destinations around the expansive hall. Then there was the interior that looked truly bizarre. Before proceeding, he stepped toward the edge of the floor. From there, he could glance both up and down, taking in the vast open space occupied by flying students on similar platforms. A significant gap, requiring flight for at least 100 meters, separated sections of the structure. In the distance, various doors were visible, some leading into rooms, while others opened into corridors. There is a lot of spatial magic involved here, but perhaps it could also be an illusion? He wasn't entirely certain, but time was scarce, and he couldn't scrutinize everything with his eye skills, given that his taxi had just arrived. The guiding jellyfish, likely a magical familiar, accompanied one of the platforms. Having observed students using these platforms before, Roland confidently stepped onto one. Before the departure, a magical barrier enveloped him, evidently a safety measure, as some students were struggling to maintain their balance. Fortunately, he effortlessly magnetized his runic boots to the platform's underside. As he was zooming through the air, Roland marveled at the sheer complexity and ingenuity of the magical architecture surrounding him. Floating staircases, suspended gardens, and shimmering bridges spanned across different levels of the arcane hall. As he passed through each floor, Roland noticed specialized areas dedicated to various magical disciplines. There were laboratories for alchemy, lecture halls for spell theory, and even arenas for magical duels. The jellyfish familiar guided him to a specific floor, where a large door adorned with runic symbols awaited. The platform connected to the lower portion of the doorframe and stopped. The little magical guide that had brought him here just kept floating around him as if trying to indicate that he needed to disembark. Thus, he moved his hand to the door and gave it a good knock. "Did my visitor arrive? Please come in." After knocking on the door 3 times and pausing for a brief moment, he discerned a muffled response from within. The runes adorning the weathered door began to shimmer, and the magical lock clicked. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar feline figure inside. However, before he could enter, a cascade of parchments assaulted him, tumbling in his direction. Though he managed to snatch a few, some spiraled into the wide expanse of the arcane hall. "Ah, Wayland! Welcome, welcome. Apologies for the paper storm. My experiments with magically animated notes seem to be a bit unpredictable." Professor Arion greeted him with a sheepish smile that adorned his feline face. Roland looked down at one of the pieces of paper that he was holding and realized that they were moving around. One managed to wrestle its way out and began flapping around as if it was some type of bird. "Animated notes, sure. This is certainly a unique welcome, Professor. Come in, come in. We have much to discuss, my friend." Roland stepped into Professor Arion's supposed office, which was filled with the aroma of ancient books and the subtle hum of magical artifacts. The room was cluttered yet organized, with shelves upon shelves of magical tomes, runic artifacts in display cases, and a peculiar-looking telescope pointing at the sky. "Have a seat, Wayland. Tea? Tea? Sure. Black if it's possible." As if on cue, a magical kettle levitated into the air, accompanied by a sizable cup of tea. Roland observed the intricate process of tea brewing. Magical water flowed into the kettle, heated up, and then elegantly poured into the cup where tea leaves awaited. Adjusting his hood, Roland revealed his runic helmet. Professor Arion, a seasoned runic specialist, promptly identified the intricate structures. "I see that you implemented some of my solutions in your helmet design." "I did. Is something the matter?" "Well, no, it's nothing." Roland was now inside of Arion's office, and he had somewhat prepared himself, but being in front of a talking cat still felt strange. He was just floating around in the air, surrounded by floating books and metals covered in runes. His appearance was that of a regular black house cat, with something that looked like a wristband attached to his tail. "Ah, is it my current appearance? I always forget to change back. It's just so much more comfortable. Just give me a second." It seemed his friend realized his problem, and before he could respond, the cat form started to alter. His form was shifting into something larger, and Roland watched in astonishment as Professor Arion transformed before his eyes. The small black cat expanded and elongated, limbs shifting and contorting until the transformation was complete. "Lady Castellane, is this necessary? I am sure we can lure in the blood vulture in a different fashion. Don't be a spoilsport, just take the meat and wait." "You don't trust Lady Castellane's plan?" "And oh, perish the thought. It's just tea that." A hushed conversation unfolded among a group of people gathered around a floating orb of light. Among them was a young girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15. Clad in dark robes, they all wore uniforms bearing a distinct emblem, reminiscent of the late Archmage Xander. "My dear little Lucienne, if you paid attention in class, then you'd know that blood vultures are a skittish bunch, just like you. 6 individuals were present, with 4 standing behind a particular blonde girl. 4 of them shared a similar emblem, featuring the legendary phoenix with wings outstretched in fiery brilliance, adorned with hues of gold and crimson. However, the emblem differed for the 2 other girls standing behind Lady Castellane, their phoenix motif appearing more silvery, while Lucien's had a somewhat paler steel coloring. But we need those feathers for the next assignment. You wouldn't want me to fail my next assignment, now would you? And no. Well then, let me explain again, as you might have already forgotten. The blood vulture will only appear when it smells blood, but will quickly withdraw if the prey isn't alive. The blonde girl turned to the side, nodding at one of the men who had accompanied the 4 girls. Unlike them, he did not bear the phoenix emblem of Xander's Institute, and his attire differed silvery half-plate armor adorned with a distinct insignia. Responding to the nod, he stepped forward, clutching a jar containing some red liquid. The meat might not be enough, so as a precaution. What are you? The contents of the jar were poured onto the girl's robes, and some of it had even spilled through it and onto her body. It had a distinct smell along with a fragrance that the people here knew. It was monster blood. Stop squirming. It'll be fine before the vulture strikes. Well, save you, so do your job and wait. Lucien bit her lip, her eyes darting nervously between Lady Castellane and the chuckling ensemble behind her. The plan seemed to be unfolding in a manner that made her increasingly uncomfortable. The air around her grew tense as the scent of the monster blood permeated the surroundings as she was left to fend for herself in this darkened forest. The group fell silent, anticipation hanging in the air. The only sound was the occasional rustle of the surrounding trees and the subdued whispers of the group members. Lucien couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that clung to her like a shadow. After a few moments, the atmosphere shifted. The air seemed charged with magical energy, and the floating orb of light dimmed. Lady Castellane's eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand in a signal for silence. Lucien's breath quickened, her heartbeat echoing in the dark forest as she found herself alone and vulnerable. The night sky was clear, the moon casting its ethereal glow across the surroundings. The rustling of trees intensified, and she anxiously scanned the area for the source of the eerie sounds. A fleeting silence gripped the place, but safety remained elusive as mysterious glowing eyes soon materialized from the shadows. Something felt amiss. The eye structure didn't align with that of a blood vulture. Moreover, it wasn't an isolated pair of eyes inching closer. There were multiple sets. A ferocious growl pierced the air, and a creature resembling a black wolf emerged from the shadows of the forest. Instantly, Lucien sensed that this creature posed a far greater threat than a blood vulture, a challenge beyond her own capabilities. A wolf fiend? As Lucien opened her mouth, many loud howls resonated through the entire area. The monster was not alone, and the haunting sounds echoed from various angles, including where her supposed friends were stationed. The men's voices soon joined the dissonance as they shouted, urging a retreat. Lady Castellane, we must withdraw. The meat has attracted lesser wolf fiends, and there might be a higher form in the pack that we won't be able to handle. Everyone, retreat. Lady Castellane, the leader of the group, issued the command, prompting everyone to sprint away. However, Lucien, who had been used as bait, found herself abandoned and left to fend for herself. Despite her attempts to catch up with the fleeing group, she wasn't a swift runner. The wolf-like creatures quickly discerned her as their target and began a relentless pursuit. Panicking, Lucien weaved through the trees, her robes getting caught on branches, as she desperately tried to put distance between herself and the approaching wolf fiends. The magical blood scent clung to her, acting as a magnet for the creatures. As the beasts closed in, Lucien stumbled over a protruding tree root, falling to the forest floor. One of the lesser wolves, a dark creature with crimson eyes, leaped forward, its jaws snapping dangerously close to her. Lucien, who had been frantically chanting a spell, pointed towards the wolf. Before it could bite her, a shield of mana surrounded her body to protect her. The monster sank its teeth into the glowing mana shield, but it proved resistant. Undeterred, It recognized that the person behind the shield wasn't retaliating. The creature's teeth began to emit a darkish hue as it activated one of its own skills. The shield created by the young mage wasn't exceptionally robust. It became evident that, given enough time, it would eventually give way. "No, stay away. Someone? Is there anyone there?" She called out to the group that she arrived with, but the sound of their steps was not there. It became clear to her that she was abandoned and left to fend for herself in this forbidden part of the forest. Soon 2 more fiend wolves appeared. Their growling and howling intensified as they plunged themselves in her direction. "Is that better, my young friend?" In mere moments, the small cat had become a humanoid figure with fur as dark as midnight, retaining the same feline features. A humanoid black puma now stood before Roland, wearing a pair of spectacles perched on its feline-like nose. The transformation was seamless, a testament to Arion's mastery of transfiguration magic. Roland couldn't help but be surprised at the spectacle that had taken place before him. "Quite the sight, but next time warn me when you will do that." "Ah yes. Is this the first time you witnessed transfiguration magic? Perhaps it piqued your interests? It's quite the varied field of study, but also very volatile if you make any mistakes." "Volatile? Ah yes, if you aren't careful you might blow yourself up. Or even worse, turn yourself into a chicken and lose all memories." "A chicken?" Roland took a moment to observe Arion's new appearance. The man belonged to a beast race, resembling a puma. Unlike lesser beast races such as Sister Kasia or Diana, Arion had fewer human features. His height was slightly below Roland's, and the sight of a humanoid cat wearing a luxurious mage robe was quite novel. It was evident that Arion cared a lot about presenting himself to others. "Yes, a chicken, poor Zachary. He will be missed. Such a tragedy, but this is not the time for old tales. Come, let us discuss your stay here." "Yes, let us do that." Arion gestured towards a comfortable-looking chair across his cluttered desk. Roland took a seat, his eyes still adjusting to the eccentric surroundings of Arion's office. The floating magical artifacts, the peculiar telescope, and the shelves of ancient tomes all hinted at a life dedicated to the pursuit of magical knowledge. As Roland settled into the chair, Arion joined him on the other side of the desk. The feline professor leaned back in his chair, his tail swaying casually. "Now, my dear Wayland, just as you've wanted, I've managed to secure your access to the Academy Library." There was a slight pause at the end of the sentence and Roland caught onto it easily. Even though Arion was a feline, he was not good at hiding his emotions. "Is there a problem?" "Well, as you might know, the Institute's library is a restricted area." "Yes." He nodded in response, unsure of what Arion was getting at. He knew that his feline friend was a professor at the Academy and a Tier 3 mage, just like him. Arion specialized in runic enchantments and was responsible for many of the mage towers inside the Institute. Roland assumed that such a person would have some sort of free library pass for his acquaintances or could at least pull some strings to make it happen. In the letters he was presented with and during their talks, it seemed that there wouldn't be a problem concerning this issue. "How do I say this? You will be granted access to the library to do your research, but you'll have to go through a trial period first." "A trial period? You didn't say anything about such a thing?" "I know, I wasn't aware of it until a few days ago. Let me explain." "Please do." After giving off a little sigh, Arion started explaining the structures of the Institute and how it was divided into many different departments. There was an alchemy department, one for summoning magic, one for traditional core magic, and various others. He was the leading teacher for the runic department, which, compared to the others, was somewhat smaller and lacked funds. It seemed that after creating the mage towers, there was not much use for further rune study. He made it seem that he was mostly there for conservation purposes and for times when the runes failed, which didn't happen all too often. "So it's like that. So when you meant that you were shorthanded, you meant that?" "Yes, besides a few student volunteers, I'm the only runic mage in this department. I still had Lucille with me a month or two ago, but she has been having issues with her family." "Lucille did?" He knew this woman's name because she was involved with his older brother, Robert. The two hadn't contacted him in a while, so he was wondering what the issue might have been. Considering that Lucille was getting up in age and family issues were involved, the problem could be related to marriage. It was not something that he wished to pry into as he expected such a problem to arise. Robert was a simple knight in the army, while she was a count's daughter. Their backgrounds were too different for it to work out without her family's involvement. Yes, I hope she comes back soon, but now you are here. You don't mean? Yes, the position that you will be taking is of an assistant professor. Roland's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated that he might be involved in some capacity due to his proficiency in runic enchantments, but becoming an assistant professor was a significant responsibility. It wasn't just about gaining access to the library. He was being offered a role that carried weight within the institute, one that might force him to. Assistant professor? Do you actually expect me to? Well, my dear friend, considering your knowledge and skills, you are more than qualified for the position. Plus, the academy is in need of someone with your expertise. With Lucille gone, the runic department has been struggling to keep up with the demand for maintenance and improvements in the mage towers. You won't have to do much. After the initial interview, you'll just have to assist me with a few classes and do a few odd jobs with the students. Arion turned his face to the side, as if he was afraid to face Roland, who had a somewhat irritated look on his face. Roland's mind raced with thoughts. While the idea of being an assistant professor was intriguing, he couldn't help but wonder about the workload and responsibilities that came with the position. His primary goal was still to delve into the Academy's library and gather information about mana phantoms. However, he did not really want to interact with other mages or even worse, teenage students. Before attaining his first mage class, he had researched this highly regarded magical institute. From the outside, it appeared to be a dream come true, but there were a few nightmares hidden within. First of all, the place was segregated into groups. One of these groups comprised commoner mages, whose status was the lowest among everyone. Then there were individuals with wealth and lower nobility, with higher nobility being considered the best of the best. A clear divide existed among the students, and when he was younger, he had been preparing himself for potential bullying by the higher-standing nobles. Fine, if it gets me into the library, then I'll do it. But what will my duties be? You don't really expect me to teach the students? I'm not sure. Your primary duty would be to the runic department, assisting and maintaining the mage towers, but you first need to go through the evaluation. There is an evaluation? Yes, this is the most I could do. But the Council of Mages didn't want to allow an outsider into the institute without evaluating them first. I'll have to apologize for misleading you, my friend. If you don't wish to proceed, I'll understand. I will still be able to procure a temporary pass so you can remain here, but you won't be able to do your research. Roland contemplated the situation for a moment. Becoming an assistant professor wasn't what he had envisioned, but the lure of the vast library and the chance to delve into the mysteries of mana was too tempting to resist. He had already gotten here in less than a week, so leaving now would also be just pointless. After a brief silence, he spoke. All right, let's proceed with the evaluation. I'll do what it takes to gain access to the library and conduct my research. Can you explain what this evaluation will be about? Will I have to take a written test? Arion's eyes sparkled with gratitude and relief. Roland wasn't sure if his friend intended to burden him with how things turned out, but if he went through with it, there were many things to gain. The library was one part. Then there were the mage towers that, after being part of this runic department, he would apparently have free access to. His aim was to go through all of them and copy all the runic structures that he could get his hands on. Mage towers were marvels of magical technology and powerful tools. If he could recreate one for himself inside Albrook, then even a Tier 4 monster could be dealt with. These structures could magnify a person's magical power to the extreme. The compound that he created himself with the turrets was an attempt to imitate these structures. If he could research them, then creating an impenetrable stronghold wouldn't be a pipe dream. Usually, your status as a Tier 3 mage should be sufficient enough, but due to your lack of a proper education and any certificates from other magical academies, the evaluation might be more extensive. I wouldn't be surprised if the evaluation will involve practical applications of magic, maybe even problem-solving skills. Practical applications, you make it sound like I will have to fight monsters? Well, I might have mentioned that you are a platinum adventurer with extensive knowledge of magical combat. The Academy is always looking for battle mages to guarantee the safety of our students. They can be quite the rascals. I see. He couldn't really hold it against Arion, as Roland's identity could only be confirmed by his adventurer card. He could only blame himself for being a mysterious rune-slinging craftsman mage that people were suspicious of. If he were in their place, he would probably do the same. However, after hearing about the battle test, he had the sinking suspicion that after passing it, his tasks would increase in scope. Yes, indeed. You'll need to showcase your magical prowess, demonstrate your understanding of runic enchantments, and perhaps prove your ability to work in a collaborative and educational setting. Roland nodded, absorbing the information. He was confident in his magical abilities, but the prospect of interacting with students and faculty posed a different set of challenges. As someone who had spent most of his life researching and practicing magic alone, teaching others was a novel and somewhat intimidating prospect. When will this evaluation take place? How long do I have to prepare for it? The Council of Mages has arranged for the evaluation to take place in 2 days. I'm not quite sure about the assessment, but I'm sure it won't be anything too difficult for someone like you. 2 days? That doesn't leave much time to prepare. While Roland tried not to sigh too loudly, Arion started chuckling. It seemed that the situation was a little bit amusing to him, but he also was hopeful that Roland would get through the trials. With an assistant professor in the department, he would be getting the help that he craved for, and perhaps with some new blood on board, his funding could finally increase. Is this really worth it? Maybe I should just go back. If I work for a while, I might be able to afford an elixir for limb regeneration. But they only give it to important people. I'd have to probably find an underground auction instead. Such thoughts were floating around Roland's mind as he examined his current situation. Bernier's arm was the main reason he was here, but there were other options to take care of that problem. He didn't want to risk his luck with the church too much, as he knew only Tier 4 priests were able to perform the miracle of full limb restoration and also needed to bless elixirs that had the same effect. There weren't many people of that caliber in the kingdom, which caused the supply of such potions to dwindle. Only high-ranking nobles like dukes and the royal family had somewhat of an access to such means. Even though he had the key to combating the cultists in his hands, he had not yet proven himself to them. Everything he offered up was still theoretical, and it wouldn't be strange for it to take months or even years for them to see his worth. Then there was also the Inquisition, who, if they chose, could just expose him to interrogation techniques which were known to never fail. There were magical ways to make people talk, and if he refused to cooperate, his life and the lives of his loved ones were at stake. If he played his cards right and gained merits within this faction, the door to that solution could open up eventually. Until then, learning more about runes, even for other reasons than the prosthetic limb, was not a bad idea. I guess there is always time to get a holy elixir later if I get more money or if they see that that device works. Getting a proper full education with runes can't hurt. Somewhere deep inside, he recognized that alternative solutions existed for overcoming the Bernier issue. His journey to the Institute wasn't solely driven by selflessness. He acknowledged that his current level of power was not enough. Attaining the status of a Tier 3 class holder hadn't provided the safety he anticipated. However, perhaps if he armed himself with the correct knowledge, he could alleviate this problem. Feeling nervous, my friend? Yes, slightly, but it's fine. You don't need to worry about me. His thoughts were brought back to the present as his friend Arion patted him on the shoulder. He had arrived at the Institute recently and had spent some time researching the evaluation process with the professor. He slept very little as there was a lot of material that he needed to get through. He was not sure what the other professors would ask of him, but he needed to get that position as an assistant professor if he wanted to access the library. Good. It shouldn't take long now. Someone should come pick you up in a moment. Don't worry. I'll be among the staff if any problems arise. Roland nodded while recalling the last few days that he had spent in this institute after his arrival. There wasn't much that he could explore yet, as he was just Arion's guest. His time here was mostly spent reading up on the various laws and history of this magical academy. There wasn't much time to prepare, but with his high intelligence stat and multiple mind trait, he was able to go through multiple tomes of information. He was now somewhat well informed about the inner and outer workings of this place, at least the ones that were stated in the books. When it came to his feline friend, he usually spent his days floating around as a cat. He had a special runic artifact that was imbued with a floating stone. Arion apparently had grown accustomed to his feline form and now preferred it. Thanks to being a mage, there were other ways of getting around, and his mind was not diminished even in this smaller black cat form. Remember, just give quick answers, to the point so that those buffoons have no room to complain. I will. Thanks for the advice. He was quite a chatty feline and loved to complain. It made learning quite a chore as Arion would constantly grumble about some other professors and how he wasn't getting enough funding. This office here was divided into a few sections, but it wasn't the only part of the runic department. There were other places that he could visit. However, these would open up after he had gained the correct credentials. As it stood, he couldn't wait to get out of here and get this test over with. He felt a mix of excitement and apprehension about the challenges that awaited him. The prospect of becoming an assistant professor, while not his initial goal, seemed like an opportunity to gain valuable insights and access to resources that could aid him in his quest for knowledge. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the door to Arion's office creaked open, and a tall, stern-looking woman entered. She had a no-nonsense demeanor, and her gaze bore into Roland as if assessing him on the spot. She wore the emblem of the academy, indicating her status as a faculty member. Going by the design, she must be an assistant professor. There were various designs corresponding to the legendary phoenix beast. It was the symbol of Xander, the founder who apparently had it as his familiar. From the literature he reviewed, he came to know that the man was an archmagus and an arch-elementalist, to be more precise. The 4 elemental mage towers that stood at the 4 corners of this institute were something he created. The emblem that this woman was wearing was golden, similar to the ones the top students in this academy wore. It was a bit more intricate but also implied that those students weren't far behind in prestige to an assistant professor. It was one thing that he disliked about this place, as there was a clear divide between the kids that attended. Being a good student couldn't even propel you past a certain rank as it was locked behind your status and connections. A commoner mage could never join the gold ranks and would need to possess something special to even join the silver ranks. Mr. Wayland, I presume? Follow me. The evaluation will take place in the second magical testing chamber. The assistant professor's gaze lingered on Roland for a moment before she spoke with a voice that matched her stern expression. She mirrored the demeanor of his own wife who shared a similar work ethic. Nevertheless, her gaze held a distinction. It seemed as if she regarded him as someone of lower status and worth. Perhaps this perception stemmed from Arion's introduction, which presented him as a platinum adventurer mage who lacked a formal education. Yes, that's me, Roland replied and turned to Arion while rising from his chair. The floating cat just nodded his head once to indicate that he would follow after them shortly. I am Assistant Professor Ilera. I will be escorting you to the evaluation. Follow me and please keep up. We don't have time for dawdling, Professor Ilera stated, turning on her heel and heading towards the hallway without waiting for a response. The magical door she came through was not the one Roland used to get here, as it didn't lead to a wide open space with floating platforms. Instead, it took them to one of the main wings of the institute and close to the testing chamber. Roland hastily gathered his belongings and hurried after her. As they walked through the maze-like corridors of the academy, he couldn't help but notice the curious glances from passing students and other faculty members. It seemed news of an outsider undergoing an evaluation had already circulated. His appearance was also a bit more novel, as he wore a full suit of armor with a darkened robe over it. I've heard that the faculty testing chamber would be used today. Is that the person? Is he an artifact user? That armor is fully customized. How interesting. The kids were bad at hiding their interest, but with one stern glance from Ilera, they quickly quieted down. Roland could sense the hum of spells being cast in distant classrooms, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with the presence of latent magical forces. The academy was a place of learning and discovery, and he could only hope that his journey here would give him the answers that he was seeking. As they approached a grand hall, Roland's eyes widened at the sight of an enormous circular chamber with a high ceiling adorned with intricate runes and symbols. The hall was filled with magical equipment, testing grounds, and platforms for showcasing magical prowess. It was clearly a place where aspiring mages demonstrated their abilities and the place where he would be taking the test. Elara led Roland to a designated area where several other faculty members were already present. Before him were three unknown individuals, each a bit more unique than the other. The first was an elderly man with a long, flowing beard, his robe adorned with shimmering constellations. The second was a woman with piercing blue eyes and skin, her hair seemingly made of ethereal mist. The third, a man of middle age, exuded an air of scholarly wisdom and shrewdness, his glasses perched on the edge of his nose. Elara gestured for Roland to step forward and address the panel. Mr. Wayland, this is the evaluation committee. You will be demonstrating your magical abilities, answering questions, and providing insight into your understanding of runes and magic. Keep in mind that your performance today will determine your eligibility for the position of assistant professor. Roland nodded, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. He could feel the weight of their expectations, but he was determined to prove himself. The elderly man spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience. Mr. Wayland, we've heard you come highly recommended by Professor Arion, a respected member of our faculty. However, your background is quite unconventional. Thus first, we need to go through the basics. Please place your hand on the measuring device. The old man was seated in the middle with the other two individuals being to his sides. He was the main judge in this event, with the two others having their own votes. Every one of them could ask him questions and also cast a vote. Normally, as long as he received 2 positive votes, then he would be allowed to pass, but the old man that looked like Merlin the wizard had some veto power. Of course. Roland nodded and moved to the side. The measuring device that had been there from the start. It looked like a simple pedestal with a smooth, crystal-like surface on top. As Roland placed his hand on it, a soft glow enveloped his hand, and the crystal began to emit a low hum. Numbers and symbols flickered on the surface, indicating the flow and nature of Roland's magical energy. Typically, he would hesitate to use such items in the presence of others. However, Arion assured him that his status would remain concealed when employing the measuring device. Evidently, mages were cautious about having their secrets unveiled to others. On their journey, a mutual understanding emerged among them, an agreement not to pry into each other's secrets, with a strict prohibition against forcibly revealing one's status screen. Instead, they opted to measure various aspects of magic in an individual. Roland agreed to have his mana capacity, mana control, and other relevant aspects measured, all without directly disclosing his classes and skills to anyone. The numbers that appeared before him were presented as something akin to a hologram for the mages to see. They quickly started grading him on those symbols and writing something onto separate parchments while the mist-haired woman spoke out to voice her opinion. Impressive mana capacity and control, Mr. Wayland, and there is something unique in your magical signature. Now, how about you give us a demonstration of your magical prowess? Professor Arion has informed us that you prefer to use magical artifacts like the one you are wearing. That's true. Splendid. Then how about you showcase a flame blast spell? As the woman issued her instructions, the entire chamber commenced a transformation. It expanded to one side, carving out a specific area for practical demonstrations. Roland sensed a large amount of mana emanating from the very walls that shifted and contorted in response to the spell. Normally, he would instantly examine it with his special eyes, but he opted to keep some of his trump cards hidden. Revealing everything to the professors wasn't his primary objective. Rather, he aimed to navigate through the assessment, disclosing as little as possible. At the corridor's end stood 5 puppets, the intended recipients of Roland's spell. Positioned 5 meters apart in a straight line, it was evident that they were set up to gauge the destructive potential of his magical abilities. A standard flame blast spell typically covered only 3 targets, but Roland contemplated modifications. By infusing it with additional mana beyond the usual amount, he speculated that the spell could potentially encompass the entire radius, surpassing the conventional limits. He focused his mind on the magic within him, summoning the flames through the runes inscribed in his gauntlet. A swirling ball of fire materialized above his outstretched hand, dancing and flickering with vibrant energy. The flames were controlled, forming a compact sphere that emitted both heat and light. Roland manipulated the fire, making it sway and move in intricate patterns, showcasing not just raw power but also finesse. The panel watched intently, exchanging glances with each other. The elderly man, Merlin-like in his appearance, nodded approvingly. The mist-haired woman wore an intrigued expression, and the scholarly man adjusted his glasses, studying Roland's every movement. Soon the orb of flames shot forward to collide with the wooden puppets and engulfed 4 of them in a fiery explosion. That's quite the mastery over fire magic, or at least, artifact rune usage. The scholarly man squinted, closely observing the controlled display of magic that Roland deliberately restrained. Although Roland could have engulfed the entire area in flames, he opted for a more measured presentation, aligning himself with the standards of other professors. Standing out wasn't his objective, nor did he harbor long-term aspirations within the institute. Achieving the role of an assistant professor was his primary goal, and he believed that this restrained demonstration of magical prowess should suffice to meet the expectations. But magic is diverse. How about something that requires precision and thinking? Shortly after, the shooting range area retracted, morphing into a new challenge. Before Roland were an array of large and small stones, each adorned with runic structures or traces. The task was apparent. He had to employ a form of magic to arrange these stones into the correct configuration. Some of the boulders were sizable, likely weighing close to a ton. Without the assistance of a levitation spell or a considerable amount of magical power, maneuvering these massive stones would prove to be a difficult challenge. For someone with Roland's skills, this task posed little difficulty. Employing his mage hand spell to manipulate most of the rocks and a levitation spell to reduce their weight proved to be a straightforward process. The runic patterns involved were also well within his extensive knowledge. Assembling them felt akin to reconstructing broken schematics, a task he had considerable experience with. After calculating the expected duration for such an endeavor, he opted to complete the task in a slightly above-average time. Your proficiency in runic manipulation is evident, but how deep is your understanding of other theories and the Institute? Please answer the following questions. The scholarly man started firing questions at Roland, delving into various aspects of magical theory, the history of the Institute, and the intricacies of different magical schools of thought. Roland, drawing upon the extensive knowledge he gained during his cramming sessions, answered each question with precision. His high intelligence and multiple mind traits were proving to be valuable assets, allowing him to recall and process information swiftly. As he answered the questions, he couldn't help but notice the subtle nods and exchanged glances between the panel members. It seemed they were gradually becoming more convinced of his capabilities. This was true for 2 of them. The one that was constantly asking him more obscure questions seemed not convinced. The shrewd scholar had been someone Arion disliked, and it was becoming clear that he was not too keen on Roland becoming part of this magical academy. Luckily, he was not the main faculty member here. Professor DeLauder, I think that's more than enough. Our young friend here has already answered enough of our questions. How about we just go ahead and move on to the last test, MH? The blue lady nodded while the man called DeLauder harumphed. It seemed that he had made it to the end. Now he just needed to pass the final trial, something that he was confident in achieving. Have you heard? Oh? Did something happen? Yes. Apparently, they are interviewing a new assistant professor. An assistant professor? Is that something to get excited about? Have you been drinking those strange potions again? Perhaps, but that's not important. What is important is that they took him to that testing ground. By that, you mean? Yes, for the enforcement department. The enforcement department? Now that's interesting. I wonder if he will last longer than the last assistant professor then. Haha, I wonder who it is now. They probably tricked another adventurer. Students were chatting around with each other as the news spread of a new arrival at the institute. The 2 silver badge students soon forwarded the information, and it started spreading like wildfire. The appearance of the armored individual sparked a debate about whether he would truly be able to toughen through his new and dangerous responsibilities. Back in the magical testing chamber, the panel members exchanged some final words before the last trial. Professor DeLauder still wore a skeptical expression, but he grudgingly conceded to the decision of the other two. Very well, let's proceed to the final trial. The elderly man, seemingly the leader of the trio, stood up and gestured for Roland to follow him. The mist-haired woman and scholarly man fell in step as they made their way to a concealed door at the back of the chamber. Roland could sense the intensity of the magical aura emanating from behind that door. He was somewhat aware of what was to come next, which lessened his nervousness slightly. As the door opened, a long corridor revealed itself, adorned with enchantments and wards. The trio walked in silence, leading Roland deeper into the heart of the magical academy. Something felt off about this place. Roland sensed the influence of some type of magic. When they reached what appeared to be the exit, an old-looking door slowly swung open. Roland's face was hit by a draft, an occurrence that shouldn't have happened if they were inside the testing chamber. An open space? Is this still inside the institute? Before him stood a wide, open area, filled with trees and greenery. The other mages didn't stop walking, so he continued after them without posing any questions. Once inside, he noticed another strange phenomenon. He expected this large door to be connected to a wall, but after looking back, he could tell that it was not attached to something that could hold a corridor. It was embedded in a large slab of rock that was not thicker than a meter. Did we go through a teleportation gate? Or was it some other type of dimensional magic? Roland was well aware of these types of magic and was almost certain that the institute was filled with it. The first telltale sign was the size of the institute from outside compared to the inside. Though he hadn't traversed much of it, there was far too much space here for no spatial magic to be at play. While spatial magic was mostly known for producing dimensional bags for adventurers, it could also be utilized to enlarge other spaces, such as the rooms within this magical academy. That kind of spatial magic wouldn't explain what he had just experienced, as it seemed more aligned with the domain of teleportation gates. Enlarging space wouldn't facilitate the traversal of a corridor into a faraway location. For that to happen, the space would need to be made more compact to hasten the traversal process. This realization likely accounted for the strange feeling he had been feeling while going through that corridor and the large door. Warp gates existed in this reality, a highly theoretical subject in the world he came from. In this world, they were made real with the help of dimensional magic, and perhaps it would be something he could learn himself. His eyes focused on the slab or rock the door was attached to, and he could see various enchantments over it. This was not something beyond his comprehension, falling within the category of greater and grand runes. Greater and grand runes had a similar relationship as lesser and common runes, functioning similarly but with one being many times more complex. Mr. Wayland, welcome to the Enforcement Department's training grounds. Here, we will evaluate your ability to handle unconventional situations and your proficiency in combat magic. The elderly man finally spoke, breaking the silence that had lingered since they entered this enchanting space. I'm sure that Professor Arion informed you about this test, but would you like me to refresh your memory? Yes, please do. Very well, for the final test, we would have you face a series of challenges. The purpose is to assess your combat abilities against various threats. As the old man continued to list the reasons for being here, Roland reflected on the moment Arion informed him about this opportunity. There were various types of assistant professors within the institute, and the only option available to him was one within the enforcement department. In a way, he would be akin to a security officer along with being tied to the runic department. He was limited to this due to not having other credentials besides being a platinum rank adventurer. While Arion assured him that there was no danger, Roland wasn't sure if that was the case. And that's about it. If what Professor Arion said was true, then I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Well then, we shall be off and observe how you do. The old man finished explaining, and soon the trio retreated back through the door they had all come through. To Roland's surprise, the moment the door closed behind the three mages, It vanished from within the stone slab. It confirmed his previous deduction of it being a teleportation gate. However, now there was no exit through which he could retreat. While he was sure that he would be saved if things went wrong, accidents happened. I hope Arion doesn't have actual enemies here. When he considered that his friend was getting his budget cut, someone who was against him regaining it would profit from him failing this battle trial. Roland took a deep breath, calming his nerves as he faced the open training grounds. The lush environment seemed peaceful, but he knew the challenges ahead would test his magical and combat abilities. The enchantments in the air hinted at the various obstacles he might encounter. He started walking forward, exploring the surroundings. The trees and plants were real, not magical constructs. However, one peculiar thing that he noticed was the fake sky above him. Without his various skills, he would have been fooled, but upon further examination, it revealed itself as an intricate illusion. This place resembled a dungeon with wide-open biomes, and considering he was in a very old magical institute, the mages here could have figured out ways of creating dungeon-like areas. As he delved deeper into the trial grounds, he stumbled upon a clearing where a group of magical beasts awaited him. Their appearance resembled monstrous dogs, their forms covered in dark crimson fur, with flames escaping from within their nostrils. There was a whole pack of them and gave him more than enough time to examine one of his foes. Hellhound L105. I wasn't expecting something like a hellhound and certainly not in a forest area. Are they fine with this place burning down? Or perhaps that is what they were going for. He recalled being able to turn Agni into a hellhound puppy at one point. After looking at the large group of these creatures, he was glad that he decided to go with the ruby wolf forms instead. These creatures were not pretty, and they could spit flames similar to the salamander monsters within the Albrook dungeon. Roland had used a concealment spell, and for the time being had not been discovered. He was aware that he wouldn't only be judged for his combat abilities but also for how he handled the situation. It was always better to sneak up on unforeseen enemies, as now he could quickly dispatch them from a safe distance. The highest one is only level 120. This shouldn't be hard. On his back was his large tower shield and access to many of his items. However, for this, he hoped to rely on his magical hammer that was in the process of accumulating mana. Its length expanded as he intended to use it more as a mage staff. Just like in the past, he used his helmet to lock onto the monster's mana fingerprints, and after they were all memorized, it was time for a star shower. The monsters looked up to see a large orb of glowing light, the radiance acting as another distraction as the spell charged. Soon, the orb exploded into many tiny streaks of radiant blue mana. Each was guided by the mana signature of a monster and descended at an astonishing speed. Before the monsters could even start running, the bolts of magical energy shredded them to pieces. The once lush clearing was now scattered with the fiery remains of the hellhounds. Roland observed the aftermath, his magical prowess evident in the destruction he had wrought upon the magical beasts. However, this wasn't over yet, as he expected that Tier 2 creatures were not something a Platinum rank adventurer would be tested for. The moment the lesser versions were gone, the true opponent revealed itself. From the depths of the magical forest emerged a creature that surpassed the hellhounds in both size and ferocity. Orthrus L160. The Orthrus, a two-headed hound with dark, mottled fur, glared at the remains of its pack with its multiple eyes. Each head snarled, revealing sharp teeth, and the air around it seemed to ripple with an ominous aura. Its size was comparable to Ugni's, but it lacked his magical capabilities and intelligence. The moment it saw the dead bodies, it went into a frenzy. The two heads were now spitting fire everywhere, creating a fiery inferno that Roland was trying to avoid. He knew what the mages were going for with this area and opponent. The trees and grass were starting to get engulfed in flames, creating a lot of smoke. It would be a lot harder to continue battling in this heated-up environment. At least that was probably what the other mages were thinking. For Roland, who had spent many years inside a volcanic dungeon, the temperature felt just right. Roland knew that it was better for mages to face monsters from a distance. Even though he could charge the creature down, it was better to hide his superior physique. He was playing the role of a rune mage who liked using heavy armor as a magic tool. Instead of getting physical, it was better for his creations to do most of the work. Thus, after placing his shield down, he activated his floating runic bits, which quickly flew up into the air to grab the monster's attention. The flying cubes aimed and started shooting bolts of cold magical energy onto the monster. They collided with one of the heads, which became frosted over. The Orthrus roared in pain as the icy magic took effect. Its movements slowed, and the flames it emitted flickered as the cold magic suppressed its fiery nature. Yet, the monster was not easily frozen, and soon flames gathered over its body to combat the chilling effect his creations had produced. While the floating devices could not harm the creature, they were capable of keeping it busy. They served as a distraction that Roland used to unleash a series of freezing wind spells that engulfed the area. More steam was produced in the process, making it even harder for the creature to detect his hidden form. As the cold winds enveloped the Orthrus, Roland circled around, positioning himself strategically to avoid the fiery chaos it was creating in a rage-filled response. He continued to cast spells, utilizing his knowledge to exploit the creature's weaknesses, and slowly but surely, the monster began to waver. The Orthrus fought valiantly, but Roland's calculated approach and strategic use of magic proved to be too much for the magical beast. As the freezing winds and icicles continued to assail the monster, its movements became sluggish, and the fire within its dual heads dimmed. Soon, its feet were glued to the ground, which became frozen over, and it was finally time for the final blow. Seizing the opportunity, Roland used his magical hammerstaff, now fully charged with his mana. Its enchantments shimmered with power as he produced a gigantic storm of frozen particles. The spell was called Glacier Storm, and it produced large razor-sharp icicles that rained down on the weakened monster. With its flames doused and trapped in a never-ending cold storm, the Orthrus faltered. Its robust body became riddled with cuts and holes until it was finally dead. The flaming forest clearing was now a scene of frozen destruction. The Orthrus lay defeated, its once menacing heads now frozen in a perpetual snarl. Roland, still concealed by his magic, observed the aftermath. He looked at the defeated beast, wondering if another one would soon show up. Luckily, before he could decide on his next step, the voice of the main professor echoed through the area. "Good, that's enough. You certainly lived up to Professor Arion's recommendation. Return to the entrance and we shall take care of the formalities." With the command to return, Roland dispelled his concealment magic and made his way back to the entrance. The magical forest, now a mix of charred and frozen terrain, showed the impact of the battle that had unfolded. As he approached the teleportation gate, the door reappeared, and the elderly man, along with a familiar floating black cat, awaited him. "You handled that well, Mr. Wayland, or should I say, Assistant Professor Wayland. Your magical and combat abilities are commendable. See, I told you that this was a waste of everyone's time, Master Rat Hose." "Yes, you did, but we do have procedures we need to follow." "Bah, next time just ignore what DeLauder says. Even after all of this, he still didn't want to allow my friend into the institute. Professor DeLauder has his reasons, just as you have yours. Nevertheless, we have voted and he has passed, so let us change the subject." Roland didn't expect Arion to show up to greet him. From the conversation the two were having, the man who forced him into answering all sorts of questions still didn't want him to pass. Luckily, he was still chosen as the new assistant professor. It was probable that the bluish woman mage had voted in his favor, and perhaps later he needed to give her his thanks. "I'm sure that you are already aware of all of our procedures. First you need to receive your emblem. Professor Arion has agreed to guide you. Just hand this letter over once you reach the exchange office." "Thank you." Roland accepted a letter that had the seal of the institute on it. There was a faint mana pattern on it, and it was the evidence of him passing the test. As he looked over it, the old man named Master Rathose continued to talk and left him on a concerning matter. "Now then, I still need to take care of a few things, so I will excuse myself. Please get yourself acquainted with the institute. We might need your services soon." What did he mean by that? After the man vanished into one of the many magical doors, Roland quickly turned to the floating feline. "Oh, I wonder what—" Instead of a reply, Arion turned his feline head to the side. Roland wanted to get a response, but he knew that it would probably just raise his blood pressure if he knew the truth. Now that he was part of both the runic department and the enforcement department, his way to the Grand Library was open. After picking up his assistant professor emblem, he would be able to freely traverse the various magical pathways. It was best to start his research early, as for some reason, he had the suspicion that if he didn't leave soon, then he would become entangled in something annoying. "Students, please behave. There is no running in the main mage hall. I understand that you haven't been here for long, but you are mages now. You are held to a different standard, so you must behave." "Sorry, Miss Elsa." A group of 12 children, aged between 10 and 12, huddled around an elderly-looking woman. It was evident they were unfamiliar with the place, constantly looking around, captivated by the magical occurrences. Flying book pages, magical animals strutting about, and some even able to talk when approached. "Remember, don't touch anything without asking for my permission. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Miss Elsa." The children responded in a monotone voice, as if accustomed to replying to their instructor. The tour continued as Elsa resumed the lecture. "Now, where was I? Ah, yes. We find ourselves in the main mage hall of the Institute. Don't confuse it with the main arcane hall, which serves as the main travel hub of our Grand Institute. Remember, never lose your emblems, or you will be punished and unable to freely move through the various magical corridors. Here in the Mage Hall you will receive your first emblem. Cherish it as if it was a part of your family, as it has various uses such as—" The children continued to nod at the woman, but their young minds couldn't help but tune out the long and boring speech that continued. They yearned to sprint around and explore the shiny, magical artifacts scattered throughout the hall. One of the children, a young girl not yet 11, spaced out and failed to move out of the way as a certain individual approached. "Could you move out of the way?" A deep, authoritative voice emanated from behind her, startling the young girl. Huh." The child looked up at the strange-looking individual, a person much larger than her, wearing some type of armor under a loosely fitting dark robe. Her gaze fixated on the helmet, emitting a strange, eerie glow. "Ack!" Frightened by the armored figure's presence, the girl tried to move but fumbled, stumbling forward. Anticipating a painful fall, she closed her eyes, but instead of impact, a magical weightlessness enveloped her. Opening her eyes, she found herself floating, surrounded by a mysterious force. "Oh, teacher, look," and is floating around. Some strange iron monster is assaulting her. "Calm down. No one is assaulting anyone. That man is a part of the Institute." The woman adjusted her glasses while squinting. Noticing the absence of emblems on the man, she sensed a significant magical force emanating from him or the suit he wore. Uncertain about the spell's nature, she concluded that the man was either a skilled mage or the suit itself was a quick-cast artifact. Or is he? Who might you be? Good sir, you seem to lack an academy emblem." The woman observed the man, noting the absence of any identifiers of his rank. An unusual situation. Her tone carried respect, recognizing him as a senior, likely a Tier 3 class holder, while she herself remained a Tier 2 mage. "Yes, I'm new here. I was told to receive my emblem here." The man shifted his gaze to the older woman as the child floated back to her feet. Laughter erupted from the kids, but the woman noticed the man's adept mana control. Even while conversing, he effortlessly manipulated a high-tier levitation spell, which was not something easily done. The children identified the man as someone friendly and instantly moved closer. "It's not fair," and got to float around. "I want to be next." "Calm down, children. This good sir is probably busy." Before they could huddle around him, the woman decided to place herself between the children and the unfamiliar individual. The man nodded in understanding, and the woman felt a sigh of relief. She knew that mages, especially at Tier 3, could be peculiar. It wouldn't be surprising if he attempted to administer some form of punishment to the young girl, and with a high standing in the institute, such actions wouldn't be considered strange. Roland, the man in the armored suit, observed the commotion he unintentionally caused. He swiftly deactivated the levitation spell, and the young girl descended gently to the ground, landing on her feet. She gazed up at him with wide eyes mixed with awe and curiosity. Despite their initial panic, the other children now seemed intrigued by the magical display orchestrated by the armored man. Ignoring the woman's remark, Roland reached into a pocket on his suit and produced the letter Master Rathose had given him. He handed it over, and the woman quickly scanned its contents. Her eyes widened slightly, realizing that the man before her was not just a newcomer but a newly appointed assistant professor. The institute maintained a distinct hierarchy, with the headmaster occupying the highest position. Following the headmaster were the department heads, commonly addressed as professors, and beneath them were the assistant professors. Individuals such as her, who served as regular instructors, held the fourth position in the pecking order. The hierarchy extended beyond mere departmental affiliations, incorporating a notion of prestige and perceived excellence. This individual was a member of the Runic department, one of the less prominent branches within this institute primarily populated by classical spellcasting mages. This place is perplexing, but I suppose hiring an architect for a dimensional relic is no easy task. Roland observed the older woman as she scrutinized his recently drafted introduction letter. The parchment he had received was peculiar, emitting a set of green fireflies that served as his guides to this location. However, upon reaching the main hall, they dispersed, and the enchantment concluded. He now found himself gazing at the diverse crowd in the spacious room, narrowly avoiding a collision with an excited child. The children presented a peculiar sight, all adorned with smiles and reveling in their joy, an expression less frequently observed among the older academy students. Roland observed that the absence of emblems might explain this. Without distinct groupings, the children had not yet divided themselves into factions. The future allocation of ranks, he speculated, would likely reshape their worldview, potentially leading some to develop a sense of superiority based solely on their birthright. You can collect your emblem at the faculty member reception. It's just over there. Just give them this letter. Thank you. She guided him by pointing towards a distant, unmarked room. It became evident that he would have to explore the whole academy multiple times to memorize essential locations, as the mages here seemed to prefer maintaining an air of mystery. As Roland made his way towards the reception, he couldn't help but ponder the complexities of this magical institution. It was a place where spatial magic, dimensional relics, and diverse branches of magical studies coexisted. The mixture of traditional spellcasting and runic arts created an environment unlike any he had encountered before. Upon reaching the reception area, Roland was greeted by a middle-aged woman who seemed to exude a calming aura. She took the letter from him and began to read its contents. "Ah, Assistant Professor Wayland. Welcome to the Institute. Your emblem is ready. Here you go." She handed him a small, intricately designed phoenix emblem, a mark of his official status within the academy. The emblem was adorned with the symbol of the runic department, indicating his primary affiliation, and was depicted by a lone rune. While he had been forced to join up with the enforcement department, only the association to the main one was engraved on this silvery insignia that could be worn in various ways. Assistant professors were exempt from uniform requirements and had the liberty to position their emblems as they saw fit. Most opted for brooches or pendants around the neck, while some, like Arion, incorporated them into collars as he assumed the form of a floating cat. Roland chose to affix his emblem temporarily to the robe covering his armor, with plans to magically meld it to his armor later if necessary. Apart from indicating his affiliation, Roland's rank within the assistant professors was discernible from the number of stars displayed at the bottom. The woman he had just met, an instructor, could have up to 2 stars. Tier 3 class holders, on the other hand, could boast up to 5 stars. As a newcomer, Roland possessed the minimum number of stars possible. Nevertheless, even this modest designation granted him unrestricted access throughout the entire academy. Eager to take advantage of his current privileges, he intended to head straight to the library. But first I have to find it. Soon, Roland embarked on a small expedition through the Magical Institute, encountering various trials and tribulations. Despite having the key to access the library, his sense of direction left much to be desired. He had previously relied on a mapping feature that guided him to every location, inadvertently becoming dependent on it and neglecting to learn alternative methods. In this environment saturated with magical artifacts, creating a proper map became nearly impossible. The mana interference was overwhelming, and his invention struggled to navigate the multitude of dimensional doors scattered everywhere. This should be the place. It only took me 2 hours to get here. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Roland stood before an ornate door adorned with ancient runes etched into its surface. The door emitted a faint magical aura, signaling its significance. Along the way, he encountered a diverse array of people and students, eliciting various reactions. Some were frightened by his appearance, others intrigued, and a few even took offense. The prevalence of nobility in the surroundings added an unpleasant layer, as Roland was uncertain whether he might unintentionally offend a powerful noble's child, potentially turning his life upside down. Eager to put an end to such encounters and prioritize advancing his research, Roland's main objective now was to leave this place. It won't budge normally, as I remember correctly. The library entrance was protected by statues crafted in the likeness of griffins. As Roland approached, an unusual noise, reminiscent of rocks grinding together, reached his ears. The statues' heads turned in his direction as he neared, their unyielding gaze fixed on him as he attempted to push open the wide double doors. Entry into the space necessitated acknowledgement of his new role as an assistant professor. It was only after infusing his emblem with mana that the spell activated, allowing the library door to swing open. There it goes. Quite the simple locking mechanism. Throughout his tedious journey, Roland engaged in some investigation. His emblem, a creation of runecraft, had been readily dissected before his arrival. Although not entirely identical to the devices he crafted personally, the underlying logic was similar. The key factor was his distinctive mana fingerprint, recorded the moment he interacted with the emblem. It seemed likely that the entire school operated within a comprehensive system, wherein his unique mana signature was now logged. With each attempt to access a door, the system performed a scan for his mana fingerprint to ascertain his entry permissions. Yet, the process extended beyond this. There was a kind of handshake involving the emblem he wore. It wasn't sufficient to exert his mana on the door. Activation required using the emblem provided to him. Should he seek entry into restricted areas, he would need to both upgrade the emblem to a higher rank and gain access to the mainframe storing his mana pattern. A task that wouldn't be easily achieved. As Roland entered the library, he marveled at the vast collection of books, scrolls, and magical tomes that lined the shelves. The air carried a faint scent of old parchment and the subtle hum of magical energies. The library seemed to stretch on endlessly, with various sections dedicated to different branches of magic. I have to admit, this place is impressive. Roland strolled through the aisles, occasionally stopping to glance at the titles of books or inspect particularly intriguing artifacts displayed on pedestals. He noticed students and mages engrossed in their studies, each absorbed in their own magical pursuits. As he walked deeper into the library, the atmosphere became more serene, and the ambient noise of rustling pages and magical incantations filled the air. Now, where is that section on advanced runic theory? Roland's primary objective was to deepen his understanding of runic magic, but this wasn't his sole focus. The mana phantom phenomenon he had encountered remained inadequately studied. While Professor Arion provided some initial guidance on where to commence his investigation, he admitted his limitations, unable to offer substantial assistance due to the phenomenon being outside his area of expertise. Initially, Roland found it somewhat peculiar that no one intervened as he examined the bookcases. However, the denizens of this academy held immense faith in their magic. In their view, even an individual with a somewhat suspicious appearance like Roland had to possess proper identification for entry. There was an unwavering confidence in the impregnability of their magical defenses, a potential flaw that someone with Roland's skills could likely exploit given ample research time. As he progressed, Roland noticed students and mages deeply engrossed in their studies, each absorbed in their individual magical pursuits. In this world, magic had a peculiar aspect, intertwined with a game-like system. People could fully utilize and enhance it by delving into the intricacies of mana control for each specific spell. While somewhat akin to his runes, achieving perfection was more challenging. The process involved studying correct chant intonations, leveling up skills in various fields, and executing them in stressful situations. It was no easy feat. In contrast, Roland could prepare most of his magical arsenal beforehand, and even if something malfunctioned, he could easily restore it as long as he had enough mana. Yet, Roland wasn't entirely versed in the intricacies of regular spellcasting, having focused on an entirely different field. The spells he created were often assisted by the world system, akin to a pair of training wheels. This reliance led some mages to become complacent, and Roland found that the library dedicated to delving into the intricacies wasn't being used by as many students or teachers as he anticipated. I guess they probably train out in the field more than surround themselves with literature. To level up skills, one has to use spells and not read about them. Though if you want to master the craft, you have to do both. As he walked deeper into the library, the atmosphere became more serene, and the ambient noise of rustling pages filled the air. Finally, Roland reached the section on advanced runic theory. The shelves were filled with ancient manuscripts, thick tomes, and delicate scrolls that held the accumulated knowledge of generations of runemasters. He carefully selected a few volumes that caught his eye, finding texts on rune combinations, advanced enchantments, and experimental runic applications. To no surprise, this section of the library was quite empty, and the shelves were even filled with some dust. This should keep me busy for a while. With a satisfied nod, Roland settled into a quiet corner of the library. He immersed himself in the study of advanced runic theory, eager to expand his knowledge and discover new possibilities for his craft. A magic glow illuminated his reading session as time ticked by and minutes turned to hours. Before he knew it, a loud booming noise echoed through the library to indicate that it was time to close. Startled by the abrupt announcement, Roland reluctantly closed the tome he was engrossed in. Before he could pose a question about the sound, an owl with glasses appeared before him. "Closing time, sir. You'll have to continue your studies tomorrow." "Ah, sure. My apologies, but could I take some of them with me? If you wish to borrow books from the library, you must inquire with the main librarian before closing times." "I see. Then I'll come tomorrow." The magical owl emitted a hoot before taking flight. Roland remained uncertain whether the creature shared similarities with Arion or belonged to a different category, perhaps serving as an animal familiar or an intelligent monster. Regardless, he needed to leave the library and make preparations for his upcoming first day at the academy. Arion had assured him of a tour around the runic department, where the creation of various artifacts took place. Roland's temporary life at the institute had officially commenced, and he could only hope that within a month or two, he would amass enough knowledge to return home and pursue the creation of runic prosthetics. "Everything is fine, you should stop worrying. If you're that concerned, then why don't you just come back?" "I will after I'm finished, but I'm not sure how long it will take. If anything happens then—" "Yes, I know, you've explained it to me 5 times now." "Did I?" Roland responded to his somewhat annoyed wife. He had been calling her every day since he left, realizing that perhaps this frequent communication was unusual for people in this world accustomed to conveying messages through letters when separated. After bidding his farewell, a new day commenced at the academy, and Roland was scheduled to join Arion for a lecture. Despite not being an actual assistant professor, he still had to fulfill the responsibilities of one. Neglecting these duties might raise suspicions among the other mages, potentially leading to his expulsion once they discovered he was merely here to acquire their knowledge. Something that could even get his friend Arion in trouble, as he had vouched for him. "Are you ready, my friend?" the black-furred feline asked with a slightly concerned tone. "Yes. Something wrong? Well, aren't you a bit overdressed for the occasion?" We have a long day ahead of us. It's fine. I'm used to it, and my heavy armor handling skill is over tier 3 already. As always, Roland was clad in his heavy runic armor, which had become like a second skin to him. The more he wore it, the more his skills improved, and when he created the heavier red mithril variant, his proficiency shot up like never before. Normal individuals would likely struggle to take a few steps in what he was wearing, but to him it had become second nature. I guess we all have our peculiarities about us. That is what makes us into mages. You're making it sound like mages are all weirdos in one way or another. Indeed, Arion responded with a burst of joyful laughter, but Roland understood the sentiment. Mages were an eccentric bunch, yet this choice of attire granted him the ability to move through the magic halls with his full arsenal, and no one would question him. Being part of the enforcement department also came with its peculiar benefits. Today, he would visit that place to discover the nature of his actual duties. Arion assured him that it wouldn't be too demanding and that he would soon have more free time to dedicate to his research. Well then, let us depart. I shall give you a tour of the runic department first. Then we shall visit the mage towers. I can't wait. Even though he responded in a somewhat monotone voice, Roland was genuinely intrigued by what the mage towers could offer. He was already familiar with the 4 main elemental mage towers created under Xander's rule. Xander was an archmagus and, more specifically, an archelementalist. Renowned for employing potent elemental spells during his tenure, he was considered a formidable force. Some speculated that he had even reached the pinnacle of Tier 5 mastery, but the details of this old wizard's history were impossible to confirm. Soon, the two oddballs set off and seamlessly blended into the diverse crowd. Scanning the surroundings, Roland observed other floating creatures, golems, and individuals clad in equally peculiar attire. In comparison, his full suit of armor didn't stand out too much, especially considering the eccentric clothing some other professors were wearing. The runic department was located outside the main building, near the mage tower attuned to the element of fire. It made sense as they approached a somewhat secluded metallic building with large chimneys resembling a factory. Once inside, Roland was reminded of the dwarven forge back in Albrook, although this one was somewhat larger and more outdated. The interior housed various workers, not limited to dwarven craftsmen but inclusive of smiths from various races. This is where the real magic happens, Arion remarked with a gleam in his eyes as they entered. After a glance, it was clear that there was a prevalence of runic constructs here. Even some golems were being used for labor. However, there was something off about this place. Compared to the smaller dwarven forge from Albrook, there was a lot less movement. The runic department is responsible for creating a variety of magical tools, from simple charms to complex artifacts. We pride ourselves in supplying all departments with our runic artifacts. Is that so? Doesn't seem like they are that busy though. Is that person sleeping? Wait, are they drinking alcohol? What? Hey, what did I say about drinking in the morning? Arion directed his attention toward a trio of individuals hiding in the back and indulging in alcoholic beverages. The peculiar group consisted of a dwarf, a human, and a beastman. Even when Arion shouted, they showed little reaction, as if such occurrences had become commonplace for them. Hey, don't ignore me. As the scene unfolded, Roland took a moment to survey the forge. It was well equipped with all the essentials for crafting runic items. There were multiple runic smelters, each varying in size and shape, along with a diverse array of anvils and forges. Although the tools appeared worn with time, they were all present, some even crafted from materials he had never seen before. Roland envisioned himself easily creating a proper runic set here if the need arose. Arion continued to scold the trio in the corner, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a professional environment. Roland, on the other hand, approached one of the runic smelters and examined its intricate design. The enchanting glow emanating from the magical forge captured his attention. Quite an impressive setup you have here, Roland remarked, speaking more to himself than to Arion. His friend floated back to his side after scolding the workers here and quickly responded to the praise while trying to regain his footing after the mischievous trio made him look bad. Yes, it's one of the oldest runic forges in the academy. We take great pride in our craftsmanship. This isn't all, this place goes underground. We have many testing facilities and also take care of the conservation of all the mage towers. As Roland observed the workers in the runic forge, he noticed that they were not just crafting mundane objects. Some were imbuing magical properties into everyday items, while others were carefully rune-crafting complex runes onto enchanted artifacts. It was a dynamic environment, albeit with a touch of chaos. Yet, to no surprise, there was a noticeable shortage of Tier 3 personnel, with only one master runesmith in the entire department. He wasn't present at the moment, indicating a less-than-ideal situation for the department. Mages had the option to order better-crafted items from external sources, and some affluent nobles even preferred this route. Possessing a more advanced tool or artifact from outside the academy made them appear more prestigious than relying on those built within, which left the department with less work and bored craftsmen who only were used for mage tower repairs. Now, let us move on. Arion led Roland on a comprehensive tour of the entire building, introducing him as the new assistant professor. Roland was granted unrestricted access to the entire facility, providing him with the space and resources needed for his research. While deciphering the mystery of the mana phantom was one challenge, creating a fully functional prosthetic limb presented another. It made sense to initiate the construction here and commence testing, especially with access to a wealth of research papers. Arion, being eager to learn new things, also stood as a potential collaborator in creating the proper runic operating system. All the tools that he needed were here and he was satisfied. Now then, let us depart towards the Mage Tower. Don't think we will have enough time for all of them. So how about we limit ourselves to the Tower of Fire for today? That is fine with me. I'll just visit the other ones on my time if you are busy later. Marvelous. Let us go. Exiting the runic workshop, they proceeded towards the Mage Tower attuned to the element of fire. These Mage Towers were colossal structures that soared high into the sky, each aligned with a specific element. Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, as these towering structures were considered the pinnacle of magical craftsmanship. Now that he was part of the academy, he could freely explore them, using the guise of conservation and repairs as a cover. Soon, they stood before a structure that spiraled skyward, adorned with ancient runes that emitted a fiery crimson glow, casting a warm and inviting light. The exterior, crafted from enchanted obsidian material, shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, as if the flames housed within danced beneath the surface. The tower's outer surface featured intricate sculptures of mythical fire creatures, captured in poses of perpetual motion, their forms seemingly fashioned from living flame, with the phoenix living fire sculpture overlooking everything from its perch atop the tower. Although termed mage towers, they weren't confined to being tall structures. They could encompass entire castles or have cities built around them. What defined a tower as a mage tower, according to Roland's knowledge, was its core. Uncertain about the contents within, he hoped the tour would unveil this secret. The entrance to the tower was embellished with intricate fire-themed runes, emitting a warm orange glow. The magical barrier surrounding the tower recognized the emblems of Arion and Roland, allowing them entry. As Roland and Arion entered the Mage Tower, they were greeted by a wave of warmth and the soothing crackle of magical flames. The interior was a spectacle of fiery enchantments and mesmerizing displays of controlled flames dancing along the walls. The architecture seamlessly blended with the elemental theme, and the atmosphere resonated with the raw power of fire magic. Welcome to the Tower of Flames. It does look grand indeed. Inside, they found themselves in a grand hall adorned with intricate tapestries depicting legendary fire mages casting spells. In the center, a spiraling staircase coexisted with something resembling an elevator shaft stuck in its midst. As they entered, Roland observed several students stepping onto a platform surrounded by a red shield. Shortly after, the platform ascended into the air, likely transporting them to a higher level where fire-specific spellcasting classes were conducted. A convenient way to move between floors, especially for students carrying heavy books or equipment. If you're interested, I can lend you the schematics for the device. Ah, sure. At a glance, Roland could somewhat figure out the inner workings of the runes as they used a variation of the flotation spell to rise up into the air. There appeared to be a guidance system in this construct that kept it stable in one place, and it seemed like something he could potentially implement in his own workshop. The only hindrance was the considerable amount of magical energy required for such a spell. Such an invention could only function effectively in a tower like this that was at its base, a grand mana gathering and storing artifact. Well, then we don't have much time, so let us descend. Descend. Indeed. There we will reach the heart of the tower. While students and teachers were engrossed in the morning lessons, the two of them moved to the side, approaching one of the animated tapestries. The decoration depicted a famous scene from an old war, where a rain of fire produced by the ancient mages had turned the tide in their favor. As they reached the tapestry, a peculiar event unfolded. One of the flame beasts depicted on the fabric moved out to greet them. Greetings, Professor Arion. Well met. It is not time for the scheduled maintenance yet. I am aware of that, but I wish to show the inside of the tower to my young friend here. He is the new assistant professor. A floating cat was conversing with a bird made of flames, but by now he had gotten used to the peculiarities of this academy. It seemed that this being was some type of familiar or part of the tower itself. The mana pattern it had was the same as the mana radiated by the tower itself. It was not a construct produced by a separate item or mage. Everything seems to be in order. The Firebird turned towards Roland, and he sensed a scanning spell in action. It dawned on him that this entity was somehow connected to the tower, and possibly to the entire institute. Soon after, the tapestry began to shift and burn away, revealing a large metallic door. It swung open to unveil a set of stairs leading downward. Intrigued. Quite. I haven't been in a mage tower before. Roland didn't hide the fact that he was highly uneducated when it came to magical towers and also other fields related to magic. He was here to learn and not to appear smart in front of other people. Well, in short, that was the tower spirit. Tower spirit? Yes, how about I explain on the way to the tower chamber? Sure. As they descended the stairs, Arion began to explain the concept of tower spirits, and Roland translated the knowledge into a more familiar context. It appeared that the spirit served as a mediator between the tower owner and the spells being produced. Roland could perceive it as akin to an artificial intelligence construct with control over the tower, bound to the person who created it. It all made sense considering that a human mind wouldn't be capable of storing all the information within the mage tower. Activating separate portions of the runic spells without some operating system would also be rather difficult. Only rune mages and people like Roland would be capable of such feats. The tower spirit functioned as a helpful assistant who could receive orders and possessed a degree of intelligence. As they continued down the spiral staircase, Roland couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the magical architecture. The walls seemed to be pulsating with the magical energy that resonated within the tower, and the further down they went, the stronger the mana became. Arion, on the other hand, continued his explanation, shedding light on the nature of the tower's core. The tower spirit is essentially the consciousness of the tower itself. It's a magical construct designed as a mirror image of the tower owner. They usually have their own specific personality that can be affected by the owner, but also the element they are attuned to. The spirit has access to all the knowledge of its creator. Isn't that marvelous? It is quite interesting. Could it hold lectures for you? Lectures? I guess it could. Roland was quite intrigued by this finding and could already imagine how much more work he could do if he had something like a mage tower spirit as a helper. Perhaps it would be even possible to have it automate all of his golems like an AI helper. With help of an AI, it would be possible to make his armor even more advanced as it could do all the hard calculations for him. While his casting speed was already high, it could potentially become inhuman. As they reached the bottom of the staircase, a massive metallic door stood before them, adorned with intricate fire-themed runes. It looked imposing, radiating a strong magical aura. The tower spirit flapped its fiery wings and hovered nearby, seemingly guiding them but perhaps also watching their every move. Roland could see it acting as a surveillance system that he needed to watch out for. This is the entrance to the tower's most important chamber. It is the life and blood of every tower. Only a select few have access to this area, primarily the Archmagus and a few high-ranking professors. However, we from the Runic department have special privileges when it comes to these places, so you will be able to visit the other towers later. Nevertheless, please don't cause any troubles. The tower spirits will always be watching you and act accordingly if you overreach. Arion approached the door, and with a wave of his paw, the runes on the door glowed brighter, and it slowly swung open. The heat emanating from the chamber beyond was intense, as if stepping into the heart of a blazing inferno. As Roland entered, he found himself in a massive chamber that seemed to defy the laws of space. The walls were a continuous dance of flames, and a platform floated in the center, surrounded by an intricate network of magical pathways. On this platform stood a colossal oval object which resembled an egg, and it was pulsating with vibrant fire energy. This, my friend, is the core of this tower of fire, an egg of a phoenix. It's where the essence of fire magic is concentrated and harnessed. It's thanks to this artifact that the flames continue to burn, but this isn't all. If you follow one of the pathways, you will reach the tower spirit crystal, but that is not something that even I can easily reach. But don't worry, you will find all the tower spirit research in the library if you wish to tackle this problem yourself. Roland couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer scale and magical prowess on display. The core seemed to resonate with the very essence of fire, casting a warm and ethereal glow throughout the chamber. He could feel the magical energy all around him, and it created a sort of yearning. To make such a creation himself would be a huge undertaking, but perhaps not an unreachable goal. Now then, while I would love us to go over the runic structures here, we are on a tight schedule. Let us go back to the lecture hall. Just as soon as they opened the chamber door, they found themselves needing to depart. The tour of the academy wasn't yet complete, but there were duties Roland needed to fulfill in his role as an assistant professor.